regular extended warm to all supporters, and we hope you enjoy your day with us. The close of the day yesterday stated the match was Somerset having won the toss and back first, were dismissed for 219. In reply, Warwickshire dismissed for 196. Somerset in their second innings advanced to 277 for 4 and lead of 300. In matches where the home authority has confirmed that floodlights are available for use in the competition, if it is in the opinion of the umpires that natural light has deteriorated to an unsuitable level, they may authorise that the floodlights be turned on so that the match may continue in acceptable conditions. However, if in the opinion of the umpires artificial light then exceeds natural light, making it difficult to see the red ball against the surrounds, game may be suspended in order to maintain player and spectator safety. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they are spectating, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. At Warwickshire, we work hard to ensure that our grounds are open to all and that everyone has a memorable day when they visit us. Our stewards are on hand to make the day as enjoyable as possible. If you see or experience inappropriate, racist or antisocial behaviour, please alert the nearest steward or send a text to 07471 091780, or you can email customerservices@edgbaston.com. The match officials for this game are umpires Neil Manager and James Medford. The match referee James Whitaker and scorers Holly Rhodes for Somerset and Nelson for Warwickshire. Play is due to go away at 10:30.
Good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston for the final day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Somerset. And the first thing to tell you is something which I don't think has surprised any of us. Somerset are going to bat on for at least a short while this morning with a lead of 300. Must have been a little bit tempting to try and get Warwickshire in and win the game, but the bottom line is, Anthony, is that a draw is a much better result for Somerset than it is for Warwickshire, and they absolutely do not want to lose this match or give Warwickshire any chance really of winning it.
Yeah, I don't think it was seriously tempting at all. I spoke to George Bartlett, who's 91 not out last night, and asked him if
well, he certainly wouldn't have wanted to, would he?
And he said, not that I've heard. There's no plans for a declaration overnight. And I think Somerset will probably bat on for at least an hour and a quarter, unless of course they're bowled out. And then declare and give Warwickshire an awkward half hour before lunch and try and bowl Warwickshire out in what will be around about 70 overs. If I was the skipper, that's what I'd do anyway.
I mean, they might have looked at past games here this season and seen particularly Warwickshire against Lancashire, where similar sort of thing, first innings, both teams struggled with the bat, and Warwickshire batted well in the second innings, got themselves in a good position and declared in order to give themselves 4 overs to bowl at Lancashire at the end of the day. They didn't get any wickets in those 4 overs. Actually, they did get 4 early wickets the following day, but once it settled down, Lancashire found it a lot easier, and Luke Wells led them to a very comfortable victory, chasing quite a big target. As Henry Brooks bowls the first over of the morning to Bartlett, pushed out the offside, Warwickshire will want to continue to keep the runs away as much as possible, force Somerset to stay out there as long as possible, I guess. Because for Warwickshire, I think it is now. Sadly, much as they wanted to win this match, it's about saving it now.
Yeah, it's hard to see how Warwickshire can win it from here. On a pitch that has lost whatever devil it had for both seam bowlers and spin.
Brooks in, and Bartlett will get the first run of the morning, running it down to third for the single. Of course, he's now on 92, so he's edging closer. He would have been quite pleased that there was no thoughts of declaring overnight, and it's 278 for 4.
He was a very happy young cricketer last evening when I spoke to him. He's had a difficult time this season. Made 88 not out against Yorkshire in the second innings there, and then was denied the chance of a century by the rain.
Well, that's not going to be a problem just yet here. That's going down the leg side from Brooks. Goldsworthy nibbles at it, doesn't make contact. Well taken by Burgess. Blue sky, a few clouds in the air. Hopefully it'll be all right weather-wise. I say hopefully. Warwickshire might not be too upset if we had an interruption at some point. But from a cricketing point of view, not many in the public seats in the ground at the moment. Warwickshire face of battle today. Brooks comes into bowl. He's bowled him. Goldsworthy pushing forward at it, misses it. Might have got inside edge onto it because the leg stump has been knocked over, and Henry Brooks has the wicket, and Somerset at 278 for 5.
Oh well, perhaps the game is going to take another twist. That was most unexpected. He batted yesterday evening at Lewis Goldsworthy, and good ball from Henry Brooks.
He's bowled well in this game. I spoke to him after the first innings. He felt as well as he's bowled this season. I'm very pleased. It's very accurate, got wickets, and he's had so many young bowlers do. He's had a battle against injuries during the early part of his career, so he'll be a good performance here. Good applause for Goldsworthy, who leaves 44 off 104 balls, 7 fours, and that ended a stand of 120 for the 5th wicket.
Yeah, good partnership. One of 3 good partnerships around which the Somerset innings was built.
Got the first central partnership of the match.
Yeah, 79 between Abel and Allenby, 72 between Abel and Bartlett, and then 120, as Clive was saying, between Bartlett and Goldsworthy.
So,
left-hand, right-hand combination. James Rue is the...
of course, he's on
a king pair.
He's on a king pair, yes. And 2 slips in place. As Brooks comes in to bowl to him. That must be pounding a little bit. Well, he does survive the king pair. He might have played inside the line there, but it did move away a bit. Quite a nervy prod forward. It's a bit of gardening. So he survived the king pair, now he wants to survive the pair. 278 for 5. So, round the wicket comes Brooks, and that one takes a late-ish decision to move his bat out of the way, but it's the right decision as it goes through to the wicket-keeper. So a successful over for Henry Brooks, who now has 4 wickets in the match, and it's 278 for 5. Somerset leading by, I'd say, about 301, I think. Yes. I launched into that without knowing the answer straight away, so that was dangerous.
I think that wicket puts the mockers on any hopes that we might have had of some fireworks from Somerset in however long they bat for this morning. George Bartlett will want to go on to his century, and I think James Rue will be in defensive mode. Probably they'll just bat as they would under any circumstances, any normal circumstances, as Yadav is in and bowls to Bartlett, who punches this into the offside and takes his second run of the morning as Danny Briggs fields. 279 for 5. Bartlett on to 93. Left-hand, right-hand combination. James Rue, the left-hander. We've got a forward short leg as well as a slip. Sam Hain under the helmet. Will Rhodes at slip. Yadav to Rue, who plays this into the onside, just past Hain. Won't get a run as Briggs picks it up at mid-wicket. Bumped into a group of Somerset supporters last night in the old Moseley Arms just up the road in Balsall Heath as this is defended. Greetings this morning to Humpy and the captain who came and had a drink with me, and we chatted about the day's play. And very happy Somerset supporters they were too. Yadav in and bowls, and this is turned to Sam Hain at short leg, hits him on the body on the bounce. No run to Rue. Yadav in his 34th over, 1 for 76 so far. He's in and bowls, and Rue turns this into the onside, and Hannon Dalby picks up. There is some turn, but it's slow turn, and the batsman can play the ball off the pitch. This is floated up to Rue, who's not to be tempted, plays it quietly into the onside, picked up by Danny Briggs, end of the second over of the day. 279 for 5. If you're just joining us, the wicket to go down, that of Lewis Goldsworthy, who was bowled by Henry Brooks in the first over.
If this match were to end in a draw, Somerset would be 8 points ahead of both Kent and Warwickshire. They would be, for what it's worth, beyond the reach of Gloucestershire mathematically, barring any points deductions, as Henry Brooks comes in to bowl to Bartlett, who's on 93, and Bartlett guides that again to the deep. So similar pattern, single, start of the over, takes them a little bit closer to 3 figures. So Somerset will be 8 points ahead of both Kent and Warwickshire. Warwickshire would still be in the bottom 2, but only by virtue of having 1 fewer games than Kent. They'll be level on points, so that's the incentive for Warwickshire to get the draw. They'd still be very much in it, even though they'll be in the bottom 2. And Somerset would certainly not be out of it, but would be in a pretty strong position in terms of avoiding relegation, as that's defended under the offside for no run. On the other hand, as Somerset win, it would lift them like 16 points clear of Warwickshire, and they would be mathematics, so 16 plus 12, they would have 131. They'd be 16 ahead of Kent. So that one is played onto the onside for a single by Roux, so he's avoided the pair. A few cheers from the Somerset change room as he gets 2. So let me work that one out again. So Somerset would be on 131 points, so they would be 16 points ahead of Kent, and Warwickshire would be on 107. So they would be 24 points ahead of Warwickshire, which, well, pretty close to wrapping it up in terms of Somerset safety. Warwickshire wouldn't be completely dead and buried because they would still be only 8 points behind Kent, so they still have a chance, but they'd be very much up against it. Brooks comes into bowl, and that's played to mid-on for no run. I'll calculate a Warwickshire win when they're within 50 runs of victory.
I can tell you, if Warwickshire win, they'll have 123. Somerset would have 115, as would Kent.
Yeah. Sad to say, from Warwickshire point of view, I just don't see Warwickshire winning from here. Even if they get these 5 remaining wickets quickly, I suppose you never know. Stranger things have happened. If they could sign Brian Lara, especially for the final day, they might have a chance. Henry Brooks comes into bowl, around the wicket to Roux, and turns that round to square leg for a single. Other matches going on. There was quite a thriller yesterday where Essex lost their last wicket with the scores tied, but sorry, they lost the 9th wicket, I mean, with the scores tied, but they managed to get over the line to beat Yorkshire by 1 wicket at Headingley. Good game at Northampton, important for the top of the county championship. Warwickshire would love the county championship title to be decided one way or the other before they play Hampshire in their final game. As Brooks comes into bowl to Bartlett, who pushes that out to backward point for no run. Northants are 220 for 5. They lead Surrey by 138, so that's an interesting one. Durham are well on the way to beating Leicestershire. They need 40 more runs in the second division. They're 65 for 2. Reigns really played havoc with Worcestershire's chances at home, even though they thoroughly dominated the game against Sussex. But Sussex do have work to do. They're 44 for 1 in their second innings, 174 behind Warwickshire's first innings total. And Middlesex are closing on victory at Lords, where Glamorgan are 199 for 8. They lead Middlesex by just 23 runs. England's women play the 3rd and decisive T20, I think 3 in the series.
Yadav to Roux here, and this is launched over the top of mid-wicket for 4 runs by James Roux. Tossed up by Yadav, and Roux not afraid to go for the pull shot.
Yes, sorry, the 3rd and decisive T20 International being played at Bristol this evening between England's women and India.
287 for 5. Perhaps we will see some fireworks from these Somerset batsmen.
I'm sure they've got too much to lose, really. They won't want to get bowled out very quickly, but they got wickets in hand. The quicker they score the runs, the quicker they can make the game safe and get Warwickshire in.
Sam Hain moving from a very silly point position, silly mid-off position, to a rather more sensible short mid-wicket. And this is smashed away through the onside again. Short ball this time from Yadav, and 4 more runs to James Roux. He dragged that one down, did Yadav. Poor delivery. Going for the quicker ball, but Roux very quickly onto it. Whacked it away through the onside for 4. 291 for 5. He moves on to 11. Yadav having been hit for 2 boundaries. This is a sweep, an appeal for LBW. But guessing that he got his pad outside off stump.
Yadav liked it. Down on one knee and looked at the umpire for quite a long time.
He's in again and bowls, and this is just chipped back in the air. And Yadav coming across to, couldn't quite reach it, but quite sure what Roux was trying to do there. Yadav in again and bowls. And this is driven but not powerfully up to mid-off, and there won't be a run. 291 for 5, so the lead is now 314. Yadav bowls. And this is turned into the onside by Roux. single here as Danny Briggs does the fielding, coming in from in front of the Eric Holly's stand. 292 for 5, Rue on 12 and Bartlett on 94. And not so many people here today. It wasn't a bad crowd yesterday, but plenty of people up from Somerset. I think there were almost more people here yesterday from Somerset than there were from Warwickshire.
So Henry Brooks got the 1 wicket this morning. Well to Rue. Will Rue go for his shots against Brooks as well? 3 men on the boundary as Brooks bowls. He swings at a very wide delivery there.
I think you got your answer there.
Yes. A deliberate attempt from Brooks, but didn't move his feet very much, but he did stretch his bat at it, but missed.
James Rue in his 5th first-class game for Somerset, +1 for the County Select 11 against India last season when he was only 17. 255 runs before today at 63.75.
Brooks in the bowl to him, shortish delivery, which he turns around a square leg for a single. I'm going to bet on George Bartlett not going for a 6 here. Carry on, 293 for 5.
Well, he hit a couple of lovely 6s down the ground off Yadav.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that when he's on 94 though, is he? I don't think. We'll see. Fairly defensive field, no slips for him. 5 saving the 1, 4 on the boundary. As Brooks comes into bowl, and he is once again he's quite happy to keep accumulating the singles, although it might be 2 there. There isn't. He just ran it down to 3rd, took the power off it, ran the first one hard, but there wasn't the opportunity to run a second. He's on to 95. 294 for 5. The lead now 370.
I wonder if Somerset have got a target.
That's what I was wondering. Is it a time or
I think it's more a time thing, probably. Yeah. A number of overs that they'll decided.
Brooks bowls, and that's slightly uppish moment for Rue. He tries to run the leg side, bounces well short of the bowler, who feels it off his own bowling. And there is no score.
Yet another Henry, so
yes.
It's one of the Warwickshire fielders.
Yeah.
Is that Will Rhodes?
And he comes in search of another. It's a massively attacking field, just the one slip, and that's gone past the outside edge. He did play that one, Rue, and that one just maybe drifted away slightly. Good delivery from Brooks.
Good ball. He had to play at it because it was angled in as his off stump. And just left him off the pitch. That will encourage Somerset seam bowlers.
Brooks. Number 10 on his back. Comes in again. The ball to Rue. Turns that around to square leg. Let's wait a little longer for Bartlett to make it centric, as the Rue will be on strike at the start of the next over. 295 for 5.
George Bartlett, when I spoke to him last night, said it's a sort of pitch where it's not too difficult to keep defending on it, but it's hard to score quickly on it because the ball isn't really coming onto the bat. A bit of inconsistent bounce, some turn for the spinner.
That's the only reason why I wonder whether it was just a slight temptation for Somerset to declare early, because it might be easier for Warwickshire if they have no thoughts of winning the game when they come to bat.
Yeah, I'd have to bowl another over. It will be.
Oh.
This is a reverse sweep from James Rue.
A sweep slog.
36th over for Yadav. He's had a good spell, 1 for 85. Whereas, like a lot of young players these days, James Rue's got all the shots, the ramps and the reverse sweeps. And this is turned into the onside, perfectly conventional. Tucked down to deep backward square leg for a single, 296 for 5. He moves on to 15. 24 deliveries. Bartlett on 95. The field is spread. They're offering him the single. He goes for the reverse sweep and brings him 4 runs. George Bartlett on to 99. And the 300 is up for Somerset, 300 for 5. With that nicely played reverse sweep. Enthusiastic Somerset follower. Batted quite well in the second innings, Somerset, on several occasions.
Warwickshire are all coming in now.
All coming in, yeah, to deny him the single.
Sam Hain was out for 99 in a recent game, so...
Bartlett is turning this into the onside, but it's only as far as short mid-wicket. Bartlett's faced 217 deliveries now. Oh, and nearly gets one. That one bounces and turns, spits at Bartlett. Ooh, really, from just outside the off stump. Sajid Khan will have enjoyed that. Somerset's Pakistani off-break bowler. It's Yadav to Bartlett. He drives this and thinks about a single. It would have been a suicidal one if he'd taken it, as he hit that straight to mid-on. It's the end of the Yadav over. It's 300 for 5. Bartlett on 99 and Rue on 50.
Let's see what I think about the declaration. That's Mike Atherton's now the captain, while Bartlett's on 99. There's a chat with Rue. He's already on 15. Having hit Yadav for 3 boundaries this morning. No, 2 boundaries, wasn't it? Sorry, Bartlett got all the 4s off him. Anyway, it's Brooks now into Rue. Round the wicket, and it's a nice looking drive. Always beat Ollie Alan Dolby to mid-off, and that's a very nice shot from Rue. It's gone through for 4. It was nicely timed, and teaser for Alan Dolby, who will be a little disappointed he wasn't able to reach it, but the ball was travelling. It was a well-timed shot. 4 runs to Rue. He's on to 19.
Yeah, it's nice to see James Rue being given the opportunity to play his shots. Most of the innings he's played for Somerset have been defensive efforts when Somerset have been up against it. Very well he's done too, but he's able to show that he's a stroke maker as well as a good defensive batsman.
Brooks in again to Rue. It's not going to slip in place anymore. He turns that one out to mid-wicket where Sam Hain fields. That's no run there. 304 for 5, Somerset in their second innings. Just really going through the motions, but we're just preparing really for the main fare of the day, which will be can Somerset bowl Warwickshire out before the end of the day and make their first division status all but safe. And Warwickshire's very much in doubt. Brooks to Rue. Oh, there's a leading edge there, and it bounces just short of the bowler, Henry Brooks. Rue trying to turn it around the leg side, the ball popped up.
Yeah, I just wonder if that stopped a little bit, or whether he was in 2 minds. It could just have been that James Rue was looking to turn that into the onside and then changed his mind halfway through the shot. Nearly paid the price.
304 for 5. Sun shining, a bit of a breeze blowing. The Warwickshire flag continues to fly at half-mast. Players are still wearing black armbands. And in comes Brooks to bowl. Pitches that one up and it's hit. Nice. Oh, it's a misfield there. And that's going to be 2 runs as a result. It's Will Rhodes, the captain, crossed himself, which is just a little sloppy in the field. 306 for 5.
Yeah, it was hit hard at him, but you expect fielders these days to make the stop.
Swiftly on to 21. Brooks bowls 2, turns that one round to a deep square leg for a comfortable single. 1 ball left to serve and Bartlett on 99. Over to you, Anthony.
That's very kind of you, Clive. What sort of a field are we going to have? Yes, they're coming in to save the one, make it as difficult as possible for George Bartlett. And why not? Here comes Brooks to Bartlett, who tucks that into the onside and won't get a run because it goes straight to Dom Sibley at square leg. 307 for 5. Bright breezy morning at Edgbaston. It's quite a wind, much more wind today than there was yesterday, but it's really quite calm. So it's a day for a jumper rather than shirt sleeves. Yada's going to bowl another over from the Birmingham end to left-handed James Rue. He's there in bowls, and Rue goes for the sweep, misses it, and is given out LBW. That's the end of James Rue. Well, he didn't get his pad outside the off stump on that occasion. He went to sweep a straight ball, missed it, and up went Neil Manager's finger, and that is the 6th Somerset wicket to go down. 307 for 6, and James Rue is out for a bright and breezy 22 from 30 deliveries for 3 fours.
Yes, his average will be slightly damaged in this match, 22 from 2 innings, but that was a nice cameo from James Rue playing for the team. Yadav gets his 2nd wicket of the innings, his 3rd of the match, 3rd for Warwickshire. And well, 2 wickets this morning for Warwickshire, but a few runs also. 30 runs so far, isn't it, for Somerset?
30 runs in 25 minutes.
The game's moving at a slightly brisker pace than it did for much of yesterday.
And this situation will suit the stroke-making Lewis Gregory. Batted so well in the first innings when the pitch was a lot more difficult than it is today for that 60 that he made. It was the rock on which the Somerset first innings was built.
Yes, Warwickshire had a firm grip of the match with Somerset 80-odd for 7 in the first innings. Couldn't see it through, largely because of Lewis Gregory's efforts.
Plenty of singles on offer into the onside. We've got 2 men out in the deep straight mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg as Yadav bowls to Gregory, who turns this into the onside, sets off on the singles. A shy at the stumps from Siraj, which was slightly gratuitous because Gregory was already safely home.
I'm going to defend him a bit because he was slightly hesitant there, I thought, Gregory. So that's what I think Siraj spotted.
So George Bartlett on 99 and plays this to the onside. He's keen to get up the other end to take this single, is George Bartlett, but good field placing, good captaincy from Will Rhodes, making it as difficult as possible. Will Bartlett try and go over the top? We wonder. Yadav bowls, and he turns this straight to short mid-wicket again, and there's no run.
It's quite mean of Warwickshire, this, isn't it?
Yadav then to Bartlett on 99. He cuts this away through the offside for 4, and that's George Bartlett's century. 100 for George Bartlett from 223 deliveries with 9 fours and 3 sixes. He gets a big hug from Lewis Gregory out there. He takes his helmet off and waves his bat to the crowd. Many of them Somerset supporters here today. A fine innings for his side, and his first century of the season.
Yeah, well played, George Bartlett. He was patient there, and eventually got it through. Now the field spreads out.
As Yadav bowls to Bartlett, and he whips this into the onside, but straight to Sam Hain at short mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. 312 for 6, Bartlett on 103 and Gregory on 1. That is the 6th century of George Bartlett's first-class career, to go with his 6 50s, and as I was saying, it's the first century he scored this season, his previous best, 88. Not out against Yorkshire.
It's a peculiar game, cricket, though, isn't it? That when a player's on 99, you have one feel, and then when he's not on 99, the feel completely changed. I don't understand why, but
I think that, you know, it was. I think Will Rhodes was hoping that Bartlett might try and go over the top and not get hold of it. And
this thing in cricket that 100 is so much more than 99.
99, yeah.
Anyway, that's the way it is. 312 for 6, and now it's a case of how long Somerset feel they need to bat. Brooks bowls, and that's played out into the deep for a single by Gregory. Is on to 2, 313 for 6. Lead now of 336. You'd have to feel it. If Warwickshire were to chase that down from here, you'd say very well done. But Somerset don't want to take any chances. Brooks, no slips in place. Warwickshire really announced. Oh, as he goes for the big shot there, Bartlett. He's he's on 100. He's freed, and he's hit that for 6. Got hold of that one short, outside off stump, and he's walloped it. Wide, long on for 6. He's on 109, 319 for 6.
Uncomplicated blow.
Yes. I was thinking in terms of batting the first half hour. I think you were saying longer than that, but we shall see anyway. First half hour's almost up. Brooks comes into bowl, and he's stretching for that one, and he's scampering through for a single. Bartlett as the ball goes out into the covers. He would like a little red asterisk beside his century if he can possibly get it. 110 not out, 320 for 6. Is the lead. As they were to declare now, Warwickshire would have 85 overs to bat through today to survive. Brooks comes in to bowl. Rats on the pass. It's a bit high. He does appeal, Brooks, but not out is the verdict. Certainly done with the 5 out. He's rubbing his thigh, Greg, and I don't think that's to try and deceive anybody. I think it's generally struck him there. Absolutely ruthless about it. Warwick should be aiming for his knee.
Yes. He's got this tendon problem, has Lewis Gregory, but I saw him warming up with the ball this morning and seemed to be probably without any obvious discomfort.
Brooks to Gregory, pitches that one up, and Gregory opens the face of the bat and plays up the covers. A big shout of no. I thought that ball was going to the man in the deep, and so did I think Gregory, but Sam Hain came across and cut it off, so there was no chance of a run. Brooks heads back to his mark. And bowls on that one, Yorker length delivery. He's dug out by Gregory. Good bowling from Henry Brooks. And the end of the over, 320 for 6. The lead is 343. Cloud cover now overhead, nothing threatening weather-wise or light-wise. We're going to see. Who are we going to see? We're going to see Danny Briggs back into the attack.
The field well spread.
Just going to do an update in about 30 seconds. We'll just nick this one off you for a bit until that's okay. And Danny Briggs, he's got 1, 2, 5 on the boundary, 4 inside the circle. Closing overs of a T20 blast game. He comes in to bowl. Oh, he's gone for the little lap shot there. Bartlett timed it perfectly, but he's going to get a single for it. It's 321 for 6. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. We're in the final day of Warwickshire's Championship match against Somerset. We are at the early phase of the day. We're setting up what will be a battle for Warwickshire to survive, almost certainly. Somerset, unsurprisingly, are trying to make the game safe rather than setting Warwickshire a tantalising target. They are 321 for 6, add one more to that, and that takes their lead to 345. George Bartlett's completed his century this morning. He's on 111, hit a 6 after his century. He's batted well, but Warwickshire have had some success today. Henry Brooks and Lewis Goldsworthy bowled early on for 44, and James Rue's entertaining innings of 22 was ended when he was LBW to Jayant Yadav. It's a case of how long Warwickshire have to bat, and they get another wicket there as Briggs strikes and removes Bartlett for 111, but eventually Warwickshire will have to bat through the rest of the day to save the game and take a step towards preserving their first division status. Somerset 322 for 7. So anyway, that's the applause for Bartlett.
Is he bowled or stumped?
That's why I didn't say the report, I wasn't sure.
It's very hard to tell from the replay.
Phil reckons it was bowled. That's the applause for Bartlett.
Yeah, well batted, George Bartlett. 111 from 227 deliveries.
4s and 4 6s.
Yeah, so done a fine job for his side.
He has. So they didn't declare when he got out. Josh Davies coming out. Somerset wants a little bit more time just to take this game away from Warwickshire. Finishes off this over and then well, it's your over anyway. I'll bring Phil in now. You can take it up from here.
Danny Briggs then to bowl another delivery from the Birmingham end. He has figures of 2 for 65 thanks to that dismissal of George Bartlett, who is given on the scorecard as bowled, and I'm sure that's correct. As Briggs is in and bowls to Davey, squirts off the outside edge, but picked up at short third man by Warwickshire skipper Will Rhodes. I wonder if 75 overs is the mark for Somerset. Briggs bowls, reverse sweep by Josh Davey, and they're going to come through for a single, and he could be run out, and he's not. That throw had hit from Siraj. I think Josh Davey would have been struggling. He was taken by surprise by Lewis Gregory's decision to call him through for a single. But he gets there, but hope he hasn't damaged his hamstring again in the process. He's flexing his right knee. Briggs to Gregory, 323 for 7. This is short and comes off leading edge, just dollies out into the offside again. Signs of turn out there. It's not going to be easy for Warwickshire, I think, Phil, judging by what we've seen so far this morning.
A little bit of turn. Yeah, a bit of turn. I wonder whether if Warwickshire decide, and they're going to be facing 350, 360, you would think, as a chase, which personally I think is beyond them. Yeah. Way beyond on the final day. I think they'll just be batting for the draw. And survival, as you can hang around quite a long time. We found that yesterday, yesterday morning when Somerset were digging in a little bit to get established, make sure they didn't lose any more wickets. It wasn't really too much trouble. I think they're just going to have to be careful. Henry Brooks continuing. He's on his way into bowl to Davey, who is going to get runs, driving it down to the man coming in off the mid-wicket boundary, who's Will Rhodes. So 324 for 7. How many do you think they're going to want, Anthony?
I think it'll be overs rather than runs.
Yeah.
But well, they're approaching 350, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
They might. Could be 400.
That's really putting the double insurance on here. I think it's insuring your wife twice. That is. This next one is driven away through the offside for a single. And just one this time, so we'll pick up the throw at the stumps, but it's really at the moment push and rush, and just to get that board ticking over. So clearly the batsmen know exactly what it is that they've been sent out and what sort of target they're going for.
Yeah, I've been a bit surprised about how hard Somerset have gone this morning.
Exactly. Brooks again in bowls, and this one, David looking to cut it away through the offside. He can only get the bottom edge, and it runs through to Michael Burgess behind the stumps, who is a lonely looking figure there behind the stumps. He doesn't have anybody else close to any of his fellow fielders within 30 yards of him. It's a backward point, who's some distance backward, and then the rest are spread, saving the boundaries. As Warwickshire try and minimise the impact of this chase. Here comes Brooks in bowls. He's driven down to the ground. Siraj does the fielding at a wideish mid-off, restricts them to a single. 326 for 7.
It's getting lower and slower, this pitch, isn't it? That bottom edge from Josh Davey was indicative of that.
It's clouded up a bit in the last 10 minutes. It was very bright here earlier on this morning, but quite a lot of dark clouds overhead at the moment. I haven't checked the forecast today. I didn't think there was rain in the on the weather forecast, but let's hope not. There's Brooks in bowls. This is short and cut away nicely down to third man for what will be 2 runs by Gregory. Just getting on top of a rising ball and chopping it away through the vacant gully area.
Well, Lee's gone past 350, so obviously that wasn't the mark.
Wasn't it. 375, will that be our next objective? Or 11:15?
77 overs, 75 overs for Warwickshire to bat.
Perhaps not at all. Here's Brooks in. Oh gosh, that kept low, and it's cut away well by Gregory. He's going to get a couple of runs out to the cover boundary. Alex Davis goes sliding, his feet go from under him as he slides on a bit of soggy outfield and then replaces the divots there off that final ball there. But it's 3 for 30 for 7, and they carry on.
One note of reassurance for Somerset listeners is that Lewis Gregory is charging up and down the pitch with no apparent discomfort whatsoever from his tendon problem, so it looks as if he will be fully fit to bowl, and that's important from Somerset's perspective. He bowled very, very well on Tuesday morning.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Tuesday morning, first thing.
Then he went off as though he'd...
In the afternoon, yeah.
Then he came back again and he was fine.
Briggs to Davey. Tosses this one up. Davey turns it into gap on the onside. It'll just be a single. As Henry Brooks does the fielding, sends in a rather wild throw, which Michael Burgess can't take cleanly.
I have to say, when we were commentating on Monday and seeing the way the wicket was playing, I didn't think we'd still be here on Thursday.
331 for 7, and this is outside the leg stump, and it's a wide. That's the 3rd wide, I think, that it is indeed that Danny Briggs has conceded. All of them called by Neil Mallender. 332 for 7. And Gregory sweeps, and it's not cut off by Siraj, but it'll just be a single as Brooks sends in another rather high return. A very vigorous throw as Henry Brooks. 333 for 7. Lead 356. We're in the 120th over, 121st over rather, of the innings. 84 remaining after this, so -2 for change. That will mean Warwickshire having 82 overs to get through. Briggs to Davey, who will get something on this and will pick up 4 runs. He goes for a sweep shot, and Neil Mallender says he's not sure whether he got anything on it or not, or is he given 4 wides? 4 wides, so that's 5, is it not? I thought he got a little bit of bat on that. Neil Mallender's in a much better place to
see if they're going to show that again on the
338 for 7. Will count. Briggs to Daly, that one bounces on him and he just drops it into the onside. Turn and bounce, but it's slow turn and bounce. 339. 7. For lead now 362. Briggs to Gregory, who plays a peculiar sort of defensive shot, just dabs it down in front of him and almost rolls back onto his stumps, but he's aware of the danger. Keeps it out. Briggs to Gregory, back on his stumps, and they're just picking up the singles at the moment, are these two. And that's the end of another over. 340 for 7. And off they come. That's it. That is the declaration. 340 for 7. So, and we have had 84 overs remaining, so 82 overs Warwickshire will have in which to score 364 runs to win. So that is a rate of around about 4.5 runs per over, which doesn't sound too daunting, but on this pitch with no fielding restrictions, it's a big ask, and I suspect, Phil Brett, that Warwickshire will set themselves to bat out the day.
I would think so. I would think that would be tactic. Their first task, get through to lunch with no more than 1 wicket down. What they don't want to be is going into lunch 3 down, and obviously still a long way, still 300 runs or so behind, and then having to battle out the afternoon session in a defensive mode. So it's an important session. It's going to be what, about hour and 10 minutes through to lunch today.
About hour and 5 minutes, probably.
Yeah, probably something like that. So that's the key thing from Warwickshire's point of view. Warwickshire cannot afford to lose this game. I know they've got Gloucestershire, which people keep saying, oh well, it's Gloucester next, you should get a victory there, but Warwickshire only won 1 game this season, and the final game against Hampshire, and that could be a really important game because Hampshire may still be playing at that stage for the championship. So it's going to be tough, and they really don't want to go and give Somerset the advantage of having a victory, which would put them relatively almost out of sight at this stage from being able to catch them.
Well, it's enterprising cricket from Somerset this morning. They've added 63 in 3/4 of an hour or so, losing the wickets of Lewis Goldsworthy, who was bowled by Henry Brooks for 44. James Ruse, LBW to Yano for 22 in the process. And George Bartlett, who was bowled, giving Danny Briggs charge for a fine innings of 111. The upshot of all of that is that Warwickshire will need 364 to win in 82 overs, and Somerset will need 10 wickets. And we'll be back with you just as soon as the players emerge from the pavilion for the Warwickshire second innings.
And James with the Somerset to be led out by Tom Hale. And the opening batsman for Warwickshire, and Rob Yates.
Well, welcome back. As the umpires come back out, and Warwickshire will be about to start their second innings, chasing 364 for victory. And we have, 82 overs in which to get them. Two batsmen already out at the crease. Dom Sibley and Rob Yates. And Rob Yates will be looking to get a little beyond his first innings score.
Should be a piece of cake, that's for Warwickshire.
Yeah, that's
in all seriousness, they won't, I think, have any pretensions at the moment of going for it. It's one of those where they'll score runs if they can, and if they find that after 2 and a bit hours there's still only none or one wicket down, they might think, well, let's have a little look. But really, it's all about batting 82 overs to try and save the game. That's how much Somerset are giving themselves. Always easier to be a captain sitting up here than down there, but I would have gone about 15 minutes earlier than Somerset did. However, they have given themselves, well, I suppose they've given themselves a ball and then 2 more overs with another new ball to try and bowl Warwickshire out.
It's got very overcast.
Yeah.
I don't think it doesn't look like any threat of rain, but certainly the cloud cover has come in, and different conditions to how we started the morning. It's going to be Davey to start. It's Davey from the pavilion end, and he's bowling to the left-handed Rob Yates, and he's on his way. So Yates is forward to that one, and he played it right out the middle of the bat, but gets oohs and ahs as if from the slip cordon. G'd up.
Just to get a bit low might be what interested them there, but
he was right behind. I was just watching the replay, and he didn't seem to have too much trouble with it. It may have kept a tad low. Having said that, I thought during the Somerset innings this morning, 1 or 2 of the balls kept low on the batsman. This one is driven by Yates, but not with great timing out into the offside. Abel does the fielding, and there's no run.
So Yates on a pair, trying to avoid that. Somerset will know that they'll have to work hard for the wickets, you would think, particularly if Warwickshire are in defensive mode, which I expect they will be. They'll probably do need to get a few with the new ball here, Somerset.
3 slips waiting. Yates waits, and he strikes this one away nicely through. Yes, it beats the dive of Abel, and they get single. So Rob Yates is off the pair. So just gets a single. So Warwickshire on their way, 1 for no wicket. And, quite again, it was a nice looking shot, but not perfectly timed. No great power behind it, and enough to get him away from that second duck of the match.
Shot, it was quite well fielded, so he's off the mark. Warwickshire lost their first 3 wickets cheaply in the first innings before there's a bit of a recovery going with Sam Hain and Will Rhodes leading that recovery. Couldn't quite build on that recovery late in the innings. Durham, I suppose outside, as it is very outside of promotion from the second division, have completed victory over Leicestershire by 7 wickets. Chasing out their target of 105 this morning. Middlesex are 5 runs away from beating Glamorgan. Middlesex in with a decent chance, and that win will put them in a strong position and weaken Glamorgan's hopes of promotion. That was a big game at Lords. Somerset are chasing just 45 to win and a 40 without loss.
Davey is charging in, but Dom Sibley decides there's somebody moving behind the bowler's arm, and he points up towards what I assume might be the players' area. getting somebody to move. Anyway, everything seems to be sorted. And Josh now has to turn and start again. His first ball simply would have faced. He's in bowls and simply turns this to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Also in the second division, Worcestershire trying to defy the weather, which has held them up at home. I've made a little bit of progress this morning. Sussex are 88 for 3 in their second innings, still 130 behind Worcestershire's first innings total. That's a big game for Worcestershire because a win there would just about get them in contention for promotion at what is a very tight promotion race, other than Notts being well clear.
Davey again comes in, bowls, and Sibley stretching forward, takes the bat out of the way, and ball goes through to the keeper. He comes down and has a little look at the wicket, and gives it a tap.
Might be the last season, of course, where you have two teams coming up from the second division.
Yes.
That'll be discussed and put into practice.
Well, last time for a few, perhaps a couple of years, till it's tinkered with again after.
Well, they have promised
2 years
this time that won't
that.
happen. That's been one of the promises made, that they won't do that this time.
Davey in bowls, and again Sibley is forward to that one, playing it back to the bowler who can't field it cleanly. It's the last ball of the opening over of the Warwickshire's second innings, and they are one without loss at the end of it.
And the one game in the first division, which is a crucial game, an interesting game at the moment, Surrey are being held up. Northants 281 for 5, now leave 199. So here, Warwickshire trying to survive. So that Surrey game, they are going to be ahead of Hampshire if that game ends in a draw, but only by a few points if it's a draw. And that's the sort of worst case scenario for Warwickshire, really, if the championship race is still very tight between Hampshire and Surrey going into Warwickshire's last game here against Hampshire, which is why Warwickshire, well, they need the draw here. They get a draw here, and then if they can get a win in Gloucester, and believe me, I'm not taking that remotely for granted, as Gregory comes around the wicket. That's played out the offside, there's no run. Warwickshire managed just one win this season. Gloucestershire showing signs belatedly, as often happens actually with teams, have been competitive. They're unlucky not to beat Somerset in the last game, so I'm not saying that Warwickshire will beat Gloucestershire, but if they could and get a draw here, that might just be enough to keep them alive. I was thinking about this, a draw here that does in theory keep it in Warwickshire's hands, because Somerset played Kent in the last game. If this is a draw, Warwickshire will be level with Kent and 8 points behind Somerset. As Gregory comes round the wicket, and that's played to mid-wicket for no run. So in theory it would mean that Warwickshire were to win their last 2 games. That should be enough, because Somerset played Kent. Now, Warwickshire won 1 of the first 12, or will have done after this match, so you could argue, well, are they likely to win the last 2? But they did one year, I seem to remember, win the last 3 to avoid relegation. So who knows? So a draw would, at least in theory, pretty much keep it in Warwickshire's hands in terms of their own fate. Somerset, a draw would certainly not make them safe, but it would put them in a strong position compared to the other 2 contenders for that. Well, I say 2, it might be more than that, but I'm working with 3. There are 3 contenders really for that second relegation place, as that goes down the leg side, taken by the wicketkeeper. I don't think Gloucestershire can realistically stay up now. Might have done if they'd beaten Somerset and then follow that up with a win against Warwickshire, but the weather frustrated them against Somerset, so I can't see them going down. And I don't think Yorkshire and Northants are likely to be dragged into it.
No.
Warwickshire will get 11, they'll be 115. I mean, Yorkshire will be 17 points clear, Northants 18. So not absolutely safe, but I'd be surprised if they were dragged in. Oh, that's gone past Yates' outside edge. Good ball from Gregory. Yates pushing at that.
Yeah, if Warwickshire were to get a draw out of this game, they would be 36 points ahead of Gloucestershire, with Gloucester having 2 games to go. Gloucestershire would have to win both and take max virtually.
Warwickshire would be on 115.
So
that would be
40 points. Yeah, they'd virtually have to win. Well, they'd have to win both with bonus points, and assume that.
And also they've got to catch, not just catch Warwickshire, they've got to catch Somerset or Kent as well.
Yeah.
So
I was just going to say, I think Gloucestershire look to be pretty much nailed on to go down, don't they? Unfortunately, from them. who goes with them, as you say?
One without loss, Warwickshire. Let's see off 82 overs, a minimum 82 overs, of course. If Somerset get through the overs very quickly with a spinner on, it might fit the odd one in. That's why I'm not suggesting that Dom Sibley was indulging that early on, but you might see the odd bit of time-wasting tactic from Warwickshire just to make sure that doesn't happen. Gregory round the wicket to bowl, and Yates pushes up onto the leg side. 2 overs ticked off for Warwickshire, and that's what it's all about, really. They are 2 without loss. After 2 overs, Yates having scored both the runs, and he'll keep the strike.
The other factor which may well come into this today is there are 82 to start this innings, but we've seen it on each of the days so far that the light has deteriorated quite quickly. And even yesterday, where they came off for bad light with 4 or 5 overs, then did come back on for a couple of overs at the end. But that was a bright evening. If it stayed overclouded like it is now, it's possible that they'd lose some anyway.
Middlesex, by the way, just have completed that victory against Glamorgan by 10 wickets.
Just Davey in again and bowls well wide outside the off stump. Very generously not given as a wide. Not quite sure of the consistency on calling wides in this game, I have to say. That one, gosh, that just crept inside the turn crease. So 2 for no wicket. Danny Briggs was called for a couple of leg side wides, which was nowhere near as wide as that last delivery. However, here's Davey again. He's in and bowls down the leg side and flies away down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. Just gets a nick off the pads and runs further away. James Rue diving across was unable to do it in the end. It flicked it away quite wide of Rue's dive. Not sure it was much of a shot played by Yates, but there was a semblance of moving the bat, and he gets 4.
By count of it. Actually, there were 6 in the end in the Somerset innings. None in either team's first innings, but now a total of 10 leg byes in the match.
So 6 for no wicket, Warwickshire. That's Davey in again to bowl to Yates, who leaves outside the off stump and lets the ball go through to Rue.
It's a test of this for Warwickshire. Should back themselves. The pitch probably getting easier, but being a bit frail with the bat. They'll be under pressure. Confidence probably a bit low. Even if they get off to a decent start, if 1 wicket falls, will another quickly follow? They're going to show a bit of resolve here, Warwickshire.
Yates waits. Davey bowls again onto leg stump and nicely turned away by Yates. This will run away through mid-wicket and cross the ropes now, so nicely timed off his pads. Just been a little guilty in this over. This is second over, Davey, of just drifting on 2 or just outside leg stump, and Warwickshire move into double figures. 10 for no wicket. Rob Yates moves on to 6 with that shot, and it was nicely picked up. Just turned away, and that will make Yates feel a little better. Must have been very disappointed on Tuesday when he came off, or Monday in fact, when he came off and with the duck, having come back in as an opener. Pushed away into the offside. The final ball of the over. Oh, it's not the final ball of the over. See the umpires walking around as if to go out towards square leg, but he's going to have a look at one of the old wickets. He comes back, so there's 1 ball to go. Yeah, everybody had been clamouring for Rob Yates back as an opener and saying, you know, it was unfair after the successes he'd had opening last season. He was down at number 3, and that could have affected his form. And of course, he couldn't have had a worse return. He's in, and this one is clipped away, and again wets away through mid-wicket. It beats the field and runs away down to the ropes. So expensive over there, that one from Josh Davies. Gone with the leg byes. We had a dozen off the over, so Yates moves into double figures. He goes to 10, and it's 14 for no wicket.
Must have been a lot of people argue that. I was never really that convinced that it would have made a huge. I never, because that was the real reason why Yates lost form. I think he just had a spell of poor form, probably affected his confidence, young man. But I always felt that he's too good a cricketer for that to go on forever. And showed some form with the white ball. A couple of cameos in the T20 when he came into the side, and then played well in the Royal London Cup. Here he is back in the team. Failed in the first innings. We started well this one. He's on 10. Warwickshire 3 overs down, 79 to go. 3 slips and a short leg. If you want a batter to be able to bat all day, Dom Sibley might well be on your list of batters you choose. But Gregory bowled very well in the first innings despite being hampered by a knee injury. He's had a good match. He comes in now to bowl to Sibley, who leaves that. Slightly belatedly, but got his bat well out of the way. Square leg umpire probably muttering irritations as having to switch to point because the short square leg fielder's in his way. So trot over to point to get a view. Attacking field for Somerset. Runs aren't really too much of a problem for Somerset. Arguably keeping Warwickshire vaguely interested might not be a bad thing for them. But Gregory from the Birmingham end bowls. Sibley again gets his bat out of the way. Oozan, as it does nip back. It was a decent enough lead from Dom Sibley, that one. Just putting it in a position where there's a little uncertainty for the batter.
Yeah, it came back, as you say, it did come back, that one. A little bit of extra bounce as well, but Sibley not so far looking entirely settled. Just feeling his way. He's yet to get off the mark.
In comes Gregory once again, and Sibley plays that one comfortably enough. Forward defensive, back to the bowler. No run. Yates has hogged the strike a little bit early on. It's his 6th delivery. And he goes on walkabout. Wanting to help ensure that he's playing against Warwickshire in the county championship next season in the first division.
If he can get into the sorry side.
Do
you think there might be a bit of a guarantee for him going back? He should
comes Gregory. And that's left. So easier leave that one for Dom Sibley. Encouragement for the Somerset fielders.
I think he's hoping as well to figure in their white ball team.
Well, he did play, of course, in the Royal Under Cup, but he hasn't got anywhere near the T20 side for Warwickshire lately. Well, he did initially.
He did start with when he first came.
It did puzzle me at times, I must admit. That, not so much this season, where the batting team, by and large, did pretty well, but I wonder sometimes why didn't come into consideration. Anyway, in comes Gregory to bowl to him. That's left, tightish lead, but Sibley knows where his stumps are, evidently, and lets it go to the wicket keeper. And Gregory will just make Sibley play. 14 without loss, Warwickshire. Chasing, if that's what they're doing, 364 to win. Tell you what, if they did do that, there'd be some boost for them.
Be some afternoon's cricket, won't it?
Be. As I said before, they won't be thinking about that now. They might give it a bit of thought if they find themselves at tea, still with only a handful of wickets down, or 1 or 2 wickets down. Sibley pushes that one away, and Yates coming through for a tight single. He actually gets hit by the throw there, Rob Yates, but he'll be relieved it was him that was hitting up the stumps. Because that, well, given the match situation, I'm slightly surprised that Yates went for that single. To be fair to him, once he decided on it, he committed to it. He might just have made it anyway, but it was tight.
I think it was in, but the question is quite right. Why would you want to go for that? Do that? He's escaped as well. I suppose he can't be that desperate to get off strike. It was the last ball of the over, and so he's got Dom Sibley up the other. And Sibley now on his way with that single, but sure that one did raise a few eyebrows back in the Warwickshire dressing room as quite what that tactic was. So Sibley keeps the strike. Scores on 15. We've had 4 overs now, 78 overs minimum remaining in the day. Warwickshire moved to 15 as Davey starts a new over from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Sibley is forward to that one. Ball evades the outstretched hand of Josh Daly and is tidied up by Tom Lammonby, who now is practicing his juggling before, as the players were going on. The coach was getting him to juggle 3 cricket balls and showing him how to do it, and he actually managed to do it inside the 2 minutes coaching he had down below us. I was very impressed. There's Davey in, bowls, and forward comes Sibley. Again, runs it up to mid-off, and again Lammonby does the fielding. Gives the ball another polish on his shirt. This crowd today is, I wasn't here yesterday, but on Tuesday there was quite a reasonable crowd in, but I don't think it's as many today as there were on Tuesday. Just looking down across the members area, that doesn't look particularly busy down there. As Davey in, and this is run away to Lammonby, picked up with underarms shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, which Sibley was running to, and again it didn't hit the stumps. I think Sibley was home, but again you just have to say...
I assume they've talked about wanting to rotate the strike, but it's quite risky looking singles, isn't that?
Yeah, not what you would normally expect on the side.
Trying to save the game, basically.
Perhaps they've gone in with a completely different attitude, Clive, that they're going to get the runs.
I suppose, forcing the field to change again because they're rotating the strike. That's the thinking, I'm sure. But I want to make sure they don't give away a run out. That would be horrendous. So far, it's 4.5 overs.
It looks the most likely way of getting a wicket at the moment. As Davey is in, and Yates drives away into the offside. This time they take another single, but this time it's a comfortable single. As Katie Aldridge does the fielding out there, keeps them down to a single.
And so he's forcing the bowlers, of course, to bowl left-hand, right-hand combinations. So potentially unsettling for them, keeping the strike rotated like this. But
17 for no wicket. Yates is on 11, Sibley on 2. Davey comes charging in, bowls. This is turned into the onside. They think again about the single, but this was played straight to mid-wicket. There was no run there at all. And this time they sensibly decide to stay where they are. A lot of shouting going on out there, a lot of encouragement, and somebody was commenting the other day on Tuesday at lunchtime on Tuesday that what a noise was coming from the field. This one is cut away nicely by Sibley, away through the offside. It's running out towards the cover boundary. It's going to be pulled up inside. Slight misfield allows Yates to get back comfortably for the 3rd run. But, so Sibley now with that shot moves on to 5, and Warwickshire moved to 20 for no wicket in the 5th over.
So nothing for Somerset in the first 5 overs. Haven't really threatened. Gregory's asked the odd question. Haven't really. I think Yates played a missed 1, but may have to be patient here. Somerset know that maybe not a huge amount of confidence in the Warwickshire batting, so 1 wicket can follow others. They've got the last 5, albeit in different conditions. Last 6 wickets for 55 runs in the first innings. So they may have to be patient here, Somerset. Still got plenty of time, 77 overs left. Of course, we'll no doubt see spin before too long. We'll see what Sajid Khan can do. Lewis Gregory to continue. He's bowling to Sibley, 3 slips and a short leg. As Sibley drives, that's a nice one, and Yates jumps over the ball and allows the ball to nutmeg him, and it is being chased down and won't go all the way, and they will come back for it will go all the way. The fielder has slipped and not picked it up there in the distance.
Well, he got to it,
and then... I'm not sure who it is, so I'll have to identify him, because they haven't got numbers on their shirts. Anthony's not in the box, so he'll get away with that in terms of being named and shamed.
Yeah, having run probably 40 yards to get to the ball, he arrived at it, stopped, and then slid behind it, and it just rolled then through his hands.
I think I know what it is, but I won't say in case I'm wrong. That's run down to third by Sibley for 4. Over the face of the bat, deliberate shot, and the runs are flowing. Warwickshire are storming towards their target here. 364, they're 28 without loss in the 6th over. As I say, no bad thing particularly for some. I'm not saying they're going to concede us, deliberately opposite they're not, but to keep Warwickshire vaguely interested, if they don't get early wickets, might not be a bad thing for Somerset. Don't see Warwickshire taking a huge number of risks, whatever position they're in, however. Gregory comes in to bowl to Sibley, who's now on 13, and just defends at the offside, looking to see if there's a quick single there. There isn't, it's cut off at mid-off. And there's no Somerset fielders trying to encourage each other. Sibley's got rid of a slip. Just 2 slips and a short leg now.
Didn't take very long for that third slip to come out of the attack.
In a way, I'm surprised, but maybe Somerset are just feeling that nothing's likely to carry that far. I've got a fielder down at third. In comes Gregory, and that's driven by Sibley to mid-on. There's no run. I suppose it underlines that Somerset really are not prepared to gamble at all here. The one thing they are determined not to do is lose the game, as Anthony's been saying all along. They regard a win as a bonus, but they will absolutely do nothing that risks them losing the game. And while that might seem a bit negative, I can understand why, because if they're 8 points ahead of Warwickshire and Kent with 2 games to go, they won't be safe, but they'll feel a good deal more comfortable than the other 2 will. Gregory in. Oh, Sibley leaves that, and that did look a tightish leave, and then quite a late decision as well. He lifted his bat out of the way. Getting it back, I think he was banking on height there, and probably rightly, but...
it came back at him. It was close to the off stump, but still far enough away to be put down as a good judgment, knowing where your off stump is. They don't want to lose a wicket with offering no shot.
I don't think we've seen that this match yet, have we? Gregory comes into bowl, and he hits that down to third for a single. We've had a couple of LBW shouts for no shot, but not given. Sibley moves on to 14, 29 without loss, end of the 6th over. Minimum of 76 left in the day. Final day's play. With Warwickshire set, I think, a nominal 364 to win, and we are going to see spin as early as the 7th over of the day, but interestingly, not from the Birmingham end where we see most of the spin in this game. Sajid Khan is going to bowl from the pavilion end.
I'm a little surprised Jack Brooks wasn't given a very early spell. He was the one really who brought the Warwickshire innings to a sort of fairly quick conclusion on Tuesday, where he bowled a spell from this Birmingham end and took 4 wickets. He bowled 2 in and over. He took Yadav and Burgess, and then picked up the important wicket of Hayne, had Hayne LBW, and got those 4 wickets and bowled absolutely probably the spell of the match, I would say, in this game. So Sajid Khan is going to bowl. He's got a slip, a leg slip and a short leg, and simply is beaten outside the off stump by the first delivery. Pushed forward and the ball carried on, and there was a little turn, and simply was well beaten. The push just Just along the long line. In comes Khan again. This is shorter and it's hit away, but straight to mid-wicket. Again, not a great deal of bounce there for that short delivery. Didn't get up as much as Sibley had thought, and he ended up getting in an awkward position trying to play it into the onside. This one, he goes right across his stumps. It was a quicker delivery. Again, he gets it, forces it to mid-wicket, but again, just pushed through that little bit quicker by Sajid. And is giving that one plenty of air. Comes down on it and plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. 29 for no wicket. Can't get through these overs lightning quick. And this one is forced away into the offside to just in front of point for a comfortable single for Sibley. So takes Warwickshire on to 30 for no wicket. Sibley moves on to 15 with that shot. Yates is on 11. Yates on strike for the final ball of this first over of Sajid Khan's. Bowling round the wicket now to the left-hander. Ian bowls and W and Gibbon. And Khan has got Rob Yates. Somerset get their first wicket. And Yates there, I think, was beaten by the speed off the... It was ball... well, he pushed across, and the line of the ball looked to be going across the batsman. He's given out LBW, and he's on his way.
Well, the breakthrough from the spinner then, Sajid Khan. It was a quicker ball, hit in front, and decision given. He has a slightly strange celebration, Khan, where he lifts the leg, and that's it. But he's gone. Yates for 11. May feel hard done by, but tough game for him. Started this innings well, but that breakthrough puts the pressure on Warwickshire. 30 for 1 after 75 overs still to go.
Yeah, I think he might feel just a little unfortunate there, but he wouldn't be the first in the game walking off that way. So Somerset to get their first wicket, and Warwickshire one down. What they've got to make sure, Clive, is they don't lose 2 or 3 now before lunch, because then it becomes a real battle during the afternoon session.
As I said earlier, they were 22 for 3 at one point in the first innings, and 30 for 1 now. So they've got for a slightly better start, but
it has been it has been a feature this season, though, that they just have not had opening partnerships to get the innings, give it any real momentum on a regular basis, and they've been struggling right the way through.
So Lewis Gregory will continue, and Alex Davis won't have to face straight away because that was the last ball of the over. Lift for Somerset. I know that a win here would be put them in a pretty safe position. I need a few points in the last 2 games, but they'll be pretty secure. They can start thinking about where they can finish in the table. I might be able to catch Northampton and Yorkshire if they can win this game. Gregory comes into bowl. Sibley pushes it back to the bowler. And there's no run.
That is said, it was Sajid Khan's first wicket of the match. He didn't get any in the first inning, so struck quickly in this one.
Sibley will know he's got a big part to play here. He'll be aiming to bat all day. This will be a wicket that Somerset will prize if they can get him out. Gregory into bowl, and Sibley pushed it onto the onside and is through for a single. Moves on to 16, brings Alex Davis to the crease. For 1. Greyish clouds overhead, nothing too threatening. Floodlight's not required at the moment. Alex Davis does a bit of gardening. minutes to lunch, so they do have to dig in here, these two. Gregory bowls going down the leg side. Davis nibbles at it. It's got to be a bit careful. There's a short leg there. Wicketkeeper James Rue takes it well. Prevents any buys. It's all about wickets, really. Score runs when they can, but won't be looking too much at their target. This is about survival, and Davis survives that one a little uneasily. It defends it. The ball goes behind him, though. Balls down his back and goes behind him and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Defeat for Warwickshire should be hugely damaging. It would leave them really needing to win at Bristol to retain any hopes of preserving their first division status. I keep meaning to check how many, but they weren't pretty far from being the first county champions to be relegated. It's happened 3 or 4 times. Never happened to Somerset because they never won the county championship. In comes Gregory to bowl. It's played to the onside. It's not happened to Warwickshire. They've been relegated before, not as county champions, but I think certainly Yorkshire have gone down as county champions. Lancashire went down as county champions. Nottinghamshire have gone down as county champions. So it does happen. I'm not sure of what to do to prevent it happening here.
I see the trophy has disappeared out of our reception. The championship trophy has been on display in the reception here at Edgbaston throughout the winter. And
well, they might as well bring it back, because they might have to present it to Hampshire here on the final match. Anyway, Gregory comes in to bowl to Davis, who leaves that. It's a little tight. Gregory thinks so. He stands there with both hands on hips, stares down at the batter. An over survived by Warwickshire, but they've still got 74 to go. That remaining figure must look quite big to them at the moment. 31 for 1.
There's definitely something there for the bowlers in this wicket. It's keeping the bounce is becoming uneven. So I should do this over and then pass over to Anthony Gibson, who will see you down through with Clive to lunch. Sibley takes guard. Sajid Khan is just moving the fielders round. He's got his first wicket with that LBW. Rob Yates, he's in and bowls to Sibley. And Sibley, gosh, that one kept really low. And Sibley just digs it out and pushes it out into the offside, but that hardly got up above mid sort of level, pad level. Guess that's an encouraging sign for the Somerset bowlers if the ball continues to do that. 32 for 1 to put a bit of worry into the Warwickshire batsman there, and the way that ball went through. So Sajid Khan can hardly wait to get back on to bowl again. He's in to bowl to Alex Davis, who pushes this one into the offside and runs. So he's off the mark straight away with a little push and run towards extra cover. 33 for 1. Just forces a slight fielding change just to block that push and run into the offside. Sajid. 33 as for 1 as he comes in again. Back gets turned and simply pushes it into the onside to mid-wicket. There's no run, so this will really encourage the Somerset players. So getting a lot out of this wicket as Sibley forward and just gets over the ball. James Rue comes running round, does the fielding, prevents the single. So Sibley gets set again as Khan in, bowls shorter and whipped away, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And again, that didn't get up a lot. It kept again fairly low, and simply was having to sort of force it into the onside. The last ball of this over, which will again not bring any runs. It's played into the mid-wicket area. It's the end of the over. It's 33 for 1, and good maiden over. Sorry, not maiden over. Good over from Khan.
Well, one more ticked off for Warwickshire, because Somerset might get some extra ones in, although Warwickshire will do their damn just to make that not happen. 33 for 1. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are facing a battle to save this game, this crucial relegation game on the final day of the championship match. They are 33 for 1 after 9 overs. A fairly cautious declaration from Somerset, got to 340 for 7, setting Warwickshire 364 to win. Unlikely that Warwickshire will make too much of a fist of chasing that. For them, it's about surviving the 82 overs to save the game. They've lost Rob Yates, who started brightly enough after his duck in the first innings, but was trapped LBW by the Pakistan spin bowler Sajid Khan in Khan's first over. Yates gone for 11. Dom Sibley's on 17. Alex Davis is on 1. Warwickshire still have another 74 overs to survive. They are 33 for 1. 73 overs to survive, actually, but there we are. And Gregory bowling. Davis has seen off first delivery of the over. In comes Gregory to bowl, and Davis plays out to the onside. There's no run. In that other first division game in progress, Northants at the moment are hanging on, 308 for 6, leading Surrey by 226. Surrey will be top of the table if it's a draw, but they'll be well clear at the top of the table if they win. And Worcestershire still have not had any further luck against Sussex at Hove. Sussex 117 for 3. Still have work to do. Mind, they're 101 behind earlier today. Middlesex and Durham have both completed second division wins. In comes Gregory to bowl to Davis, who pushes out to the outside, looking to see if he can get a quick single. Warwickshire have been looking to rotate the strike when they can, but there's no single to be had there.
Somerset's bowling has improved since the wicket fell. They were a bit ragged at the start. Too many 4 balls. Particularly poor over from Josh Davey, the second over when he bowled.
Sorry, I switched the effects of the mic off by accident there. Didn't suddenly go all quiet in the crowd. Well, could be a tense day, this one. So much at stake. Gregory comes into bowl, right arm over. Davis pushes out the onside, there's no run. There's never a good season to be relegated, but this will be a particularly bad one. There is a school of thought which there might be no promotion at all next season. For me, I think they have to offer a place in that 6-team league to the winners of the second division. Otherwise, we might as well have a break in the second division next season and not bother playing, because you've got to give them something. So
I agree.
Either they could do it in phases and maybe go to 8 teams and have 3 down, 1 up, and then do the same the following season, or they just have to make it the top 5 of the first division and the winners of the second division in that 6-team league, which is not yet written in concrete, of course, but set in concrete. Mixing my metaphors there.
Well, it might be written in concrete. You can write in concrete if it's wet.
Well, that's true. Anyway, it's not yet set, but it seems likely. Well, that's what we're going to get in 2 seasons' time.
Yeah, I think so. For better or for worse.
Yeah. So you really don't want to be in the second division next season if you're currently in the first division.
That applies to Somerset as well as to Warwickshire.
Absolutely. Which is why they are being pretty cautious here. It's not a criticism when I say they're being cautious. They absolutely get why. They do not want to take any risk at all of actually losing the game. Gregory bowls to Davis, who plays that back to the bowler. There's no run. 33 for 1, 10 overs gone, 72 minimum of to go.
Yeah, much better over that from Lewis Gregory, right on the spot. And presumably Somerset are going to bowl Sajid Khan from the pavilion end and rotate the seamers at the Birmingham end.
Interesting choice, putting him at the pavilion end, because most of the spin in this match has come from the Birmingham end.
I think it may be the bounce that counts for it. There seems to be more low bounce with the bowling from the pavilion end. Khan in and bowls to Sibley, who plays that just short of Lewis Gregory at first slip. They're going to come back for a second run, but it was off the face of the bat, and he almost gave slip catching practice to Lewis Gregory. But fortunately for Tom Sibley and Warwickshire, it went down.
Prods the pitch. It's
Khan again to Sibley, who stretches right forward this time to defend. George Bartlett said last night to me that they were a bit worried, some batsmen, about the ball going underground, as he put it, not really bouncing at all. Khan is in and bowls, and this one's turns into Sibley, plays it from the crease out to Imam at extra cover. Plenty of noise from Tom Abel. One or two of the others as well. Sajid in and bowls, and this is just turned past George Bartlett and fielded by Casey Aldridge at mid-wicket. They pick up a single, 36 for 1, Sibley on to 20. They keep up a running commentary to Somerset in the field. Looks like Aldridge. No, that's not Aldridge. Who's that? Jack Brooks, I think, is maybe about to come on from the Birmingham end. Khan bowls to Davies outside the off stump. Lets it go through to James Rue. Come on, buddy. 36 for 1. Sajid Khan is quite a character. He's in bowls, and it's a slower ball, which is played comfortably by Alex Davis out into the onside to bring that over to a conclusion. It's the 11th over of the innings, 36 for 1. Warwickshire have 71 overs to survive, or 328 runs to score if they're going to win.
Warwickshire's second innings, minutes of first innings, were in for a bit of a thriller because they lasted until the 82nd over before the last wicket fell. So Somerset, which will achieve that again, will be right down to the wire. But, so far, 11 overs seen off, but they have lost Rob Yates for 11.
Don't seem to be any demons in the pitch, though, do there?
No.
It's, I mean, the odd ball's keeping a bit low, but it's coming off the surface so slowly that batsmen can adjust.
Well, Jack Brooks did the damage from the pavilion end in the first innings. We turned the innings around just when Warwickshire looked like they were heading for a decent first innings lead. It was Brooks who intervened with 4 quick wickets, changed that.
Looks like James Rue's going to stand back to him, which he started off doing in the Warwickshire first innings, but when he came up to the stumps, Jack Brooks made the breakthrough.
So 36 for 1. Warwickshire will reflect whatever happens in this match, assuming they don't win it. There were spells in the game where they looked to be in a very good position, looked to have a decent chance of dictating the game themselves, but weren't able to see that through, and they had Somerset at 82 for 7 in the first innings as Brooks comes into bowl, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. And then again, when Warwickshire were 141 for 4 and only about 80 runs behind Somerset's first innings total with 6 wickets left, they look like they might have a decent first innings lead, but not able to follow through on either of those positions. And here they are now trying to save the game. Brooks, quite a short run up from the Birmingham end. Sibley turns that round to mid-wicket along the ground. No chance of a run there. Half an hour to lunch. One should be looking at that clock, thinking, can we just get to lunch without any further loss? Don't give Somerset any more encouragement. Brooks with his trademark headband comes into bowl, comes a bit of the inside of Sibley's bat into the ground. Okay, Brooks has a little look at him. Fielded at mid-wicket, there's no run. 2 slips in place. Again, not an excessively attacking field, but it may well be that Somerset don't think much is likely to fly as far as 3rd slip anyway.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Brooks. Right, I'm over to Sibley, who drives that. Just a little over pitch by Brooks, and the only thing that might have stopped that was the stumps at the other end, but it just missed those, and it's straight down the ground for 4. 40 for 1, Sibley onto 24.
Yeah, handsome shot. Nice juicy half volley from Jack Brooks.
The vaults the advertising hall. It was quite elegant vault, the first one. Retrieves the ball. Brooks in again. Sibley defends. Always gone for a quick run there. That's a good running. That was going towards mid-off. You wouldn't think that Warwickshire would necessarily need to go for these runs, but to be fair, they calculated that was taking its time to reach mid-off, and they dashed through for 1, 41 for 1.
Yeah, George Bartlett just a little bit back on his heels there as well, slow taking off to field that.
They have taken a couple of risky singles, which seems a little, I think. They're clearly keen to rotate the striker, though it's less of an issue now. 2 right-handers out there, but anyway. Brooks into bowl. Davis pushes that to backward point for no run. End of the over, 5 runs off it. All do Dom Sibley a 4 and a single. He's on to 25. Warwickshire 41 for 1. 70 overs remaining. Always have to add the word minimum to that. And Warwickshire need another 313 to pull off what would be a fairly sensational win.
And 4.5 runs and over,
Okay.
which is more or less what it was at the start.
In other circumstances, they might say, well, let's go for that, but I don't think
I think they'll probably look at what the situation is when they batted for, say, 50 overs, and if there's a chance and they've got wickets in hand, then they might do a Lancashire, or try and do a Lancashire.
Yeah.
How did Lancashire chase down here?
I'll check. Actually, it was a decent number.
It was over 300.
Yeah, well, they did have
Sargent in and bowls. It's driven back to him by Dom Sibley, killed it on the bounce.
They did have a day plus 4 overs to do it. Even so.
Sajid Khan with his off breaks in bowls to Sibley, who makes room for himself and carves that away through the offside. Lammonby is in pursuit but won't get there. 4 runs to Sibley. Just dragged down that one from Sajid Khan. Sibley made room for himself. Played a nice shot. 45 for 1. He moves on to 29. Looks in the mood, does Dom Sibley. And he's succeeded in shedding one of the slips. Tom Abel has come out of second slip to backward point, so the offside field being reinforced. We've just got the 1 slip and a forward short leg as Khan bowls to Sibley. Back to the bowler, 45 for 1. 364 the victory target for Warwickshire. 10 wickets for Somerset. This is tossed right up, driven back down the ground for 4 runs. Another boundary to Dom Sibley. Second of the over. And that was tossed right up and right into Sibley's arc. It was a handsome straight drive. Somerset bowlers offering up too many 4 balls at the moment. Khan again is then bowled shorter, and this is hammered through the offside. That'll be 4 more. That's the 3rd boundary of the over. And the 50 is up for Warwickshire in the 13th over. So they're on course at the moment. having lost just the one wicket.
I told you Somerset declared too early.
Well, if it had been me, I would have
Well, I was
gone on till about 70 overs.
I was saying I would have come off 15 minutes earlier, but what do I know? Not a lot, clearly.
3 boundaries in the over, simply on to 37. And looking good as he plays this into the onside, and he won't get a run here as it goes straight to Casey Aldridge at mid-wicket. Sajid Khan. Oh, it's the end of the over. It's a rather belated end to the over. I thought he was going to bowl another ball. Nobody had moved after that last shot was fielded at mid-wicket. Dom Sibley 37 with 6 fours so far.
Well,
37 46 deliveries. 47 balls.
He does need to prove, of course, that he can score runs. As well as occupy time with the crease. Lancashire chased down 329. So a smaller target, and they had longer time to do it, given 4 overs of the penultimate day plus the whole of the final day. They did it in the 96th over, so they only did it with about 4 overs to spare.
Casey Aldridge coming into the attack from the Birmingham end, replacing Jack Brooks. Brooks just giving...
I wonder whether he might stick Brooks back at the
yeah, I suspect so.
pavilion end. Aldridge to Davis, who plays that to mid-on. Good tumbling stop there, restricts Davis to a single.
That is Jack Brooks.
Hurt his elbow slightly there, taking that, just giving it a bit of a rub. Landing on the ground, it was a good stop, but maybe a little bit of personal cost. I have to say, I didn't name him because I wasn't 100% certain, but it was him who didn't stop that 4 earlier when I was commentating. Sibley plays that one down to wide, long leg where there is a fielder, so it's a single.
Very nice, lads. I don't think it was very nice, actually. it was the leg stump half volley that was meat and drink to Dom Sibley and Somerset, and not bowling particularly well.
They tried too hard, maybe.
Yeah.
To get these wickets. Here comes Aldridge. That's better ball defended by Davis for no run. They're not going to go down as a result of being too quiet, are they?
They're a noisy lot.
Warwickshire's 50 in 77 balls, by the way. Loss of 1 wicket. And that one is nicely played by Davis, and again it's a good stop at mid-wicket. And he's hurt his elbow as well. But he saved, well, gone for 4 if we've gone past him. As it is, they got nothing, so good piece of fielding.
He's grazed his left elbow.
Yes, both he and Brooks have done that now. They're blooded in pursuit of victory here. Now, certainly we've got a 7th wicket against Northants, by the way. That is going to be a fascinating game. 239 ahead, Northants. Aldridge to Davis, plays that one to the leg side. There's no run. No further success for Worcestershire, though, so they still have time, but just 3 wickets down, Sussex 77 behind at Hove. The only other games that currently in progress, Middlesex and Durham having completed victories earlier today, and Essex having done so in the First Division yesterday in fairly dramatic fashion. England's women taking on India at Bristol later this evening. T20. Davis plays that one to mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, no run. But another over, ticked off from Warwickshire's point of view, and they're getting closer to lunch. The loss of just Rob Yates for 11, 55 for 1. Sibley on bright and breezy 38, Davis on a cautious 2.
Yes, that Essex win is a carbon copy of their win down in Taunton, which they won that game. They won down by 1 wicket, with the 9th wicket falling when the scores were level, and it was Shane Snater as well who carried Essex home at Taunton when I think they needed 84 to win, and were 84 for 9 when they ran the leg by that brought them victory. So it's 2 1-wicket wins for Essex so far this season.
So Jack Brooks is going to come in this end. The question is now whether Khan will move to the Birmingham end, or whether they'll give him a rest.
I think, for my money, Khan has got to be their main threat.
Yeah.
The seamers don't seem to be getting too much out of it at the moment. Tom Willoughby still looking ruefully at his left elbow, underarm. Brooks is in the bowls. This is driven, but Bartlett cut it off at mid-on. Again, over pitch from Jack Brooks. Who is an attacking bowler. I don't know why he's not brought James Rue up to the stumps yet, as he did in the Warwickshire first innings to good effect. Just the one slip as Brooks is in bowls to Sibley, who fences at that, goes through low to James Rue. I'm not sure even if he got an edge it would have carried.
No. I suppose that is part of the problem for Somerset, isn't it? It's not really good finding the edges of these low balls, but turn to catches. So that one did keep low. Morris's first wicket pair survived, or were there for exactly 7 overs, so this pair have already done slightly better than that.
Brooks bowls to Sibley, who's defending. Good ball this time from Jack Brooks. Yeah, just the one slip, Lewis Gregory at first slip. Then we got a third man. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and Captain Tom at mid-wicket. And 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Deep forward square leg and a long leg. Brooks in and bowls to Sibley, who shuffles across his crease, plays that into the offside. He's watching the television up in the press lounge. Dom Sibley taking guard, and he takes a middle and leg guard, which is a proper guard, if you ask me. None of this off-stump nonsense. But he does. Sibley's trigger movement takes him across the crease slightly. As Brooks is in now, he just shuffles across, gets into line, defends that back to Jack Brooks. This is a much better over this from Brooks. This barrage of encouragement from the Somerset captain and fielders. They all take their cue from Tom Abel. Brooks, this is shorter and played to Abel at mid-wicket, end of the over, and I think that was a maiden over from Jack Brooks, who's bowled 2 overs now for 5 runs, 55 for 1. We've had 15 overs, 67 remain in the day's play, and Warwickshire need quite a few more.
Aldridge is staying on for the time being. He'll be allowed a little spell before Sajid Khan perhaps comes back in. Maybe 3 more overs to get to lunch. 15 overs bowled so far. Russia said 364. Or more relevantly, Somerset giving themselves 82 overs to try and bowl Warwickshire out. Aldridge bowls, and it's pushed out the offside. There's no run. Still plenty of talk, as Somerset are keeping lively. Might have to be patient. Hope that at some point in the innings they get a little flurry of wickets.
Say good morning to Greg Hill down there in Hudderston. Good morning, gentlemen, he says. Thank you for the coverage over the last few days.
Aldridge, tall figure, bowls just on leg stump. Davis turns it around to square leg, doesn't get it past the inner field.
Hopefully we can push for the victory to see us nearer to safety. Indeed, Greg.
Well, they're trying. out of caution as well. Aldridge comes into bowl, and that's guided by Davis down to third for a single. And moves on to 3, 56 for 1.
And Lily Olumi is listening to us up there in Yorkshire. Hi, Anthony and Clive. I'm listening as Yorkshire were beaten by Essex yesterday at Headingley. They were indeed.
Bit of a thrill, as I say, the 9th wicket falling when the scores were tied.
Nice to hear from you, though, Lily.
I'm still waiting for my first tie.
I've done one. Somerset tied with Lancashire back in 2017.
That one's played to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Somerset needed 88 to win and were bowled out for 87.
I've come close to a tie on a couple of occasions, but not quite seen it. Many years ago, I did see where the scores were tied, but the team batting second hadn't been bowled out. That's played to mid-on. There's no run.
Ties in 50.
Yes, I've done in the short form of the game, but not a first-class tie. I don't think Warwickshire have had one for eons.
Well, that's tie for Somerset was the first since 1938.
Yeah, I think you have to go back somewhere similar for Warwickshire. I did look it up once, but when the tie looked possible. But anyway, Sibley pushes that one out the offside, and he's sent back. There's no run.
One more over before lunch, or are they going to go off? It looks like one more over before lunch. No extra time on the last day, of course.
No,
they're going off. So there we are, 56.
I was thinking 12:40.
12:40 yesterday and Tuesday because of the...
Back to normal times today, yeah. So, well, Warren should be happy. Do you think it's a slightly old-fashioned rule, then, by the way, not having any time in the final day? I mean, it's based on quite often teams that are matched 1 or 2 days later somewhere in the other end of the country, so I don't see why really. Now, anyway, that's immaterial. So, 56 for 1, they got 1 wicket. Somerset, but Alex Davis on 1 and Dom Sibley on 38 have survived to the close. And Warwickshire 56 for 1. They will have another 66 overs potentially after lunch, and we'll be back just over half an hour's time. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire trying predominantly to secure a draw with a very outside chance of victory after being set 364 in 82 overs to win this relegation match against Somerset on the final day. At lunch, the Bears have reached 56 for 1 after 16 overs. They've lost Rob Yates, who started brightly before being LBW to Pakistan spinner Sajid Khan for 11. By and large, though, despite some variable bounce, Warwickshire haven't looked too troubled, and Dom Sibley has batted positively to reach 38. Alex Davis is on 3. 308 more needed to win. More importantly, 66 overs to negotiate. Warwickshire 56 for 1. So, as the tannoy announces, this is Middlebrook and Malander walk out into the middle, and we welcome you back to Edgbaston for the afternoon session of the final day of this really important First division match between Warwickshire and Somerset. State of play is Warwickshire resume on 56 for 1 after 16 overs, after being set a target of 364 to win, and 82 overs for Somerset to try and bowl them out. One or two Somerset viewers I see looking at the sky. It has got a bit gloomy. I don't think there's any immediate threat. Could add a little bit to the equation. So 66 overs is the minimum to be bowled today, weather permitting. And Doms will be on 38, Alex Davis on 3. I'm Clive Eakin, Anthony Gibson with me.
Required rate just gone up to 4 and 0.66 runs an over. But still a big ask.
Yeah.
And
it's a wicket every 7 overs is probably the required rate, if you like.
Well, quite. And it's not, in all honesty, I've just tweeted, it's hard to say which is the less likely at the moment. Somerset taking 9 wickets or Warwickshire scoring another 308 runs. I was thinking about it, if I was doing a win predictor, I'd put about 60% on the draw, 30% Somerset, 10% Warwickshire. Yeah, yes, I would disagree with that.
0.5% the tie.
But I think Warwickshire are going to have to bat badly to get Somerset into this game. If they bat in the way that Somerset batted yesterday, and Dom Sibley in particular has shown every indication that that's precisely what he's going to do, then it's going to be very, very difficult for Somerset to pick up these wickets.
One slip in as Jack Brooks comes into bowl to Alex Davis, who's on 3, and he carves that one down to third for a single. Davis on to 4, 57 for 1. So plenty of shouting going on in the Somerset field. State of play. If this game ends in a draw, Warwickshire remain in the bottom 2, but only by virtue of fewer wins than Kent. They'll be on the same number of points, and Somerset will be 8 points ahead of both of them. One remaining relegation place, probably. Brooks comes into bowl. Sibley works that out to mid-wicket for a single. And 39. I think, on our calculations, that would put Gloucestershire 8 points away from being relegated. That is to say, if they were to drop 8 points or their rivals to pick up 8 points, that would be them done mathematically.
I think they're just about done anyway.
Yes, from the mathematical
Sadly,
point of view.
Sadly, they're my second favourite county.
Brooks comes into bowl, and that's run down to third, and Davis thinks about second. He won't go there. Well, don't be greedy. You can't have both your counties surviving, I don't think.
Oh, thank you.
59 for 1. Yeah. As I said, Gloucestershire, had they beaten Somerset, with Warwickshire still to come, would have just retained an outside chance. But
they didn't give themselves a particularly good chance. They were very, very slow in scoring the runs to set up the declaration. It wouldn't have mattered, in fact, because it rained all day on Friday anyway. But so.
Brooks bowls, and Sibley, oh, he sat down and almost onto his stumps. He thinks about padding the ball away there. In the end, I think he finished well short of his stumps, but it went straight down when he was looking to push it forward. Caused them a slight alarm. Might have just played over one that didn't bounce as high as he expected. He's on 39. It's been the occasional ball that's kept low, the occasional delivery that's troubled Warwickshire, but they haven't looked in desperate trouble so far. But then they didn't look in trouble until Brooks got 4 wickets in quick succession in the middle of the first innings. That's pushed out to the offside for no run.
But you can tell what Somerset think about their chances of taking these 9 wickets by the field that's been set.
Yeah.
You know, if the ball was doing a bit, then you would have at least 2 slips, probably 2 slips, a gully and a forward short leg. Instead of which we've got 1 slip and we got 3 men back on boundary and everybody else saving 1.
Brooks, right arm over to Sibley, who opens the face of the bat, pushes that out to point, and there's no run. End of the over, 59 for 1. Davis is on 5, Sibley's on 39, so 3 more out of that. over.
Looks like Lewis Gregory's going to have a burst post-lunch. But again, the fact that Sajid Khan isn't probably at this stage suggests that spin isn't going to be a particular weapon. Somerset are just going to try and keep this tight and hope for something to happen, either off the pitch or batsman error, and keep the run rate within reasonable bounds, so that the Warwickshire victory is not quite, certainly not out of the question at the moment, but don't want to give Warwickshire a sniff. Somerset.
Floodlights going on, so it's getting dark out there.
We've got a short mid-wicket, presumably for the ball that stops. Gregory to Davis. He's in the bowls, and Davis just runs this off an open face as comfortably as you like down to Jack Brooks at third man, and they trot through for a single. They've run well between the wickets, Warwickshire, in this second innings.
Yes, although they did take a couple of risks early on. Rob Yates in particular, I think, was a bit of a tight call. Throw missed. But yes, they've rotated the strike, which is...
They have, and they've kept the scoreboard ticking over with ones and twos, and whenever a bad ball has come along, it's been dispatched, not least by Dom Sibley, who I rather unkindly said for the BBC Sport website, it hit some uncharacteristically handsome shots. But he does seem, I wouldn't say he's an entirely changed character, but he does seem to be shoveling it into the onside rather less than when I've seen him in the past. Been some very handsome straight drives. Gregory bowls to him, and there's one again, but Somerset have moved Sajid Khan quite straight at mid-on for precisely that shot from Dom Sibley.
We're told he's worked, ever since he dropped out of the England team, he's worked very hard on his game. Matt Roberts has been full of praise of how much work he's done, Dom Sibley, because he turned down the chance to go on an England Lions tour in the winter in order to stay at home and continue to work on his game.
Gregory is in to bowl to him, and he's half forward, playing that to one of two short mid-wickets.
Hasn't quite scored the volume of runs this season that's got him right back in the frame, but equally, I still don't think he's far down the list.
Has he made any technical adjustments?
Well, only what you're saying, really. He's trying to work
playing
on
a bit straighter.
Yeah, a bit straighter, and he's also tried to bat positively.
Well, he's certainly done that so far. 40 and 60 deliveries.
Somerset have decided they want a ball that does a bit.
Ah. Yes, there hasn't been much sign of anything from this particular ball. Not much swing. Not much in the way of seam movement. The two umpires, Middlebrook and Malander, and they're going to change it, I think.
Is that the first time this match the ball's been changed? Obviously before it's due to be changed. I think it might be.
Didn't they change? I think yesterday they changed it after
yesterday. Okay.
1 over, or 2 overs,
really?
or something like that.
Dear.
1.5 overs, something like that at the start of...
Out comes the boxer balls. Well, they need to get one that's 17.5 overs old if they can.
It's the second new ball that was changed.
Right.
Yeah. So Roelof van der Merwe has brought out a selection of roughly 18 over old balls.
If we get to the second new ball in this innings, then we're probably in for quite a tense finish, because that'll be with 2 overs to go in the day. So if we get that far, something will be going on.
I suppose that may have been an element in the declaration equation, although you'd have thought you'd want more than 2 overs with the new ball, wouldn't you? 10, let's say. But I thought it was a reasonably enterprising declaration by Somerset. They haven't made the game absolutely safe, and they have given themselves 82 overs in which to bowl Warwickshire out. Here comes Gregory with that in mind, down the leg side, appeal for optimistic appeal for LBW, as that was, well, probably wouldn't have hit another set. Gregory looks deeply disappointed, and he gets absolutely no support from wicketkeeper or slip.
It's a nice appeal though, down on one knee, arms in the air.
He's shaking his head and grinning at Neil Mallender. And Mallender saying, didn't think much of that one. 60 for 1. Gregory to Sibley. He's there in bowls, and Sibley gets one off the inside half of his bat to deep backward square leg, where Tom Lavenby comes in to do the fielding. It's another run, 61 for 1. Sibley on to 40.
Still that pretty without fuss, really, reaching 40. Dom Sibley.
40 from 61 deliveries. Come on, boys, says Tom Abel, clapping his hands at second slip, which is where he's positioned himself. There is no first slip. Gregory in a bowls, and Davis drops this into the offside, thinks about a single, it's not there. It's quickly in from backward point. Another over slips by. 18th of the innings, 64 remains, 61 for 1, 303 more runs. Warwickshire need 9 wickets, Somerset need.
It is a game that either side dare lose, really. Warwickshire had the bigger need for the win, but for that they needed to take wickets yesterday, which they were unable to do. As I said earlier, they will reflect on a couple of stages in this game where they were in very strong positions and then didn't make that count. Brooks comes into Sibley, plays that back to the bowler. There's no run. That's still hanging on against Surrey. 335 for 7, 253 ahead. So getting close now to frustrating the championship contenders. Likewise, Sussex are frustrating Worcestershire. They still have a bit more work to do. As Brooks comes into bowl to Sibley, who runs that one down the backward point for no run. Sussex 154 for 3, 64 behind Worcestershire at Hove. The only other 2 championship matches going on currently. Next round of matches next week, starting on Tuesday. Gloucestershire change of tack from Brooks, who now comes right arm over the wicket as that's played by Sibley onto the leg side for no run. It's not quite black cloud, but it is floating over now, so I don't think that's going to disrupt play. Brooks, wearing number 70, comes into bowl. That's played onto the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket for no run.
We got 63 and a half overs, so what's that? 4 hours play, isn't it? Less plus 20 minutes for tea, so that's 20 minutes. Take us through to 20 to 6. Which was about the time they came off on Tuesday, was it not? Bad luck.
It was, yes. Brooks into Sibley, who defends that. Back to the bowler. Another dot ball.
That was Monday.
That's right, first day.
We got a full day on Tuesday. We got very nearly a full day yesterday. 1 over short after the umpires. It looked to be all over. And Mike Taylor and I were sort of packing up the equipment. and the players were summoned back out for another couple of overs.
In comes Jack Brooks to bowl. That's on the pads, going down the leg side, I think, and it's a strangled appeal rather than a real appeal from Jack Brooks.
Yeah.
And there's no run, 61 for 1. My worst case for that, and it really wasn't really my fault, but I was at the Oval for a T20 match. Very early day, second season I think of the T20. And Warwickshire playing Surrey in the quarter-final. and it was a Duckworth-Lewis game. It's also the early years of Duckworth-Lewis, so no one really knew how it worked. And it got to the stage where the Duckworth-Lewis score was on the scoreboard, and Surrey were batting, and they asked how many runs they needed. And 2 runs would have taken them to the Duckworth-Lewis score, and they were told that would win you the game. So Julian took the 2 runs and started celebrating the win, and everyone went off the field.
Here's Gregory to Davis. He pulls this away down towards deep backward square leg for 4 runs. That was short from Gregory, and it sat up and nicely dealt with by Alex Davis. And 65 for 1 is the score.
And I'm on the radio doing our cricket special, and I'm saying, well, thank you very much indeed. So bad luck to Warwickshire, they go out, and I hand you back to the late show. And then 15 minutes later, they all come back on again, because the umpires had got it wrong, basically. And they got a call from Alan Fordham, I think, to tell them, no, that means they're tied, and we had to have a bowl out, which didn't go down very well for. So fortunately, in a way, they won it, so it sort of reduced the argument somewhat.
Is Gregory in from the Birmingham end, in and bowls to Davis, who pushes that into the offside. Goes where they will field quickly from backward point.
Because I think they probably could have got a 3rd run if they thought they needed it from the shot, but yes, so had to bring up the radio. Can you hand back to me, because we need to do this bowl out now.
Just as well he went halfway home.
Yeah, indeed. Tim Mercer got the winning wicket and started twirling his shirt over his head as if he was a footballer.
Gregory to the diminutive figure of Alex Davis, and Davis pushes that into the offside. There's never a single there. Set off briefly for a run, it's quickly sent back by Tom Sibley. Davis on 10 has not, I think, been having a tremendously good season as he.
Davis, no, not really. He had a good century against Lancashire, which he particularly enjoyed because it was a very feisty contest, although it ended up in a losing cause.
That's when Lancashire got their level 1 offences, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Signs of, I think they were both for modest signs of dissent to an umpire's decision, as this is played defensively by Alex Davis.
If you did that in football, every team would be on minus points, wouldn't they?
I think Sajid Khan is in line, and probably Somerset as well, after showing dissent to a decision on being caught behind against Gloucestershire, when he stood his ground and rubbed his shoulder and then walked off very, very slowly, rubbing his shoulder all the way, leaving no one in any doubt as to what he thought it had struck. Gregory bowls to, this is driven down the ground by Davies, over-pitched by Gregory, who dived to try and make the stop, failed to do so, and that's another boundary in this over, so Somerset still leaking 4s. 69 for 1. They're keeping Warwickshire in the game at the moment, Somerset, with some pretty ragged bowling.
It's inspired the first Come On You Bears I remember hearing in this match. I'm a spectator.
Sun is coming out. Somerset need a wicket.
Warwickshire's target down to the 200s now.
295 they need. Gregory to Davis, who drives into the offside, and a good stop by Casey Aldridge at extra cover. It's another half volley from Gregory, inviting the drive from Alex Davis, who timed it nicely, but it bounced kindly for Casey Aldridge as he stretched across at extra cover. It's the end of the over. It's 69 for 1, 14 to Davis and 40 to Tom Sibley.
I don't think Alex Davis could quite believe that didn't go for full, but he's on 14. This pair now have been together for 13 overs. One slip for Jared Brooks, bowling to Tom Sibley. 3 players on the boundary. Sibley's pushed that into a gap on the offside and is able to get through for a scampered but comfortable single. That's up to 41, 70 for 1.
At the moment, Warwickshire can keep up with the required ranges. picking up the singles and hitting the bad balls for 4. Somerset not succeeding in applying any consistent pressure at the moment.
Brooks to Davis. I think a little tip and run from Davis. Well, okay, he judged that better than I did, because I wasn't sure about that when they set off, but they actually got there fairly easily in the end. So well judged, and Davis onto 15, 71 for 1.
They picked their fielder well there. It's Josh Davey, who's not the quickest. If that had been Tom Abel, they wouldn't have taken the single, or indeed Tom Lammonby, who is now changing places with Josh Davey very sensibly.
Yeah, out of the way, Josh. We need someone quicker in here.
Exactly.
In comes Brooks, and that's defended by Sibley, and Brooks feels there's no run. Oh, the black cloud overhead. It's the ground is bathed in sunshine, so I'm poking through a gap somewhere in the clouds, but black clouds up above. Brooks right arm over. Oh, he's wrapped Sibley. Oh, he's hurt Sibley there. He's hit him on the thigh, maybe above the thigh pad, and that is hurt Sibley, and he goes hobbling away. Stung a bit. He'll have a bruise there.
Just the odd ball bouncing either more or less than the batsmen were expecting.
And next one, but the inside of his bat gets him a single. He'd like to finish well here with Warwickshire. Dom Sibley, he's had a pretty good time for it at Warwickshire. I think it's been a successful association, albeit that it's ending now. He signed from Surrey, and he did well enough, of course, to get into the England team, help Warwickshire win the county championship.
Do we know why he's going back?
Various reasons, I think. Part of it is, I think, personal circumstances make him want to live in London. The only thing cricketing-wise, I think it's a little frustrated as Brooks comes in to bowl to Davis, and that's run down to third for a single. A little frustrated that he didn't seem to be getting even under consideration for the T20 team. He'd like to play. He did when he first arrived. I think that was part of the reason why he joined. He was going to play in all formats, and he did when he first arrived. But in the last couple of years, he's got nowhere near the T20 side. I think that's frustrated him a bit. But no animosity, I don't think. I think he just fancies a move back down to Surrey. No doubt he's been made a reasonable offer.
No doubt. As it's Surrey.
Yes, indeed. 73 for 1. But I'm sure he'd like to finish well. I think he will leave with warm regards.
Gregory's going to bowl another over from Birmingham end. It'll be his 8th. He's gone for 22 in his first 7 with just the one maiden. He's bowling to Alex Davis with just the one slip. Davis plays that back to Gregory. Somerset need to bowl dry in the language of cricket professionals. Dotting up is the name of the game. Having said that, after Alex Stewart's statement when Dom, and I'm a fan of Alex Stewart by the way, but after his rather curt statement when Dom Sibley announced he was moving to Warwickshire, I'm slightly disappointed that the Warwickshire Director of Cricket didn't come up with something similar. What did Alex Stewart say?
Oh, it was a little bit. It was a bit of sort of. I'll come back to it in a second.
It's Gregory to Davis. There in bowls. Davis drives, but straight to Bartlett at mid-off, and there'll be no run.
It was sort of. We're sorry to see him go. He's done all right here, but he hasn't done that well, really. That sort of thing. Perhaps a bit unfair. I'm paraphrasing it a bit, but it was a bit. It was a bit of a sort of slightly cross statement. But as I say, I like Alex Stewart. I like the fact he expresses himself.
Best of luck, you Warwickshire lot.
Yes, quite.
With this not very good batsman.
Something along those lines, but there we are. But they got him back.
Gregory persevering from the Birmingham end. He's in bowls to Davis, who's looking for a single. It's not there, is it? Goldsworthy's quickly in from backward point.
I mean, you can understand Surrey being angry when a county takes a player from them, because a county taking a player for another county. I mean, Surrey wouldn't dream of doing such a thing.
Well, let's be fair. Sorry, they are developing some very good young players of their own.
Well, win the county championship this season, but check what the score is. It looks like they might be frustrated today, which would leave it nice and open between them and Hampshire mainly.
Gregory to Davis there in bowls. Davis hits this hard, but it bounces nicely this time for Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point.
Come to think, did you say to be fair to Surrey? When are we ever fair to Surrey? Come on. Where are we? Northants, yeah, they're still 7 down, so it's looking just. Oh no, they were 6 down, weren't they? They're now 7 down. 3, 4, 8 for 7.
I think it's quite a partnership.
No, he was 7 down, wasn't he? Yeah, it's my mistake. Yeah. So they're 7 down, 266 ahead.
Gregory to Davis, who gets this off a thick inside edge to Imam. Coming in from the deep backward square leg boundary. It's just a single, 74 for 1. 59
overs left in that match, so it looks like they'll be frustrated, but they will still be top of the table. Sorry.
And will all counties have played the same number of games at the end of this?
Yes. We'll have 2 left. Points to get maximum bonus points. I think they did, but I'll double check that.
Sibley on strike. He hasn't had much of the strike since lunch. Gregory's in Bolston, and he pushes this up to mid-on, where Saji Khan makes the stop. End of that over. Is it the end of the over? Yes, it is the end of the over. 74 for 117 to Davis, 42 to Sibley. 60 overs remain and 290 runs. Warwickshire need and Somerset still needing 9 wickets.
So Surrey will be, if their game ends in a draw, 8 points ahead of Hampshire. 2 games to go. I've got to say, Surrey came here first game of the season, and I looked at the scorecard and I thought, blimey, that is a team. They did look a very, very strong side. Probably Warwickshire's best result of the season, actually, to get a decent draw against Surrey here. So they'll be 8 points ahead of Hampshire. Looks like it is probably between those two. Because Lancashire will be 35 points behind, 2 games left. So, and Essex a further 4 points behind. But Davis plays across the line, that hits him on the pad and rolls away. There's no run, so it does look as if it's certainly between Surrey and Hampshire now. For the county championship title, I think 2 of the fancy teams at the start of the season. People fancied Hampshire, as I say. I looked at Surrey's team first game of the season, and I immediately thought, well, they've got to be strong contenders. Brooks, there's a wide, almost 3rd slip in place now, as the only fielder in the slip cordon. That's pushed by Davis along the ground for no run.
He's almost like an extra fielder saving one, Lewis. Sort of a short 3rd man.
Brooks bowls, Davis plays that to mid-wicket for a single. And he's on to 18, 75 for 1. I don't think Warwick should be tempted to really go for this unless, as you said earlier, they get down to the last sort of 25 overs and they're still
along
a couple of wickets to them.
Far below 4 runs and over.
Brooks comes into bowl. Sibley pitches that one up, floats it up, and tempted Yorker. Decent delivery. Sibley digs it out. And it's a dot ball. Well, it'll be entertaining if they do get anywhere near. Jack Brooks knows what's happening here. The umpire tell him he's getting a bit close with the front foot. I think they want the ground staff to bring some sort of, maybe he slipped a bit there, because I think they want, they want that, I don't know, what's it called, that thing?
Tamper.
Tamper, okay. Tampered down, sold by Raikuda. Tampered down solid. That one's played back to Brooks's no run. Sounds like Windsor Davis out there. 75 for 1.
Boys.
As we predicted, wickets hard to come by as the game goes on. It's the way Edgbaston's played throughout the season. That one, perhaps Sibley on the path of the game, but he's getting a bit of pain out there, Sibley.
A little bit of extra bounce there from Jack Brooks.
Want to come in, Phil? We'll get Phil Bullock to do a little stint. I'll pop back in time to do the 2 o'clock news. Not all the news, just the cricket bit.
Here comes a groundsman with the tamper. And he's also got it's either a fork or a spade. And they're all gathering around to watch the operation. He's scraping out some of the loose soil. There's a bit of dust coming up. Not wasting time, it's occupying a bit more time. 75 for 1, so 289 more. Warwickshire need in 59 overs, which is just below 5 runs an over. So it's not inconceivable that Warwickshire could go for this if they keep wickets in hand, and especially if Dom Sibley carries on the way he's been going, although he's been rather starved of the strike since the lunch interval. He had 38 he had to his name at lunch, and he's added only 4 runs in nearly half an hour since the players came back out again. How do you see it, Phil Brett?
I think this is heading for a draw, to be honest. I don't think Warwickshire are going to get anywhere close to it.
I think Somerset will probably settle for a draw as well.
Yeah, I would have thought so. The other problem is I've just walked over from the museum and the light is not great, and it's with the cloud cover. I don't think it's going to get appreciably better, and probably will deteriorate towards the end of the afternoon, and whether they even get all the overs in. This doesn't help either, does it? Because under normal circumstances, this time lost for doing this groundwork, you would be able to pick up at the end of the afternoon, but I think with the way the light's been in this game, even yesterday where it was fairly clear, they still struggled to get the overs in.
Sweeping up the dust now. The tamper hasn't actually yet been brought into play, and I don't think it is going to be. I think they've just scraped away the loose soil that was causing a little bit of slipperiness for Jack Brooks in his delivery stride. So Lewis Gregory is going to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. He's having a good bowl, is Gregory, which suggests his tendon is okay, not playing up.
That's good.
But it's good for in the context of next week's game against Northants as well. As he's in and bowls to Davis, who defends. One of the factors in Somerset's dismal performance last September when they lost all 4 games was the fact that Lewis Gregory couldn't bowl because he'd done his back playing for the Trent Rockets in the 100. And although he could bat, his mobility was restricted and he couldn't bowl, and that made a big difference. It was a big loss to Somerset. He's not quite been at his best with the balls this season, to put it mildly. It's his worst season for Somerset, at least a good season in the championship with the ball. This is pulled down to fine leg and will go for 4. That was a poor ball from Lewis Gregory. I don't think it's a very good idea to bowl short to Alex Davis. He's a very good hooker and puller.
That's one of his favoured shots. He's got out to it a couple of times this season, having said that, but he does put that one away, and pretty well, and that one he treated, probably got what it deserved, that delivery. He helped it on its way and got the bat on, pulling it down to fine leg.
Moves on to 22, Alex Davies, 79 for 1. Warwickshire, as Gregory is in and bowls. This is punched into the offside. Goldsworthy will field quickly from backward point.
I think Somerset would have been hoping that go to lunch with perhaps at least another wicket, if not 2 in the bag. Perhaps having Warwickshire 2 or 3 down at lunch. But I think Warwickshire weathered that morning session pretty well.
They were a little bit fortunate, Somerset, even to get that 1 wicket. It was a marginal leg before. I think it would have clipped leg stump. It was umpire's call. This is punched into the offside, and a good stop this time by Casey Aldridge at extra cover. Batting's looking pretty easy, pretty comfortable at the moment for these two.
Yeah, I had a look at that Rob Yates dismissal, and I agree with you. I think it was...
it hit him in front of...
It hit him, but he was bowling round the wicket too and going across the left-hander.
But
he probably had to straighten it quite a bit, but still, he's out. It doesn't matter really what we think. You get so used to seeing it replayed and analysed, don't you?
There's Gregory and Davies. Driving this up to Sajid Khan at mid-on. Michael Atherton in the Times this morning was writing about how difficult things are for umpires these days, not just with DRS in test matches, but with the live streams in county cricket. Batsmen who are aggrieved at their decision will go back into the dressing room, get out their laptop and replay the offending decision time and time again. And
well, until they introduce the technology throughout the first class game, you're not going to get...
There's Gregory in the bowls, and this is turned into the offside.
It's the same argument as applies in the Football League, that beyond the Premiership they don't have the VAR.
79 for 1 at the end of that over.
If you're going to have it, but then you've got to actually accept the fact the cost and the expense of doing it throughout every ground is prohibitive.
I think it would be. I can't see that happening. But at the moment, it's the worst of both worlds for the umpires, because they haven't got the technology to assist them in making their decisions, but they have got the technology to be used against them subsequently to say, well, you've got that wrong.
Exactly.
And we can see that from the live stream.
Jack Brooks will continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Dom Sibley. He's in and bowls, and Sibley comes forward and runs it away into the offside. There's no run. Floodlights are still on here, although I think the light has lifted a little bit, and it's in fact, as I say that, I can see sunshine on the far end of the ground, on the crowd at the far end of the ground. And that's not just because that's the better members of the ground today. It's spreading across. This one is run away into the gully, and again from Sibley there's no run.
Somerset supporters have gone rather quiet since lunch. Not much happening out there for Somerset. The ball hasn't passed the bat since lunch, and it didn't pass the bat more than once or twice before lunch.
I think the last couple of days it's been pretty much batsman comfort. This one pushed down the wicket. There's no run. It looks the sort of wicket where if you just want to actually survive, dig in and survive on it and take your own pace, you can go along quite well. Early on, at the start of this innings, it did seem the ball was keeping a bit low, but the bounce seems to have gone. I'd had a chat with Gary Barwell as well, the groundsman, and he said, the odd one will. He said, but it will only be the odd one which will keep low. He said, with one or two little spots. This one is forward into that and run away, and there's no run. It stays on 79 for 1. Sibley 42 from 82 deliveries, and Davis 22, and he's faced 48. One man out earlier in the day. Yates for 11. This one again simply pushes back to the bowler. He books fields off his own bowling. There's no run.
He's bowling a good line of length at the moment. Is Jack Brooks making the batsman play? Bowling just fractionally short of a good length. He's dragged his length back a little bit from his standard full length because the ball really isn't swinging.
No. He comes again and bowls, and again forward comes Sibley, and he runs this one away into the gully. There's no run. Brooks takes the sweater. Good tight over from
Maiden
Brooks.
over.
Yeah, 79 for 1 it remains.
7 overs, 3 maidens, 9 for 13, Jack Brooks. Josh Davey, 3 overs for 14, was not at his best. I just wonder if he's damaged his hamstring. He's still out there, but he's only bowled those 3 overs. And I did notice after one particular delivery, he just clutched the back of his right knee. And he was out for the whole of most of July and August with a hamstring injury. So fingers crossed for Josh Davey. Lewis Gregory, 9 overs for 27. Sajid was coming into the attack. 4 overs, 1 for 18, and Casey Aldridge just had 2 overs from the Birmingham end, which went for 3 runs. But I don't think it's the sort of pitch that's going to suit Casey Aldridge. Tall bowler hits the pitch quite hard. Needs a pitch with a bit more life and carry in it than this pretty moribund strip that we're playing on. It's not offering any of the bowlers anything very much. Somerset's task now, I think, is just to keep it tight and deny Warwickshire even the nearest glimpse of a possible victory. So 79 for 1, and eventually Sajid Khan is going to start his over, and this is outside the off stump and run down to third man for 4 runs. Poor delivery from Khan, plenty of width, and Alex Davis got right across and opened the face of his bat. Third man was, well, it wasn't a third man, it was a backward point. And that is the 50 partnership between Alex Davis and Dom Sibley. 53 in 109 balls, 83 for 1.
Yes, he used his feet well, quickly got in position, and as he said, just glided it away.
Khan is in and bowls. This is a quicker delivery, and this is hit to Jack Brooks at that short third man position. A couple of yards either side, that would have got away for 4 as well. Khan offering too much width to Davis at the moment. Twirls this one up, and that's pushed into the offside for a single. Lammonby onto it, but can't prevent the single. 84 for 1 in the 26th over. 58 overs remain after this one. Sibley on 42, as he has been for some time. He goes for the reverse sweep, and then very nearly, if that was bat involved, it was very nearly a catch to Lewis Gregory, and they come back for the second run, and it is indeed 2 runs. That was very nearly a catch to Lewis Gregory at slip. It came off the face of the bat because Sibley going for that reverse sweep, which again suggests that he doesn't think a Warwickshire victory is out of the question. Moves on to 44, 86 for 1.
Well, not only was it nearly a catch, but the really good sharp throw might have put them in.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good piece of fielding by Jack Brooks. Sajid Khan bowls this quicker. Played into the onside. Tom Abel quickly onto it to do the fielding. Something that could do with breaking this partnership. They're going along nicely, these two at the moment. Khan made to wait by Alex Davis, prodding at the pitch. This is turned into the onside, but straight to Abel, and there'll be no run. So that over quickly concluded. 86 for 1, 56 overs remain.
Gets through his overs very quickly, doesn't he, Sajid Khan? doesn't give the, the quick bowler at the other end much time for recovery between overs.
Josh Davey obviously is fit because he's coming back into the attack.
He's coming in to replace Jack Brooks. So he's bowled 3 overs for 14 so far, Josh Davey. He'll be resuming at the pavilion end. So we have a slip who's standing at third slip, a backward point, a third man, short extra cover, mid-off, a deep mid-on, mid-wicket, and then a man at deep backward square leg and a long leg. That's the field to Alex Davis, who is on 27 as Davies into him, and Davis comes forward, running it into the offside, but there's no run. Lammonby comes racing in from extra cover to do the fielding, not altogether cleanly, but prevents the single.
He's very quick. He's second quickest after Tom Abel.
It's Davey again, comes in, bowls, and forward comes Davis, and again evades the outstretched hand of Davey, but it's tidied up and there's no run.
He's much happier bowling over the wicket, Josh Davey, than he is going round the wicket. I don't know why he's made to go round the wicket to left-handers. Bowled a very poor opening spell, mostly to Rob Yates.
Here he comes again in. This is full and driven away through extra cover. He'll get a couple of runs here, Davis. The ball is retrieved at home comfortably. Dom simply running to the danger end.
Again, signs of aggression there from, I don't think Warwickshire have given this up, you know.
No, I think they still have an eye on it, don't they? It's definitely just looking at it, the way they're going about it. 276 still required, which does seem a lot, but if they have a good hour now, then reassess at that stage as Davies in. Davis runs it away to backward point, and there's no run.
Of the two sides, it looks more like Warwickshire fancying their chances than Somerset. Somerset are pretty much back on the defensive, just trying to bowl dry, keep the runs down, hope for a mistake or something untoward to happen with the pitch. Again, Davis waits, runs this out to the offside, so no force or power, and now we'll pick up the single because Lammonby comes charging in and flicks it towards James Rew, but James Rew was in a different place, and the ball runs away into empty space behind Rew, and Alex Davis takes the freebie. He gets a single for a little push which basically dropped down about a yard in front of him, but that was untidy. 89 for 1, that takes Warwickshire 2 as Davey will come in to bowl to Sibley, who clips this away into the offside, evades Lammonby, and they come back for a second just in front of point. So it's returned. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Sibley. I think that should just have been a single as well. I think Lammonby thought that Imam was going to pick that up and didn't make any particular effort to get his left hand down to field it. So sloppy from Lammonby. Kind of, you almost forget Imam's in this game because he's played so little part in it that you forget he's actually been playing. It's had a very, very quiet game. 91 for 1. Sajid Khan's going to bowl another over. He's 6th from the Birmingham end. He's bowling to Davis outside the off stump and gets a little bit of bounce there, too far outside the off stump. Davis just watches it into the gloves of James Rue. Khan again tosses this right up, and Davis this time pokes it into a gap on the offside and trots through for a comfortable single. Warwickshire's approach, strategy, it seems to be to rotate the strike as much as possible, wait for the bad ball and hit it for 4. This is short and quicker, nearly through the defences of Tom Sibley.
He has that one which he pushes through, and it does deceive the batsman.
He's there again, balls to Sibley, who's down the pitch, turning into the onside, but straight to Tom Maple smartly from short mid-wicket. Again, signs of aggression from Sibley, who's only added 8 to his 38 that he had at lunch. This is a slower ball, and this time they will get a single as Jack Brooks does the fielding by the square leg umpire. 93 for 1. Just the 1 ball remaining in the 28th over. Khan to Davis, who turns this to Tom Abel, and this time they will get a single as sprawls and doesn't pick up the ball cleanly. They think about a second run, but wisely decide against it. End of that over, 94 for 154 overs remain. 270 is the target now for Warwickshire. Is a rate of, I think, exactly 5 runs and over.
Well, we need to get Clive in, don't we, to do his 2 o'clock update. Bring Clive in here.
You bring Clive in there, and then once Clive's done his thing, I'll swap with you, and you can come over here. Here we got Davey in a bowls, and Davis just drops that into the side looking for a single. Isn't there? Somerset very much into plugging away mode rather at the moment.
Thank you, Phil.
Davey bowling from the pavilion end to Alex Davis. There in bowls, Davis goes for a drive, comes off the inner part of the bat to George Bartlett at mid-on, won't get run. Will we get through to the end of this over before your time comes?
Well, I know exactly when the time comes. It comes at exactly 3 minutes past, so we've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
4 balls to get through. It's going to be touch and go, I think.
Isn't it? It's quite exciting.
There's Davey. In and bowls to Davis, who will pick up a single down to deep backward square leg. 95 for 1. He moves on to 33. These two making batting look very easy at the moment.
Yes. No real dramas for them, is there?
Somerset slowing down the pace of the game at the moment. I'll do this ball and then hand over to you, Clive. He's not in any hurry at all. Josh Davey. He's in to bowl to Sibley, who defends back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Joshy still getting a bit of encouragement. Hasn't been easy for the bowlers. It must be a bit frustrating, bowls of both teams in the second innings. Davey comes in to bowl to Sibley, who pushes that under point for no run. Shabon had less than 200 in the first innings. They had Somerset 82 for 7 in the first innings, but second innings neither side has been able to take wickets. Great regularity. Warwickshire got 2 before the close, including the night watchman and the for the end of the second day. That gave them some hopes, but really struggled for wickets. Just 2 wickets all day yesterday. That's going down the leg side. That's taken by the wicketkeeper, Sibley, wafting at it, misses. Feels he missed out there. Another over ticks by, 53 more to see off. One should hope they don't have to see off that many. They'll save the game in plenty of time. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are going along steadily enough at 95 for 1 in 29 overs. They are, in theory, chasing 364 to win. Their priority is to see off the 82 overs and make sure they don't lose. They have been scoring at a reasonable rate, so possibly the victory target isn't completely out of the question, but still seemingly pretty unlikely. But the bowlers, as has been the way at Edgbaston this season, have found it harder in the second innings to get much out of the pitch. Tom Sibley on 47, Alex Davis on 33. These two have put on 65 now and have lasted 22 overs and taking Warwickshire closer to saving the game. Still some work to do, but they're 95 for 1.
This next one from Khan is short outside the off stump, and Alex Davis steps back and cuts it away firmly through backward point down to the boundary for 4 runs, taking the Bears up to 99 for 1, and he moves on with that shot to 27. So nice shot from him. Alex Davis is having a go at anything which has got any width. This next one he's forward to and just runs into the onside, and there's no run. 37 to Davis, 47 to Sibley. Warwickshire still needing 265 more here. As Khan is in, and this one is run away to point. James Rue comes chasing across from behind the stumps to pick up and tidy up. There's no run. Such it again, Ian bowls down the wicket, comes Davis and hits him over the top, up to straight back over the head of the umpire, Neil Mallender, and straight up for 6. Big powerful shot. First 6 of the innings, and Warwickshire move on to 105 for 1. Davis moves on to 43. Good use of the feet and good clean strike. So the intention, Warwickshire definitely have still got intentions here. They've got wickets in hand, so I suppose the thing is, why not? Why not go for it? I think that should they get into trouble, they've still got plenty to be able to put in a rearguard action. So as it comes round the wicket to Davis, who goes back and cuts this one away strongly out to the cover boundary. Aldridge fields, and for 1, he will retain the strike. Good over there for Warwickshire. The 11 coming from it, 106 for 1. Davis has moved on to 44. We've had 30 overs of this inning, so 52 overs remaining. Minimum of 52 overs remaining. Whether we get all those in is a different thing. But at this point in time, we're still on the chase. 258 more required.
That 6 Warwickshire's first 6 of the match. Somerset have hit 8, and that is kind of the pattern for the season, although slightly exaggerated as Davey comes in to bowl, and that's pushed out to mid-off. There is no run. Warwickshire have been out-sixed this season in the County Championship. I'm just trying to bring up the figures, I've got them here somewhere, if I can just get my laptop to open the right pages. But did have one match where Michael Burgess hit the ball to the boundary with regularity. Straight over for 6s as Davey comes into bowl, and that's pushed out. It's a big shout of no as Davis pushes out to the offside. So before this match they had 31 6s scored, having conceded 52. So It's now 60-32. That was Alex Davis's 4th six of the season. He's joint 2nd place with Michael Burgess miles ahead with 14, most of them in one innings.
That's got to be a stat you keep yourself.
Yeah.
I'm going to say.
Well, though you can come up, they do record sixes on the averages. That one is crashed away 4-4 by Alex Davis. Leans back, prompts on the U-Bears, and he moves on to 48. He's now past Dom Sibley.
Yeah, again, he hit that, really opened up the stance, thrashed it away, threw everything at it. So Alex Davis has got his eye on the target. Warwickshire just got to hope that these two can continue this their progress.
I mean, I'm surmising that they've been told to play positively, but probably not worry too much about the actual target. Score the runs, as he said, rotate the strike, and if the opportunity comes to score runs, take it. As Davis plays that one to the leg side for a single. Moves on to 49. This is on. First of these two can reach a half century. To Sibley, who's on 47. And he pushes that one out to mid-wicket for a single. No real pretense of Somerset attacking now. They've got 5 fielders inside the circle saving the one, but no slips, no in the catching positions, plenty on the boundary. Default position remains, don't lose the game.
It looks like Surrey are going to be held up in their match against Northants, who are still batting. They've extended their lead to 295, still got 3 wickets remaining, so Surrey look like they're going to be held up today.
Davey bowls, and he plays that with one hand in the end. Davis out into the Sibley rather out into the deep. It was Davis.
It was Davis.
Well, no, it's his half century. So Alex Davis completes his half century. 3rd time this season he's reached 50. He's converted one of the previous two to 100. And 73 balls for his half century. Alex Davis, he'll be pleased with that. He's, by his own admission, not had the season he'd hoped for after signing from Lancashire in any form of, either form of cricket really. He did contribute with the in the T20, but not, I think, to the extent that he'd have liked. He's played in the 100, so he didn't play in the Royal Under Wonder Cup. Played for Southern Brave in the 100.
He got plenty of starts in the T20, but never really went on to make the big score he was looking for.
His 50 included 6 fours, and that's 6 we described earlier. 73 balls, 113 for 1.
Sajid Khan starts anew from the Birmingham end. He's in, and Davis is pushing forward, and the ball rolls back. James Brew waits to see if it rolls into his stumps, but it was always going well wide of them as it rolled back slowly. And it comes again, pushes this one through, and Davis punches it up to long on for... not quite sure what was going on there, because he played the shot. Oh, I see what happened was that Dom Sibley got into, well, they sort of bumped into Sajid Khan, and in the end Davis didn't take the single because Sibley was off balance. Tom Banton is at backward point on the field. Substitute, Anthony's just told us. As this one is turned this time by Davis to deep backward square leg for a single, and they walk the run.
The England legends in action again in Kanpur, having not had the best of games, first game in that series. Ian Bell captaining the England legends. They were bowled out for 78 against Sri Lanka in 19 overs. T20 game.
This one is played to mid-wicket and there's no run.
In fairness to Bell, he got off to a reasonable start. 25 for the first wicket, he was out for 15, second out. After that, it was a bit untidy. Darren Maddy playing as well. Tim Ambrose, he got a duck.
Was it? Sounds like a Warwickshire Legends. I don't know, England Legends.
Where they perhaps Darren should sneak George in.
Is this Warwickshire's new under 50s team being getting practice?
4 former Warwickshire players, Ricky Clark being the other one in the team that played the first game.
Are they playing just? Is this just a?
It's a series out in Kanpur. So Bangladesh legends, New Zealand legends, Sri Lanka legends, England legends, West Indies legends. In fact, there's legends from 8 countries playing in that particular series.
Who else? Can you read those?
Sorry, I've just...
oh, you just lost it.
Just lost it, sorry. Yeah. So there we are. Josh Davey to bowl. Let's push that on. So I wonder if you get any old commentators out there. That's played to mid-on, there's no run.
Yeah.
114 for 1.
Most of them are still plodding away here, Clive. I can't imagine they're getting big crowds watching them.
I don't know. I might do. I don't know what I haven't seen what the crowds are. People, it can be a draw in sport. Legends or all-stars, former players, can often attract decent crowds. This one is driven and bounces just short of mid-on from Davis. He gave that plenty, and the ball travelled fairly quickly and bounced just short.
Jack Brooks, I think that is.
You're right. Mentioned still been held up. Worcestershire still being held up. They still have a little bit of time in hand. Sussex are still only 4 down, but they are still 24 behind at Hove. The game going on at the moment. Davey to Davis, bowls, and he pushes that back down the pitch for no run. 114 for 1, Warwickshire. I still don't believe for 1 minute it will happen, but if Warwickshire were to pull off a win here, what a boost that would be. It really would be a lift. 1 win so far this season, good win against Essex, but they haven't been able to, that was fairly early season, they haven't been able to add another one since.
They're getting up towards 5.5 and over now, aren't they?
Davey bowls, and Davis drive at that, comes off a bit of the inside of the bat, and from mid-on there's no run. Still Somerset trying to encourage each other both on the field and off the field, and getting shouts of support and encouragement. They'll still hope they get one, maybe a spell like Jack Brooks's in the first innings could get that back in. It doesn't look the way it's playing as if that's all that likely, but it can happen. Davey into Davis, who hits that one uppishly again, but this time very safely down to Fan. Looks disappointed there, Davis. Maybe felt he missed out. They didn't get it fine enough to get to the boundary. He has to settle for a single. 115 for 1.
Yes, he's been particularly aggressive, hasn't he? He's come off 52, come off 82 balls. Dom Simpson's gone a little bit into his shell. He's been, actually, in fairness, he's been restricted to the strike quite a bit. Davis had the bulk of the strike this afternoon session.
Davey bowls, and that's a little tip and run from Sibley. That's well run. They have run well, these two. And he's on to 49 at the end of the over. 116 for 1, Warwickshire. 49 overs is the minimum due to be bowled today, and Warwickshire need another 240. It says 247 at the score. Well, I think that's wrong. It's 248 to win.
248 to win,
yeah. Tie it.
Yeah, they trail by, I think.
Didn't say that.
Yeah.
Didn't say that. It said
Didn't
target. No.
A target?
Anyway, the over 8, by the way, is -1. I mean, but with Sajid Khan bowling, I don't suppose that'll be too much of a problem for Somerset. They will need to make sure they get rid of that. It says trail by now. It didn't before, though. They've corrected it. So 2:48 needed to win.
In comes Sajid Khan, bowls. Dom Sibley cuts this one away down to deep backward point to complete his half century of exactly 100 deliveries.
50th first class 50 plus score for Dom Sibley. His 5th this season, and of the previous 4 he's turned 2 into centuries.
6 fours in his 100, in his 50 rather, so 117 for 1. Both batsmen having reached the half century, they will now try and push on as Davis is beaten outside the off stump. It was an ugly looking little shot, sort of step back away, open the face of the bat, but not a great deal of intent there, just trying to run it away, a little dab at it. Ball goes through to Chew and there's no run. This one he turns to mid wicket and Tom Abel comes racing in and does the fielding. There's no run. 117 for 1. Again, it's just a big dark cloud overhead as this one is short and Davis turns it away down to deep backward square leg for a single. That's all it'll be.
So here's a question for you, Phil. If Warwickshire finish the end of the day 1, 2 or 3 wickets down, will they have won?
No.
You don't think?
No. This one is played away through mid-wicket, really well stopped. Terrific diving stop. Abel keeps them, prevents the run. No, I don't think they will. Do you?
If it's 1 or 2 wickets down, I think they might have.
Such it in and bowls. This is swept away and swept tightly, but very well fielded. I think that's Josh Davey down there doing the fielding. Has thrown himself around, running around the mid-wicket boundary and kept them down to 2. So at last ball of the over, that was. It moves on to 120 for 1. So they're definitely pushing it along still and still looking for it. 244 runs required to win and 48 overs.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting that Warwickshire at this moment in time are chasing it. I just think if they are only, I mean, I doubt there will be only 1 or 2 wickets down by the end of the day. But I kind of think if they are, I mean, if they get to 1 or 2 wickets down with 25 overs to go, I think they then would go for it. Then they will probably lose a couple of wickets and they'll shut up shop again. But that's my theory. So I'm not saying I think they'll win, but I do think if they're 1 or 2 wickets down, they might have. That makes sense.
I think they'll definitely have a go. It's running at around just over 5 and over, but not much more than that.
The
beauty is
Cup game now, 48 overs remaining.
Well, yeah. Are you going to get 48 overs with the light?
There was that. Yes. I did mean it. If we were right
if you
at the
played
end
the
of
whole
day.
thing. Yeah.
Aldridge comes in to bowl to Davis, who runs that down to 3rd for a sing. He's run it quickly, but there's no chance for a second. Now Dom Sibley's looking straight at the fielder. He knows that, so he calmly runs the 1.
There was a time where you'd say 5 and over, don't even think about it. Now 5 and over doesn't seem that many.
And Warwickshire, like Somerset, they will take no risk at all in terms of losing the game. So if they're 4 down, that'll be it. It'll be block. But anyway, we shall see. Will we shake your hands half past 4? Or can either of these sides make a fist of pulling off what looks like a fairly unlikely victory for both of them now? So that's pushing the offside for no run by Sibley.
The half-4 shaking of hands could be awkward here because they could still have 8, 9 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
And only need 140. Do you then actually say...
If they're 1 or 2 down, no, I don't think they would.
You keep going, don't you?
Anyway, we shall see. Who was it that's pushed to mid-wicket? Was it Lancashire away, where Warwickshire were actually quite surprised at how quickly Lancashire were willing to shake hands on a draw?
Yes, I think it was that game. They didn't do that here, though, did they?
No. Chased down 329. Lancashire, I was looking that up, just trying to compare it in terms of Somerset's declaration. I mean, they did chase 329 in effectively a day. as that one has pushed out the offside. There's no run. They were given an extra 4 overs the night before, as Warwickshire looked to give them an awkward spell, and they actually got to their target with about 4 overs to go on the final day. So it would have been less spectacular than a win here would be. Impressive though it was. Luke Wells outstanding in that game.
Yeah, he batted it beautifully, didn't he, at the top of the order.
Here is Aldridge to bowl to Sibley, who tries to turn it around the leg side, doesn't make contact with his pads and rolls down by his feet. It is getting quite dark out there. There's another factor. Whether it's getting dark enough for the umpires to be worried, I'm not sure, but it is getting quite gloomy. The floodlights are on, but it's this old thing about artificial light and what have you. Umpire's on this radio to somebody. I don't know what that's for. He asked him to fetch his light meter. I don't know.
There's a particularly dark cloud at the moment just looming over the ground. That's not helping.
Fielder's gone in a tight mid-on position. The pitch next to the one we're playing on, as that's pushed out to a backward point by Sibley for no run. It's the end of the over, 121 for 1. I think the radio message might have been, if you fancy a drinks break now, is it? No, maybe not. It's just a couple of people have come up for the batters. No, I think it's just the batting side. Have it a quick drink. Well, it might be the umpires saying you can have a drink breaks if you want one. Somerset don't want one, they want to get on with it, but Warwickshire's batters are just taking a little refreshment break. Davis on 54, Sibley on 52. These two now 9 runs shy of what would be Warwickshire's first century partnership of the match. Somerset had one which ended today. Between Bartlett and Goldsworthy. Splendid century completed today.
Tom Sibley has got himself ready. It's taken a little longer than Alex Davis to just put the helmet on, so both batsmen have got half centuries, and it's going to be Davis to face as Sajid Khan from the Birmingham end comes in to bowl what will be his 10th over. He's in and bowls, and Davis pushes this up to the short mid-on. It's a long on and a short mid-on, and there's a man wide-ish mid-wicket as Davis goes back here and cuts this one away down to backward point, deep backward point for his single. Davis does the fielding there.
Wind seems to have picked up a bit, doesn't it? The shirts are billowing in the breeze. You can hear the effects, Mike.
Yeah, and yet the flag over the far side's hardly moving, so it's strange that. So in bowls, this is lifted away down to deep square leg for 1. Sibley just wanders through. For 1, he goes on to 53. So picking up runs really comfortably against Sajid Khan. He's in, bowls again. This is hit away by Davis, looking for an expansive offside shot. In the end, it gets the ball high up on the bat and it runs out to deep mid-off, and there's no run. Sajid again gives that plenty of air. Davis goes back and just guides it away to backward point for a single. Jogs through. 124 for 1. In again, and this one he pushes through a bit quicker. Sibley whips it away down to deep backward square leg. Again, it's just a single, that's all it is. Aldridge comes through and whams the ball back in. End of the over. It's 125 for 1. Gosh, he gets through his overs quick.
He does, which is a possibility of getting extra overs in, light allowing. 125 for 1. If Warwickshire don't have any pretensions for winning the game, then certainly Alex Davis and Dom Sibley will have hopes of picking up centuries. Got up to 50. It's looked good in the book. And Aldridge, Casey Aldridge will try and break this partnership up before it gets to 3 figures. Right, Time over to Sibley, who's gone for the big shot there and is caught in the deep, and he's furious with himself, Sibley. There's a fielder there, whether he didn't realise he was there on the mid-wicket boundary, who catches it inside the ropes, and Sibley has rather given his wicket away and given Somerset a little glimmer.
Pulled that.
Josh Davey the catch.
Yeah, pulled that viciously down there. It was Aldrich pulled the ball halfway down the wicket. Sibley got inside it and looking to put it, but he picked him out. He never had to move. He just simply stood on the boundary, and if Don Sibley had spent all afternoon trying to hit that ball more perfectly out to Josh Davey, he couldn't have done a better job. He put it straight into his hands, and Davey was perfect position for the shot. And out of nowhere, that's the wicket. And I just wonder whether that is, from Warwickshire's point of view, that might just be where we see the end of any potential chase.
Sibley was furious with himself. Sound of 95 then for the second wicket in 30 overs. Good partnership, but he was trying to clear the ropes. He did it for 6, but again, I just wonder whether he hadn't quite read the field correctly. And
it's not a shot you see Don Sibley play that often. I can't remember him ever being caught on the deep square leg boundary.
Well, Sam Haynes' plan, I'm sure, will be exactly the same as it has been for Warwickshire so far. Rotate the strike, and if an opportunity comes to score runs, take them. Don't worry about it too much, I suspect. 67 in the first innings for Sam Haynes, past 1,000 championship runs for the season. Gives them a chance to add some more runs. He appeared to potentially be the first division's top scorer. I think he moved to second place, ahead of Keaton Jennings during the course of the innings, first innings here. I'll double check what the legislative play is on that. But there's a chance of finishing top of the list. And then you could print out the list and send it to every England selector. By the way, my name's Sam Haynes. No, that one's a slower pull which bounces past Haynes down the leg side.
But it was so short, it nearly bounced on Aldrich's toe as it bounces over Sam Haynes' head. Never got any, very much though, considering how much he thumped it into the turf. Now he's kicking and scratching at the popping crease again. So I don't think that was the popping crease which caused that, to be perfectly honest. It always takes the blame though from a bowler.
Aldridge into Haynes. That's on the pass. He's appealing. Certainly Haynes was playing it as if it was going down the leg side. Yes, he moved 7 runs ahead of Keaton Jennings. Did Haynes, and he was still 107 behind Ben Compton of Kent, who was not playing this round of matches. So there we are. Those are the 3 that got past 1,000 runs. Shall we bring Anthony?
Yeah, I was going to say I'll bring Anthony just
now that Somerset are back on the victory charge.
Yeah, do that.
Thank you, Phil. Here's Aldridge. The ball to Davis. Was that gone through the hands of backward points? Goldsworthy has spilt a chance there. And one, so off with the partnership, one follows the other immediately, and Davis nearly did that. It was a very loose cut shot, maybe took Goldsworthy slightly by surprise, and it's gone straight through his hands. That could have been 3 down. Should have been 3 down.
Yeah, from the Somerset point of view, it's just a pity that their shortest fielder was at backward point, and he had to leap to try and take it.
That's play by Haynes down to long leg for a single. Haynes gets off the mark at 128 for 2. I'm just going to be a little bit careful here. Going along quite comfortably. I don't want to start giving Somerset a bit of encouragement. just moving his fielder at third wider a bit. Still no slip called, and Somerset still not expecting a flurry of wickets, and maybe, as you see that last shot, hoping for more mistakes as Davis plays that to the ground to point. There's no run. 128 for 2 after 37 overs. Still 45 overs for Warwickshire to see off. They're not halfway there yet.
I don't think they're thinking about seeing them off. I think they're thinking about chasing this down, and I think they've got a very good chance of it.
Yeah.
5 runs and over, just a little bit more, over 45 overs with 8 wickets in hand, yeah, on a flat pitch against some uninspired bowling.
If it was a Royal London Cup game, I suppose you'd give it to them already, but yeah, well, we shall see. I think the Sibley wicket does change things to an extent, because clearly the strategy was for Sibley to anchor the innings and Davis to go for his shots. And whether that will remain the case, because Sam Hain can play either way. He can be solid as a rock, or he's a very, very good white ball cricketer as well. So they could go from both ends if they need to, but 5 runs and over, you can get them in singles with the field set back. There's nothing in this pitch for the bowlers. And Sajid Khan gone for 48 in his 10 overs. He's bowling to Sam Hain. Back on his stumps, turning that into the onside. Abel is quickly onto it. Angry shout of no from Alex Davis as Hain set off a suicidal single. Sajid Khan from the Birmingham end to Hain, who's pushing this into the offside and will get a single this time, as Tom Lammonby, who can be a little bit of a show pony in the field, tries to pick that up one-handed on the run and succeeds in knocking it on in rugby parlance. Scrum.
Yeah. They decide not to risk the second run. 129 for 2. 235 more Warwickshire need, as this is another single this time to Alex Davis. Goldsworthy put down a chance that he would have expected to take. He's a very good fielder, Lewis Goldsworthy, but he had to leap high, but got 2 hands to it, and that could just have changed the momentum of the game, as this is turned into the onside by Hain, but again Aidan is there to do the fielding. Momentum has been with Warwickshire in the last, well, certainly since lunch. As Khan is there again and bowls slower ball, and Hain just defends quietly into the onside.
74 now in at the end of this ball. It'll be 22 overs since lunch.
Yeah, well, they needed 4.5 roughly at the start of the innings, as that's turned down to Casey Aldridge, deep backwards square leg for a single. End of that over. 131 for 2. 44 overs remain for Warwickshire to score the 233 that they need for what was looking a very unlikely win. It's still looking unlikely, but not completely implausible.
Okay, Surrey got an 8th wicket, but surely too late. Northants 412 for 8, now 330 ahead. Surely that must be safe there. Worcestershire still being held up by Sussex in the 2nd division. Aldridge then got the wicket. Attacking shot, that's played down to 3rd by Hain, who's on to 4. He's turning around looking for a second, it's not there. 132 for 2. Warwickshire. The clouds, still some grey clouds overhead, but it has brightened up a little bit. A little bit worried about the light for a moment. It's okay now. Davis turns that one out to mid-wicket, but can't beat the fielder there. There's no run.
I wonder how many runs Tom Abel saves his side in the field.
Well, he probably saved 1 there. I think the sweeper would have picked it up, but he did save 1. swift movement to make the stop. 4 fielders on the boundary for Somerset. That one is punched in the air and caught.
That's Goldsworthy.
Davis has gone for 58. Goldsworthy takes the catch. And Warwickshire, well, if they aren't going for it, they're taking a few risks now, because that's Alex Davis gone. And, well, Somerset are 7 wickets away from victory.
Yes, whether that one just stopped a little bit on him, he was through the shot too early and lobbed a pretty straightforward catch. But I expect Lewis Goldsworthy's heart was in his mouth while that ball was in the air, having put down the opportunity to remove Davis a couple of overs ago, but he took it safely enough.
It's in consecutive overs for Casey Aldridge. Warwickshire, I wonder whether they've been a little over-ambitious here. They must not lose this game. I know a win, they would have felt at the start of the match they really could do with winning it, and they still feel that. But they really mustn't lose it. If they win it, they're still, if they draw it rather, they're still in there. They'll be level on points with Kent. 2 games to go. Yes, they've got Hampshire to play, but so have Kent. Anyway.
Well bowled Casey Aldridge, 2 for 7 in 4.5 overs.
Yeah, well, one answer. Will Rose, well, he's the captain, so he'll know what the plan is. They're not halfway through the overs. They need to survive yet, Warwickshire. Will Rose has a chat with Sam Hain.
I wonder what they've decided in terms of at what point do they shut up shop. Because they will have made that decision, won't they?
Yes, I would imagine so. Well, I asked Phil the question earlier, if Warwickshire are 1, 2 or 3 wickets down, right at the end of the day, will they have won? I think they probably would have, but 3 maximum. I think once it gets more than 3, I suspect they wouldn't have won.
Volume is turned up by Tom Abel and the Somerset fielders.
Turned up to 11. 3 more balls this over. Certainly, at the very least, these two have just got to calm things down a bit for a while. Maybe have another look in a few overs' time, I would suggest. Aldridge comes into bowl to Rhodes, who works that round his pads. Keeper takes it, there's no run. 132 for 3. So you got Somerset going again. They went 30 overs without a wicket, and then 2 have come in the space of 3. Aldridge bowls, and Rhodes runs that down to 3rd for a single. He's off the mark. It was these 2, of course, they got Warwickshire settled in the first innings after they had been 22 for 3. And these 2 came together. Wrong scorecard. These 2 came together and added 73 for the 4th wicket. But once over, well, Hain had a reasonable partnership with Yadav, and after that they rather fell away, Warwickshire. Aldridge bowls, and that's turned to square leg by Sam Haynes. Looking pretty calm, I must say, as he takes a single, moves on to 5, 134 for 3. At the end of 39 overs, 43 scheduled to be bowled. Warwickshire need another 230. Not a difficult calculation, why I hesitated, I'm not sure. And Somerset needs 7 more wickets.
And the required rate, 5.34. Will Rhodes and Sam Hain have a chat in mid-pitch.
Let's go for 6s and win this before tea. It's probably the plan.
I think probably just calm things down.
Yeah,
I think it's
so.
Calm things down, see how we go, and if the opportunity is there, then go again.
Yeah, that would seem sensible.
Sajid Khan to bowl to Hain, who turns this into the onside. This time they will get a single despite the presence of Tom Abel. 135 for 3. It's a good catch by Josh Davey out on the... Because he was only a yard inside the rope, and it was hit really hard, and he had to hold his ground.
Yeah. Yeah, did do well.
Got a slip in for the left-hander, Lewis Gregory. Calm bowls, and this is defended by Will Rhodes. Back up the pitch. Light is not great. It's certainly not poor enough for play, and Rhodes goes for a back cut, misses it, taken well by James Rue behind the stumps, and that suggests that Warwickshire haven't given this up yet. Calm to Rhodes, and he turns this into a big gap on the onside, and Josh Davey will come off the boundary to do the fielding. It's just a single, 136 for 3. Warwickshire have got plenty of batting. You'd have to come in next, and then Michael Burgess, Danny Briggs, who got a rapid 50 not out in this fixture last year, as that's turned through square leg for another single. Runs coming easily enough for Warwickshire. Sajid Khan not offering anything in the way of threat, really. He's not getting hardly any turn, and what there is very slow, and he's not been bowling particularly accurately either. He would say in his defence he's an attacking spin bowler. This is a better ball, angled in at Will Rhodes, who plays it up to Don. End of that over. Approaching the halfway mark of the available overs to Warwickshire. 40 have been bowled, 42 remain, 137 for 3.
Somerset don't want to concede runs, but I still think in some ways their best chance of winning is to
keep Warwickshire interested.
Keep Warwickshire sort of muddled as to whether to go for it or not. Anyway, Aldridge, who struck each of his last 2 overs, and looked to make it a hat-trick. I remember in Aldridge you scored lots of hat-tricks in football. Here's Casey, comes in the bowl to Hayne, who works that one out to a back of square for a single. Hayne is on to 838 for 3. Which takes guard. Back to a left-handed, right-hand combinations. The singles force the fielding side to shuffle around. Forces the umpire to rather grumpily go from one inside to the other as well, square leg umpire. Helps to slow things down from Warwickshire's point of view. Aldridge round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who works that one again, rotates the strike, works that one down to back of square leg.
I just do not understand why Somerset insist on bowling around the wicket to left-handers. I mean, that is all he had to do is tuck that away off his hip. Should be bowling out across the left-hander's bows.
I'm just laughing because the umpire at point had gone from square leg to point. You can almost see his body language saying, am I going to have... No, I'm not. I'm going to stay where I am. I'm not going to go across again.
See, he's a bit of an old soldier, isn't Neil Mallender?
He stayed right where he is. Aldridge to Hayne. That'll be a prize wicket if Somerset could get it. Hayne pushes it to backward point for no run.
Yeah, I think if Somerset can remove Sam Hayne in fairly short order, then I think Warwickshire might call off the chase. But I think as long as Hayne is there, still very much on.
Problem is, the mainly batters generally are fairly attacking batters rather than defensive ones. From Burgess. Yeah, in comes Aldridge, and Hayne pushes out to the onside for no run.
Do you think the Warwickshire equation would be different if it was only 5 points for a draw rather than 8?
I suppose it would depend on what the table looked like.
But the 8 points for a draw does encourage overcautious tactics, doesn't it?
Yes, I think it's aimed at encouraging better pitches, isn't it? But yeah, Aldridge comes in the bowl to Haynes, who's pulled that in the air, and where's it gone? It's gone for 6. Well, there's 2 fielders out there, so it's a risky shot, but he's managed to place it between the 2 of them for 6. 145 for 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure either of them picked it up. And it wouldn't have made any difference if they had done, as it's gone out in the gap between the Eric Hollis stand and the Stanley Barnes stand, and Jack Brooks has gone trotting after it to retrieve it.
Captain Will Rose comes down the pitch and says, you know, we just talked about just calming things down for a bit.
Well, it was a nice pick-up shot to a ball that was, in white ball parlance, in the slot. You can't really afford to bowl there to a right-handed batsman with a short boundary on that side of the ground. Jack Brooks has retrieved the ball, tosses it to Tom Abel.
I mean, just to go back to your point, I personally not overly keen on 8 points for a draw. Don't mind it being 5 or even 6. 8's just a bit too much. That's my own personal view. I think at any rate, from Warwickshire's point of view, as Aldridge comes into bowl to Hayne, and that's pushed out to square leg, beats the fielder inside the circle. Probably only get 1, he will. Warwickshire would have come into this game feeling really we could do with winning it. I mean, a draw keeps in it, but a draw puts a lot of pressure on them for the next game against Gloucestershire. May mean they have to win it, depending on how Kent get on. Well, they might have been encouraged by Kent's fairly poor-looking performance against Essex in the last match, but... So by the way, England's Legends match in Campo has been abandoned.
Yeah. Well, they're probably quite glad of it, aren't they?
Probably, yeah. Into the bar. Surrey have got Northampton 9 down now. That could be tantalising for Surrey, although the way Tom Cullen played yesterday, they might still fancy that chase. I was trying to look something up and I forgot what it was now. Oh, I know what it was.
Sajid Khan's going to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. The required rate still only just over 5.3. Thanks to that big 6 from Sam Hayne. Khan has gone for 54 in his 12 overs. He's there and bowls to Hayne, who's turning this into the onside, and Jack Brooks coming across doesn't do the fielding, but George Bartlett is there to back him up. Brooks looks as if he's going to come on and have a... No, it's not Brooks, it's Gregory. Gregory looks as if he might come on and have a bowl. Khan bowls to Hayne and pick up a single out to deep square leg.
6 was Hayne's 3rd of the season, so he doesn't hit too many.
No, that was an emphatic blow. No, it was a beautiful pickup shot. $147 for 3. 2 more required in 40.5 overs. And this is a big swing appeal for LBW, given not out by Neil Mallender. Yeah, it was going down the leg side. Wasn't a difficult decision for him to give. In training, do Somerset practices going down on one knee and appealing? Because Lewis Gregory and Sajid Khan both do it very elegantly. It's a good appeal. But, this is a slower ball, turned around the corner. Banton is after it. But, he leaves it in the end to Josh Davies, just a single. 48 for 3. I'm not sure about Sajid Khan. He's been given quite a good bowl, but he hasn't looked like getting a wicket. Probably knocked Sam Hayne over now. 8 for 3. He's in bowls to Hayne. He defends a good ball from Sajid Khan. 148 for 3. 16 more required in 40 overs. Again, at around about 5.3, 5.4 runs and over, with 7 wickets in hand. Well, if they do get anywhere near, it'll make it for an entertaining. It does. As long as Warwickshire in the game, then Somerset are. Well, the game might end up in a stalemate. Will be if Warwickshire start blocking everything. Yeah. They won't do that unless they lose wickets. by the look of it. They certainly haven't given it up yet.
No. Aldridge to come into bowl. And the wicket to Rhodes. Drops a bat on that again. They're going for the quick single. Again, it's well run. There is a shot at the stumps, I think. Hayne was there anyway, safely. Good work.
Well backed
from
up.
Ulhaq, yes, to prevent overthrows. Let's liven the game up a little bit. There's a couple of big shots on the wickets. One or two in the crowd were thinking of going home. I'm thinking, oh, I might hang about a bit longer here, see what happens. Aldridge into bowl. And he plays back to that Hayne into the offside. It's picked up. There's no run. Hammerby. 1-4-9-4-3. So 264 to win. Declaration 45 minutes into the day by Somerset. Sometime after George Bartlett had completed his century. Aldridge to Hayne, defends that, back to the bowler.
Good tight bowling that from Aldridge, not giving Hayne any room to free his arms.
Aldridge to Hayne, gets behind that, plays it to mid-on. Hayne's played pretty calmly so far, well, apart from suddenly launching that sixth out of nowhere.
He always looks very calm and solid,
Yes,
doesn't he?
Yeah.
He does everything at his own pace.
Aldridge bowls. Oh, that's beaten Hayne, playing that forward to that. A little bit of bounce there. And beats his outside edge. Haven't been all that many of those today, but one there. Good ball from Aldridge. Last ball of his 7th over. He's 2 for 19 so far. Into bowl to Hayne, and that one, the bowl's a bouncer which Hayne in the end plays underneath, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper. It's the end of the over. 149 for 3. So,
good over that, just the one run from it. That's what Somerset need to do. Dry the runs up, put the pressure on. I think we're going to have we're going to have another over from Sajid Khan, Lewis Gregory and Tom Abel in deep discussion. Probably talking about whether Gregory's going to come back into the attack, if so when. But for the moment he's going to his position at slip. Most of the Somerset fielders saving one. We've got man out on the deep square leg boundary. Rhodes drives firmly back to the bowler. So we've got a man going back now to the deep cover boundary. So we've got sweepers on either side. As Khan is in and bowls, tosses this one up, is launched away for 6, I think. 6 into the Holly stand, a slog sweep by Will Rhodes.
Captain makes the point.
Well, they certainly haven't given this up. Again, it was an inviting delivery, tossed up and on a good length. And a pretty much risk-free slog sweep for Will Rhodes. Somerset rethink their bowling tactics, I think.
Third 50's come in 81 balls. Second came in 102. The first came in 77.
This is played back to the bowler by Rhodes, and he won't get a run. get the feeling that Warwickshire could accelerate. Too much difficulty against some. This is short and not timed by Rhodes. He missed out there. Looking to hit that away through extra cover. Khan in bowls, and this is hit into the offside. Abel dives across. There's a good stop by George Bartlett. Keeps them down just to the 1 run. End of, no, it's not the end of the over. There's 1 ball still to come. 156 for 3. We're in the 44th over. 38 overs remain after this one. Warwickshire still on course to chase down this 364. As this is just dropped into the offside, and they, after a certain amount of hesitation, decided it was a comfortable single there because the fielder was Jack Brooks, who's not the quickest. And they go through for a single. 157 for 3, 12 to Rhodes and 17 to Hayne.
Positive stuff from Warwickshire. Could have blocked all day. To be honest, I thought that's what they would do, but I guess having got a reasonable start, they lost Rob Yates in the 7th over with a score on 30, but second wicket partnership with 95.
It was that ragged bowling at the start of the innings from Somerset that gave them the opportunity. If Somerset kept it tight in the spell up to lunch, they might have taken the run chase out of the equation, but they didn't.
Aldridge to bowl to Hayne. 5-7-1, no sips. Bowls a slower ball outside off stump, and Hayne decides to leave it.
I think he was looking hard at the umpire as if to say, how about a wide? So he didn't help himself by not moving his feet.
He's pointedly now doing a bit of carving on the pitch that's very wide. Aldridge in again. Over, still saying -1. Oh, that will be wide, surely. It's given us a no ball, in fact, for being waist height. So they'll get 2 there. Kicks the ground in frustration. He slips slightly or not.
Gets a pat on the shoulder from the umpire.
He does, yes. Sorry about that. I had to signal that one. 159 for 3. Aldridge comes into bowl, and Hayne takes a little skip down the pitch, and did that come off Aldridge? If it did, then
I think he got a hand to it, and then it went onto the stumps.
Yeah, I was going to say Will Rose did well to make sure he stayed in his mark. Otherwise, that could have been an unfortunate run out. So Aldridge comes in again to bowl, and Hayne plays that into the ground, back to the bowler. So the dot ball. Get yourself 3 here. What do they call a bridge? Is that what it is? Is that some sort of rhyming slang? Anyway, or ridge, might have been rich, I don't know. Yeah. He's got 2 wickets so far. Comes into bowl. And that's clipped to mid-wicket, sort of square leg really by Hayne. A nice easy shot for a single. Moves on to 18, 160 for 3. And, these 2, they've already had 28. And it's only the 6th over that they've been together. Round the wicket comes Aldridge, and that's driven but not timed by Rhodes. Into the offside, there's no run. So, 204 required. And in comes Aldridge, and that's push out the offside. It's cut off, and there's no run. end of the over. They got 3 off at 2 of them coming from a no ball. Hayne got a single to move on to 18, 160 for 3, 204 required by Warwickshire in 37 overs, 7 wickets still needed by Somerset.
The rate still around about 5 runs and over. As we welcome listeners to BBC Sports Extra to Edgbaston, where Warwickshire 160 for 3, still 204 short of the 364 they need to win, but very much on course. At the moment they need around about 5.5 runs and over, and that's the sort of rate they've been maintaining.
Interesting phase of the game. It could all peter out, but at the moment it's quite intriguing, with all results still possible.
Lewis Gregory coming back into the attack.
Just got to do a quick update in a couple of seconds. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. We've got quite an intriguing final day's play here. Warwickshire, perhaps surprisingly, are making a fist of chasing the what looked an unlikely 364 they were set to win. They're 160 for 3 or 45 overs. They have lost a couple of wickets in going for it, though, which has kept Somerset interested. Dom Sibley tried to hit a 6 and clear the fielder at mid-wicket. Didn't quite get it over Josh Davey, who took a good catch. Sibley gone for 54. He shared the stand of 95 with Alex Davis, who then, having survived one chance, holed out to mid-on where Lewis Goldsworthy took the catch. Casey Aldridge the bowler in both cases. Davis gone for 58, but they're still going for their shots. Sam Hain on 18 and Will Rose on 12 have hit a 6 each, and Warwickshire 161 for 3 in the 46th over.
As that's played away through the offside, out to Josh Davey, who's patrolling the boundary in front of the Eric Holly stand. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, with Clive Eakin from BBC Radio WM. And this could be a very exciting finish, or if Somerset pick up another couple of wickets, I think Warwickshire will probably shut up shop. It's Gregory coming around the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who goes for a pull shot, doesn't time it at all, but another aggressive shot from the Warwickshire skipper.
I suppose the question then will be, if they do try to shut up shot, whether they actually succeed or not. That's
well, I think on this pitch it's not offering the bowlers anything very much, I think.
Sure, there's a huge amount of confidence at the moment, and Warwickshire's batting, who knows.
Somerset attack is looking pretty toothless at the moment. Gregory trying to keep it tight. He's in round the wickets, driven nicely by Rhodes, but it'll just be a single as Aldridge is sweeping on the cover boundary. 162 for 3. 202 more required for Warwickshire, with 7 wickets in hand and 45.4 overs. Sorry, 38.2. I was giving you the number of overs that have been bowled. 38.2 overs in which to get them. Gregory to Hain. Hain plays this hard into the ground and it bounces back to the bowler.
A couple of good, tight, accurate overs from Somerset, with a slightly different complexion on things. Just Warwickshire a few too many opportunities to hit attacking shots. Floodlights on, but it's brighter than it was. It's okay now, a bit of cloud cover to get a bit dark for a while.
Gregory to Hain, who turns this into the onside for a comfortable single. And all Warwickshire need is to keep the singles coming and hit the occasional boundary, and they'll keep up with the rate, which is 5.3 as it has been for the last 20 or so overs. 163 for 3 at the end of that Lewis Gregory over. He has figures of none for 30 in 10 overs. It's been probably the most economical of the Somerset bowlers. Rhodes on 13 and Hain on 20.
We're getting a bowling change. Jack Brooks puts on his headband, as he always does when he's about to bowl. Comes into bowl. It was Jack Brooks that turned things around in the Warwickshire first innings when they appeared to be heading towards a significant first innings lead. Then Brooks took 2 in that over and 2 more soon after that. And he got Yadev, Burgess, crucially he got Hain for 67, and then Brooks as well. Twice this match Brooks has got Brooks Henry's dismissed Jack, and Jack is dismissed Henry.
And James Rew is coming up to the stumps, which is what he, according to Jack Brooks, what did the trick in that first innings.
Jack Brooks without an E. Henry Brooks has an E. The Brooks bit. Field just shuffling around a little bit. Still no real attack in terms of the field placement. 5 saving the 1. It's a bit of a one-day field, really. 5 inside the circle. The rest on the boundary. As Brooks comes in to bowl to Hayne. Plays that down. Field a swoop on it. And there's no run. 163 for 3. Warwickshire. It's a crucial match. Draw would leave Warwickshire level on points with Kent. Warwickshire second from bottom by virtue of fewer wins. Kent third from bottom, and Somerset will be 8 points ahead of the two of them. As that's played to mid-wicket, there's no run. Obviously, a win for either side would make a significant difference. Do you know what Kent wanted? They probably would quite like one team to win this, so that they can. Probably ideally, actually, Somerset, because it would put them 8 points clear of Warwickshire if that happened. Brooks comes into bowl, and that's come off something from Hayne down to fine leg, and he's coming back for the second and gets it. It did come off bat, so 2 more runs to Hayne. It's on to 22, 165 for 3.
On Twitter, Topman asks, will Jack Leach be available for the next game? If so, this could be Khan's last game for Somerset. Don't know is the answer. Up to the ECB.
Jack Brooks to Hayne. And that's pushed the offside, there's no run. I'm sure representations from you, Anthony, but...
Grumpy Git says, no overs from Tom Lammerby yet. Seems strange to me. Me too. It's... he's underused by Somerset. I know he's carrying this ankle injury, but doesn't seem to be impeding him very much. And change of angle might make the difference.
Jack Brooks to Hayne. That's on the party's opinion. He likes that, Jack Brooks, but unfortunately for him, the umpire doesn't. Might have been a bit high, yes.
High, yeah.
He almost actually, he said he liked it. He almost seemed to change his mind and just say, all right then, yeah, probably was a bit high.
Yeah, it was above the knee run.
Well, they've slowed the run scoring down the last few overs here, Somerset, which they needed to do. The question is whether Warwickshire will worry about that much and start going for some risky shots. Hayne doesn't take much risk there. He defends that to mid-on.
They don't really need to take risks, though, do they? 5 runs and over with the field set back. It's no problem. Just knock it around.
Oh, it's tea. I'm so absorbed in the game, I forgot it's 3:10. And so we're going to tea here with Warwickshire 165 for 3. So we've got 35, minimum 35 overs. But if they keep Khan on and they want to bowl more overs, they might just squeeze the electric.
I don't think so. I think if you offered Somerset the draw now, they would take it. Absolutely, definitely.
Well, here's your question, actually, whether you said to both captains, tell you what, you can have the draw now, whether they both take it.
I don't think Warwickshire would take it.
Okay.
I certainly wouldn't if I was Will Rhodes.
Well, they're 165 for 3, Sam Main on 22, Will Rhodes on 13. The players out this session, Dom Sibley, Court Davey bowled Aldridge for 54, and Alex Davis caught Goldsworthy bowled Aldridge for 58. Warwickshire need another 199 runs to win in 35 overs. Somerset needs 7 more wickets. We'll be back. Just 50 minutes for what will either be a slightly anticlimactic final session or could be a thriller. We shall see.
It could.
8 scores from the other two remaining matches that hadn't been played to a conclusion. Starting first of all at County Ground, Northampton, where Northamptonshire are playing Surrey. Surrey in their first innings were dismissed for 339. Surrey in their first innings scored 421. Northamptonshire in their second innings were dismissed for 426. And Surrey are currently 2 without loss, require 343 for victory. At the Central County Ground home, match between Sussex and Worcestershire. Sussex in their first innings were dismissed for 220. Worcestershire declared their innings closed on 438 for 5. Sussex in reply are at tea on 259 for 4, a lead of 40. Neil Manager and James Lee.
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston for the final session of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 game relegation battle between Warwickshire and Somerset. Match situation, Warwickshire in their second innings, 165 for 3, chasing 364, so they need another 199 in a minimum of 35 overs, although if they get anywhere near that, and it certainly will be no more than 35 overs. Somerset will be very careful not to bowl more than they have to. The weather is set fair, only a blue sky overhead. The light has improved since earlier on this afternoon. Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, not out 13, and Sam Hain not out 22. And there's a difference of opinion in the commentary box between myself, who thinks that Warwickshire have got every chance of chasing this down, and Phil Britt, who doesn't.
I don't think. I think if Warwickshire might have a go for it, but I don't think that they have the depth of batting to score 200 runs in what is a maximum of 35 overs.
No, minimum.
Minimum. Well, they're not going to get any more, are they, with the light?
Well, they might if they're 8 down. We've got Gregory from the Birmingham end to bowl to the left-handed Rhodes, who's punching this into the offside as far as Tom Abel, who does the fielding. Well, the rate is...
I sincerely hope, Anthony, I'm wrong, but
I
my head
sincerely hope
tells
I'm
me
wrong
I'm
as
not
well.
going to be. My heart may be on your side, but my head tells me not.
Well, I said to Clive Eakin just before tea that if you offered Somerset the draw now, I think they'd take it. 5.68 is the required rate for Warwickshire, which is nothing out of the ordinary in white ball cricket, as Gregory's in and bowls, and this is played up to Bartlett, who's quickly off the mark from mid-on to do the fielding. The voice you can hear, encouraging his players on, is that of Tom Abel. Still as many spectators here after tea as there were before tea, and I would think there's pretty much an even split between Warwickshire supporters and Somerset supporters, as there are quite a few up from the West Country to watch this game. Crucial game for both sides. Gregory's in and bowls. This is driven, and there'll be a single as Imam is onto it from a deepish mid-off. He shies at the stumps. It's well backed up by Lammonby, and the run is taken, 166 for 3. I suspect that if Warwickshire lose a couple of wickets, they'll shut up shop, or at least try to shut up shop. But as long as these two are out there, and possibly when Yadav is, who's due in next, who's naturally a fairly aggressive attacking batsman as well, I think they will keep going for it.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yadav batted pretty well in the first innings, didn't he?
Very nicely. Is Gregory to Hain. And Hain gets a good one, which he defends into the offside, and Lammonby fields. The threat of bad light seems to have almost literally melted away with the disappearance of the clouds. Floodlights are still on, but we should be good for at least a couple of hours play, which would account for most of the remaining overs. Gregory in his 11th over, he's there and bowls, and Hain won't get a single here as Tom Banton does the fielding. Banton is on the field for Lewis Goldsworthy, who missed a catch at backward point, sharp chance above his head from Alex Davies, then took a much more straightforward catch at mid-on to dismiss Davies, but I think he may have damaged a hand in one or other of those occurrences. Last ball of the over, Gregory's in and bowls, and Hayne won't get a run here, so just the one run from that first over after tea, which will suit Somerset very well. 166 for 3 are Warwickshire, and they need another 198 runs to win.
Will Rhodes having a chat with Sam Hayne. Will Rhodes will be facing. And Josh Davey is going to take the first over after tea from the pavilion end.
He was being put through his paces by Steve Kirby, the Somerset bowling coach, during the tea interval. Didn't bowl very well first up before lunch when when Warwickshire came out to bat.
So here he is on his way in to the Warwickshire captain, Rhodes. He's in and bowls, and this is going to be runs tucked away down to long leg for what's going to be 2. They're going to have to rush to get back here as Hayne gets a move on, but in the end running to the non-striker's end.
He's not the quickest, Imam.
It was a throw which as well didn't really sort of put pressure on Hayne. He was home comfortably. So 2 to Rhodes. He goes on to 16, 168 for 3. Davey in and bowls. This is pulled away through mid-wicket and will be 2.
Good piece of fielding by Casey Aldridge.
Aldridge out there, isn't it? The tall Casey Aldridge, who does the fielding, keeps down. For a second it looked as though that might just beat him to the boundary, but
poor delivery from Josh Davey. I don't know why he bowls around the wicket to left-handers.
James Rhodes come up to the stumps now. As Rhodes is forward, leaning into that one. He's pushed into the offside. Scramble through for a quick single. So Rhodes picking up 5 off the first 3 from Davies over.
Welcome to listeners on BBC Sports Extra. Situation at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 171 for 3, needing 364. So another 193, and they've got 33 and a half overs in which to get them.
Josh Davey at the pavilion end is in and bowls to the right-handed Sam Hayne, who opens the face of the bat and runs it down to third man.
You see, they've got 6 runs in this over so far, and that's all they need. And they've got those runs without taking a risk.
The discussion is going on as to whether Warwickshire will do this, and we have a slight difference of opinion in the box here.
I think they've got every chance.
For 3.
As long as they don't lose a clatter of wickets.
This one is pulled away down to long leg by Rhodes for a single. That's all it will be. So Warwickshire scoring reasonably comfortably off this over. 173 for 3. 20 to Rhodes, 23 to Hayne. Earlier we saw half centuries from Alex Davis and from Dom Sibley. Therefore Casey Aldridge removed them both within 2 or 3 overs. As this one is again run away down into the offside, just pushed down towards slip, and Sam Hayne walks the single. So end of the over, 174 for 3.
Easy as you like. 8 runs off that over.
Just got to do that for the next 33 overs and they'll be home.
They will.
So
Somerset don't really have a bowling attack to contain on what is a very flat pitch. It's become a very flat pitch. It's got flatter as the match has gone on. The writing was on the wall yesterday when Somerset batted through the day, losing only 2 wickets in the process. And Somerset played some enterprising cricket this morning to set up the declaration, as Gregory's in and bowls to Hayne, who won't get a run here as he hits that hard into the ground. They ended up declaring after 9 overs this morning, in which they scored 63 runs, to leave Warwickshire the target of 364 in 82 overs, which some people, not myself, thought was overcautious. If it had been me, I'd have batted on for another half an hour to put the Warwickshire win out of the equation. But at the moment it's still very much in the equation, as Gregory is in bowls to Hayne, who's looking to run that down to third man. Banton quickly in from backward point.
I have to say, on behalf of the spectators, Anthony, I'm really glad you're not captaining the Somerset side.
Well, Somerset, you know, it's Warwickshire who really need the win. Somerset would be quite happy with the draw, and I think they set out this morning to bat Warwickshire out of the game, but didn't actually succeed in doing so. I think they miscalculated the pitch. Gregory in and bowls, and good over this from Lewis Gregory. Another defensive shot from Sam Hayne, and no run there. And it may very well be that if Warwickshire do lose a couple of wickets, that the game will peter out into a draw. But at present, all results are still possible, up to and including a tie. Gregory in and bowls, and Hayne won't get a run here either, as it goes straight to the Somerset captain Tom Abel, who's swiftly onto it as ever, sending in the return. We saw some handsome shots from Dom Sibley, particularly drives down the ground in his 54 from 110 deliveries. Alex Davis was a little bit more adventurous, 58 from 95. And now we've got this partnership between Sam Hayne on 24 and Will Rhodes on 20 as Gregory bowls. This is turned down to long leg, where Imam ul Haq is fielding. It's just a single, so just the one run off this over so far. Gregory showing Josh Davey how to do it, bowling a good tight line, just short of a good length.
It is a much tighter line, isn't it? And
he's coming around the wicket though to the left-handed Will Rhodes. He's there and bowls, and Rhodes cuts this, but straight to Tom Banton at backward point. So just the one run off that over from Lewis Gregory, who has figures of 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32.
so the theory did go a little adrift there about the run. Keep pinching the singles. You've got to do it off the one. When you get somebody like Gregory who's really difficult to score, it does become more difficult to get this 5 or 6 and over. Even with the field reasonably well set back.
Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saving one. Yeah, the rest on the boundary.
Josh Davey continues from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Hayne is running that just off an outside edge, just down through where slip would be. That's the second time he's done that, and the ball's only just gone past the wicket keeper, but they've been able to pick up a single, so he starts the over with the single.
Yeah, I think the field tells you everything about what Somerset expect to get out of this game.
Yeah, exactly.
So no close catches. They're hoping to plug away, wait for a batting mistake or something to happen off the pitch.
Davey round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes. This one is pulled away through mid-wicket and will beat the field. Goes down to the west stand and nicely picked up, but again David not quite getting that line and that length right and allowing Fleming to pull it away.
You know, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, and he's just bowling straight into Will Rhodes' arc.
It's not Rhodes not quite ready, as Davey has to stop his running. On his way again now. In and bowls. And this is down the leg side. This will be more runs. James Roux not able to stop it. He gets to it and takes the pace off it, but back they come for 3. It's been signalled quite rightly as buys, 3 buys.
7 runs off 3 balls.
We're seeing some of the wides called. I think it was a little harsh for the wicketkeeper there that he had that go down as buys down the leg side. But it's the 50 partnership with those extras. 51. It's come off 73 balls. So late ripple of applause from the people in the crowd here at the members' end. This next one is turned away into the mid-wicket area. Pick up and shy at the stumps as Hayne was racing through for the single.
Tom Abel thought he nearly had his man there. Didn't miss the stumps by much, and I think Sam Hayne would have been short.
He was picked up, and I think he was a little unfortunate. He was sort of tumbling backwards when he threw the ball in.
Well backed up by George Bartlett.
So Davey again turns now to the ball, to the left-handed Rhodes, who waits, and this is driven away through and well picked up by Bartlett, who ran round from mid-on and sort of covered the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, which the ball looked as though it was going to go through. Bartlett got to it, picked it up one-handed and threw it back in and restricted Rhodes to a single. 185 for 3. Rhodes looking probably the more aggressive of the 2 at the moment, as this next one is turned into the onside, where Abel again has to come running round.
Every ball of that over was down the leg side, whether it was to a left-hander or a right-hander.
I wonder how many overs he'll get in this spell, Josh Davey, because
I hope, from a Somerset point of view, I hope no more.
Scoring quite freely off in there.
He's just got his line completely wrong.
Yeah, he trudges off to the boundary at the Hollies, in front of the Hollies stand, where he may be staying, I would think. That
took a very good catch
right
there to dismiss Tom Sibley, because he was right on the boundary rope and it went like a tracer bullet to him, and he had to stand his ground, make sure he didn't knock him backwards, the force of the shot. Gregory just signalling at Imam to go a bit straighter at long leg. He's about 15 yards in from the boundary down there. Gregory to Hayne, 186 for 3. He's in bowls, and Hayne punches this into the offside, and Lammonby can't make the stop, but there would have been a single in any case, and Josh Davey cleans up, coming in off the boundary, 187 for 3. 177 more are needed by Warwickshire, so they're more than halfway to their target. 177 in 1 ball less than 31 overs, so again 5.7 runs an over. Gregory to Will Rhodes, he's there in bowls, and it's down the leg side as well, and tucks away down to long leg. They'll come back for a second on the throw from Jack Brooks. And runs coming as easily as you like at the moment for Warwickshire. 189 for 3.
Well, certainly the intent is quite clear that Rhodes and Hayne definitely got their eyes on chasing this total down. But still a long way to go.
Yeah. But they are past the halfway mark.
Yep.
Gregory round the wicket to Rhodes, in and bowls, and Rhodes steers this down to Imam at third man. He's quickly onto it, sends in a good return, good piece of fielding that by Imam, keeps them down to a single. They're putting the fielders under pressure, these two, with their running between the wickets. looks like James Rue is going to come up to the stumps for Lewis Gregory, which again says all that needs to be said about the pace or lack of it in this pitch. It's pretty moribund. Nothing in it for the bowlers now, except a lot of hard toil. This is a good ball from Gregory, and Hayne can do no more than keep it out. Warwickshire don't need to take risks. They can just knock it around, get the odd bad ball away for 4. The spin option, Sajid Khan, has been expensive. 14 overs for 64, going at 4.5 runs and over. Josh Davey, the least economical, going at 5 runs and over. Gregory in and bowls to Hayne, who runs this into the offside, and Tom Banton doesn't field it cleanly, and they're going to come back for the second run. There could be a run out, but he missed, and James Rue missed as well. But I think by the time, oh no, he didn't miss, but by the time that James Rue took the bails off, Sam Hayne was home. But if Banton had hit and he had all 3 stumps to aim at, I think Sam Hayne would have gone.
Yeah, the direct hit would have put Hayne under a lot of pressure, but in the end he got home quite comfortably. The throw back in, James Rue had to take it from shoulder height and bring it back to the stumps. That didn't help him either.
Gregory bowls, and Hayne content to play this defensively into the offside. 192 for 3 at the end of that over. So 172 more in 30 overs. Warwickshire, Somerset badly need a wicket.
So still running about 5.5 and over for these. It's a question whether we get the 32 overs. That's the other aspect, that we might, with the way the light has been falling away at the end of the game, that might be down a little less than the 32. But anyway, at the moment, that's in the future. We're actually got to keep scoring at this sort of, well, in fact, probably need to just step it up a little.
Josh Davey continuing.
It's continuing. I'm a little bit surprised. It's bright sunshine. In fact, it's probably as nice now as it's been all day, Anthony, I think. Blue sky overhead, a little bit of high cloud. But we will see as Davey comes round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Rhodes, and turns this to mid-wicket. There's no run. Over to our right, there's quite a lot of heavier cloud, but at the moment, ground bathed in late evening sunshine. It's quite a cool wind blowing today, though. You need to be well wrapped up if you're sitting watching the cricket. So Davey turns, Rhodes waits, Davey in and bowls, and this beats him outside the off stump. He was looking to run it away down towards third man, but a rising delivery gets through to Rue, who's standing up. Isn't able to take it cleanly, but Rhodes just beaten there by that one. Bounced a bit more, I think, than he'd anticipated.
Roloff van der Merwe has taken Tom Banton's place as the substitute fielder. He's at deepish mid-off.
Has he played much in the championship side this year?
No.
This one is down the leg side, and well taken, very well taken by James Rue, standing up and taking a ball down the leg side, which was going wider down the leg side, and plus the fact he wouldn't have had a great view, because as Rhodes played across it, it sort of obscured the delivery from Rue. So excellent keeping from the young man. He's a good cricketer, it's James Rue, isn't he? He's really good potential.
Very good prospect.
Davey in and bowls, and this one does get away. Rhodes, but straight to backward point. And there's no run.
Roloff van der Merwe's played 3 championship matches.
Plays in the white ball teams, isn't he?
Oh yes, yeah, very much so. Yeah.
always thought he was a really good championship player to have in as well.
Well, if Jack Leach is available, he doesn't get in the
No,
side.
I suppose not. Davey again comes round and in and bowls to Rhodes, who falls this one away. It's short, and he puts it away for 4, and that was a poor delivery. It was short outside the off stump and sat up. And the pace of this wicket, you can't afford to be that short. And Rhodes sort of said thank you very much indeed, and almost slapped it away past short extra cover down to the fence.
Absolute pie.
So just takes the pressure off a little bit from this over, as Davey again is in and bowls, and Rhodes is this time much more defensive. So that one delivery sport what could have been a really good over for Josh Davey. As it is, Warwickshire move on to 196 for 3. And bright sunshine here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, rate still around about 5.7, 5.8.
It's almost getting towards a run a ball now, isn't it?
It is, but run a ball with 7 wickets in hand over what's becoming a shorter haul is not too much of an ask. Cricketers these days, accustomed as they are to chasing down totals in white ball cricket. We've got 5 saving 1, and the rest out on the boundary of the Somerset fielders. Gregory's in and bowls, and he beats the bat of Sam Hain on that occasion, not taken cleanly by James Rue. Slightly forlorn sounding shouts of encouragement now from captain and 1 or 2 of the Somerset fielders, but they're much quieter than they were earlier on this afternoon, as Gregory is in bowls to Hain, who drives, but it'll just be a single as it goes down to Jack Brooks fielding at 3rd man. Gregory keeping things reasonably tight from the Birmingham end, but the same cannot be said for Josh Davey from the Pavilion end, who's been all over the place today. It's the worst I've seen him bowl for a long time. He was very loose, very ragged early on in the Warwickshire innings, and it's been a similar story more recently. Gregory's in, bowls to... Oh, and nearly bowls him. Nearly bowls Will Rhodes with one that came in and didn't bounce very much. Just really, it didn't come in off the seam. It was just the angle that Gregory was bowling it at, firing it in towards the left-hander's off stump. It was the sort of delivery that almost any batsman could succumb to because of the lack of bounce. Here comes Gregory again. 197 for 3, 364 is the target. This is tucked away down to Brooks, who's at long leg to the left-hander, sends in the return. 198 for 3. Rhodes on 33 and Hain on 32. The sun shining full on onto the scoreboard at the far end of the ground. Very pleasant late afternoon at Edgbaston, particularly if you're a Warwickshire supporter. Gregory in and bowls to Hain, who gets this off a thick inside edge down to Imam, who loses his Somerset cap as he does the fielding and sends in the return. Gregory thinking he's not having much luck in this over, nearly getting his man bowled, and on that occasion an inside edge with Hain coming across his stumps. 199 for 3. We're in the 54th over. 34 remain after this one. That's played back to the bowler. 54, no. 28 overs remain. 199 for 3. 33 to each of the two batsmen. And we're going to have, belatedly, a bowling change. Or are we? No, we're not.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Oh,
Yes,
Jack
Jack Brooks.
Brooks.
Yeah, didn't have his headband
Yeah.
on. That's why. He's got it on now.
It's very difficult to read the yellow on the scorecard when the sun gets on it. That's one of the problems which we've had. And I know the members say the same thing, that they find it difficult to pick out the yellow sometimes on the scoreboard.
That's the voice of Phil Britt, who looks after the museum here at Edgbaston. A very fine museum it is too. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. A rather anxious Anthony Gibson at the moment, I think it'd be fair to say.
And I'm still unconvinced of Edgbaston. I'm going to have to make way because Clive's got to do a news update for the local radio, so I'll let him in on this one.
Jack Brooks bowls, and that's played square of the wicket through the offside out to Casey Aldridge, and again Sam Hain threatening to come back for the second to put the extra little bit of pressure on the fielder, and that is the Warwickshire 200 on the board. 200 for 3 in the 55th over. First ball of the 55th over. And Warwickshire still going smoothly along as Brooks is in and bowls, and this is tucked into the onside. There won't be a run as Lammonby does the fielding. Going well, aren't they, Clive?
They are. There's an awful lot to do, but still they'll be pleased with the fist they're making of this. So 200 in 326 balls. I'm going to work out the 50 in a moment.
It's Brooks in and bowls to Hain, who drives this, and it's well fielded by, it's either Tom Banton, who's replaced Roloff van der Merwe as the substitute fielder. It's hard to keep up with the 12th and 13th men who are coming on to field in place of Lewis Goldsworthy. But that was a good stop by Tom Banton.
Fourth 50 took 66 balls. Quickest 50 of the innings so far.
Brooks in and bowls to Hain, who'll pick up at least one as he turns it to Rhodes, as he turns it into the onside, and they get an overthrow, as not a very good return from Casey Aldridge is not taken cleanly by James Rue, and Somerset at cricket becoming a bit ragged. 202 for 3.
Second 100 and 147 balls. Just wonder how long Warwickshire would go for it. I reckon at 4 wickets down they'd still go for it.
Brooks in and bowls. And a scream of no from Will Rhodes.
5 down. If it's more than a dozen overs to go, they'd probably draw in a bit, I would think. But as long as they're 3 down, it's interesting stuff at any rate, isn't it?
It certainly is. As Brooks comes around the wicket, and this is stroked away down to third man. Josh Davey will do the fielding. Another single. 203 for 3. End of that over. 27 overs remain. Another 161 runs are required by Warwickshire.
Thank you for saying that. I can use that on a report. 161 in 27. Going to do an update in a moment. 71 these two have added now. In 16 or 17 overs. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where it's an intriguing contest, isn't this crucial match near the foot of the First Division. Warwickshire are making a surprising fist of their target of 300. 264 set when Somerset declared 45 minutes into the day. The Bears are 204 for 3, and a good partnership between Will Rhodes, who's on 37, and Sam Hain on 34. They've added 72, and it's kept them interested. Earlier, Dom Sibley and Alex Davis both played enterprising half centuries, and Warwickshire just tantalisingly kept themselves in with a chance of chasing down what would be a fairly extraordinary win and a very significant one at the bottom of the table. They still have a long way to go. Another 160 runs required in 27 overs, including this one. They're 204 for 3. Let's play. Oh, those are you Bears. They're getting excited down there among the Warwickshire supporters. A very loud you Bears there. 204 for 3. I think I was just trying to do my calculations. I hadn't bothered calculating what would happen if Warwickshire won until now, and I think in a way it's a reversal of what the thing will be if they draw, i.e. it will be Somerset who will be level on points with Kent, and Warwickshire 8 points clear, whereas if it's a draw it'll be the other way around. That was hit off his toes by Hain. He'll get a single. Move on to 35. So I mean, Warwickshire wouldn't be safe if they won, but it would be a big step forward. They've only won one game this season. That was against Essex early season. Still think a draw is winning the win predictor.
No, I'd put Warwickshire ahead. Yeah. 75%.
Okay.
Draw 25%, Somerset 0%.
Tie 1%. In comes Gregory round the wicket, and that's played down to find everything. We were discussing earlier the 8 points of the draw. You know, one of the things I don't like about the 8 points for a draw is it means a tie. It's just a draw.
It's just a draw. Yeah,
which it seems a shame, really. In any other sport, that'd be fair enough, but in cricket, it doesn't feel right, that. Anyway,
a tie is a positive result, isn't it? In a funny sort of way.
Yeah. However, we probably won't get there. You never know. Need a few wickets for Somerset to get us there. Lewis Gregory looking for one. Hasn't got one in the second innings yet. Hain guides them out into the deep on the offside for a single. It was just tuning in. It is what's been happening at Edgbaston this season, where Gary Barwell, the groundsman, has had to produce a ridiculous number of pitches this season. All the international cricket that he always has here, the T20 finals day, and on top of that the Commonwealth Games. Warwickshire don't play any of the home games away from here, so he's had to do all those as well. But the pitches are tended to become a lot easier for the batters in the third and fourth innings of the matches. Gregory comes around the wicket to bowl, and that's driven by Will Rhodes for no run. And it has been a source of frustration for Warwickshire bowlers, I think. It's been very, very difficult to bowl teams out second innings. 207 for 3. Earlier this season, Warwickshire declared, admittedly there were 9 wickets down, but they declared with 4 overs to go on the penultimate day to set Lancashire 329. And Lancashire got there fairly comfortable.
Well, I'm just thinking that if Somerset do lose this, what a heavy psychological blow it's going to be, having seemingly made the game safe yesterday and seemingly on their way to a more than useful position in the table, just through maybe a little bit of overconfidence in the declaration as this is driven into the offside and sets off quickly for a single to Sam Hain. 208 for 3. They're going to be in just about the worst possible frame of mind for their last 2 games against Northampton and Kent.
Yeah, he looked reasonable. I know you were saying you wanted them to bat longer.
Yeah, you did. They should go on for another half an hour.
I had them off 15 minutes earlier, shows what I know.
Brooks to Rhodes, and this is nudged down to third man, where it will be cut off, well cut off down there, but they'll come back for the second run. Josh Davey doing the fielding. Runs coming easily for Warwickshire because it's very difficult for Tom Abel. He needs to guard against boundaries, but that means there are plenty of opportunities for 1s and 2s, which is all really that Warwickshire need. as Brooks is in and bowls to Rhodes, who again runs this down to third man. This time it'll just be a single as it goes more or less straight to Josh Davey. 211 for 3.
Maybe it's an indication of the modern game, but to me, 364 in 82 overs against a team who desperately could not afford to lose seemed fair enough, but well, it might still prove to be, but
it might, but Somerset set the tone for themselves by bowling poorly in that spell before lunch. This is taken on the pads of Hayne. And yet again, Josh Davey is in the game, this time having to sprint in from the boundary. And a leg by is signalled by James Middlebrook. 212 for 3.
Oh, athletic man still the umpire. He stood on one leg for ages there to signal the leg by. The umpire still hasn't spotted, the scorers rather, but they have now not many leg bys in this match.
Where do the scorers live?
They're over sort of their shag ground. They're further along this road.
This is played into the onside.
A lot further along.
By Lammonby.
I think they're in a better position than they were at one point on the new development ground, but yeah,
but they're not behind the bowler's arm.
No, they're not.
No.
But you could argue they're to keep scores. They don't need to be behind the bowler's arm. I'm sure they prefer to be.
212 for 3. Brooks to Rhodes. Again, that's played into the onside, and Lammonby is onto it, threatens to throw the stumps down. Wisely decides not to.
What is the tie, Phil, you're displaying?
212 for 3.
Oh, okay.
Another 152 required.
Test team ties.
And 25 overs in which to get them.
Do visit the museum next time you're at Edgbaston, folks. Yeah. Well worth it. 212 for 3 then. Sun shining, so that's not an issue. We thought it might be. At the moment anyway, it isn't. Casey Aldridge, it's a change of ends for him. He did get both Davis and Sibley out in quick succession after lunch. Just got Somerset going again, but they haven't been able to add since then. So it's now 80 these two have added. There's a stand of 95 between Sibley and Davis before they both fell in quick succession. Playing out, he's got Rob Yates, who actually is looking quite bright after his duck in the first innings, but he eventually went to Sanjit Khan for 11. Aldridge, little skip at the end of his run-up, coming in from the Birmingham end bowls. And that's a down to fine leg for 4 by Hayne, just glances it past the diving wicket-keeper. And more Hubert's chance. Not the start that Casey Aldridge would have wanted.
Poor delivery. You need to be on it from the first ball.
Oh. It's a difficult one for some, so they need to try and keep it tight now, but it's difficult when singles aren't really a problem from Warwickshire's point of view. Anyway, Aldridge comes into bowl to Hayne, who comes dancing down the pitch, and he may have spotted that Aldridge and banged it a bit shorter, and Hayne has to in the end adjust and manages to play it down on the ground, scamper through for a single which he'd almost run before he played the shot. 217 for 3.
Well, that's gives Somerset some hope to cling to, actually. If Warwickshire are going to be a little bit over exuberant, that charge down the pitch from Sam Hayne was an example of, then they might pick up a couple of wickets. I think Warwickshire's best bet is just to carry on playing normally.
Aldridge around the wicket to Rose, that's well wide, but not wide enough to be called. So 217 for 3. Yeah, I feel that with 24 overs to go, Warwickshire are probably at the stage now where if another wicket falls, they'll still be interested. Maybe one more after that. But keep coming back to the thing that one thing Warwickshire cannot afford to do is lose, much as they would love to win. Round the wicket comes Aldridge, and Rose tries to turn it around as fast. Doesn't get it around as far as he would like, and Hayne comes halfway down the pitch looking for a run before going back, and scuttles back in time. At the end of all that, the score remains at 217 for 3. Not too many in the ground today, but those that are in have stayed there and are quite absorbed in what's been perhaps a more interesting contest than we might have expected. Aldridge round the wicket to bowl, and that's played Just a backward point by Rose. He's looking for a quick single. It's not there. Trying to keep the scoreboard ticking. They've already got 5 this over. The single would make it a good over for them. Still required. It's like a more manageable number than it looked, as Rose does get that single there to the deep on the leg side, and he's on to 42, 218 for 3. We've got 24 overs scheduled to be bowled. Warwickshire need another 146 to win, and Somerset needs 7 wickets.
Yep. Rated for around about 6 runs and over. Warwickshire need. Jack Brooks is going to bowl another over for Somerset. One of their problems is they haven't really got bowlers who are good at keeping it tight. Brooks and Gregory are both attacking bowlers, wicket-taking bowlers. There's nothing in the pitch for Sajid Khan, and he's not been particularly accurate either. Aldridge is is relatively inexperienced, and Josh Davey seems completely out of form. Brooks, though, from the pavilion end in bowls to Will Rhodes, who turns it around the corner, and they come back for a second run, and not a very good throw comes in from Aldridge. Not that it would have made much difference even if it had been a good throw, but another example of slightly ragged out cricket from Somerset. 2 runs are taken, and Jack Brooks, as with all of the Somerset seam bowlers, persisting with this wicket angle of attack to the left-handers. And this is another one which is pulled away, but straight to Tom Lammonby. I was looking for that, flying over the boundary rope down at Cow Corner, but didn't quite get hold of it. But it was there for the shot. That's Brooks with the wicketkeeper standing out. Bowl! That's the end of Will Rhodes. I was just thinking that James Roos standing up to the stumps, that's where he was when Brooks took those 4 wickets in the Warwickshire first innings, and Rhodes going for the big hit over the top of mid-wicket, and clean bowled by Jack Brooks. Just watching the replay, middle and off. Wasn't a particularly good shot by Will Rhodes, and an unnecessary shot as well. But Somerset will be hugely relieved to have taken that wicket. 220 for 4, with Warwickshire still 144 runs short of their victory target of 364.
Well, 88 added in 20 overs, but this is interesting in that Michael Burgess has moved above Jayan Yadav. Yadav batted ahead of Burgess in the first innings. Now Burgess is a naturally attacking batter, and I'm going to surmise this might be the last sort of throw of the dice for Warwickshire. If Burgess can get going and hit his shots, they'll still believe they could chase this down. I think if another wicket were to fall pretty quickly, they might start thinking, well, we gave it a go, but let's make sure we get the 8 points for a draw. That's sort of my reading.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right. I'm sure they've made a collective decision as to at what stage to shut up shop.
He's on a pair, Burgess.
He is. He only lasted
3 balls.
3 balls in the first innings, and Jack Brooks the bowler then, and Jack Brooks the bowler now. He's got his wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 saving 1. As Brooks is in and bowls to Burgess. Appeal for LBW, he's out! That's the end of Michael Burgess. Poor chap. He's got he's out first ball, a golden duck. James Middlebrook, the umpire, wasting no time at all in raising his finger. An ecstatic Jack Brooks leaps in the air in celebration, and it's 220 for 5, and I wonder if that will mark the end of the Warwickshire victory charge. It looked a pretty good, straightforward decision.
Well, although Burgess seemed to indicate he might have got a bit of bat on that, but that's obviously not. The umpire saw it, definitely looked disappointed with it, Burgess, but a pair for him, And now Somerset suddenly find themselves 5 wickets away from victory.
Yep.
But only 23 overs after this one to get them in. Warwickshire should back themselves to see it through, but well, just gives Somerset a sniff of a chance now.
Just a sniff. Jack Brooks works the oracle again.
He's on a hat-trick, second time in this match that the bowler's been on a hat-trick.
Rolling back the years.
Here comes Yadav now. Well, they've got Hayne there. I suspect Sam Hayne might now just decide just to keep the ball out and probably keep himself on strike as much as he can.
He's waiting for Giant Yadav just to touch gloves, and a couple of words of tactical advice, maybe a little word of advice as to what Jack Brooks is doing with the ball as well, which in this over is taking wickets. Second over in the game in which he's picked up 2 wickets, and at a crucial stage in both innings. In the first innings, when Warwickshire looked to be coasting towards a useful first innings lead, and in the second innings when they looked to be coasting towards victory.
Hat-trick ball.
Here comes Brooks then to Yadav. This is driven into the offside, and there won't be a hat-trick, but there won't be a run either. It's Aldridge Fields at backward point.
An expansive shot though from Giant Yadav. He did play pretty attacking fashion in the first innings to reasonably good effect. He did have a partnership with Sam Hayne.
Perhaps Warwickshire haven't given it up yet. Brooks, last ball of the over, he's into Yadav, who gets one that bounces on him and runs it down to short third man. Just for a single, 221.45, 2 wickets in that over from Jack Brooks, who has figures of 11 overs, 2 wickets for 26. Well bowled, Jack Brooks.
As ever, he's taken plenty of Warwickshire wickets during his lengthy 3-county career. Now, batters over in the chat. Warwickshire do have to be careful here. They cannot afford to lose this game. I mean, they wouldn't be relegated if they lose it, but they really would be up against it. A draw keeps them with plenty of work to do, but still very much in the battle to survive. Yeah, a win would be fantastic for them, but not to gamble too much. Maybe unambitious and unromantic of me, but that's I feel. And Somerset again a little bit more attacking now. We've got to slip in and field close-ish at mid-wicket as well as Casey Aldridge comes into bowl, and that's just played down to fine leg. Same as the first ball of Aldridge's last over. It's gone down to fine leg for 4, 225 for 5.
Tweet from Annie Chave. Oh, Somerset, why aren't you straightforward and relaxing to watch? Now another session where I hide behind the sofa, wear different clothing, try and sit in the same position and stand on one leg.
Okay. I hope it all works for you. I'm just coming down the pitch, having a word with Sam Hayne, doing his bootlaces up, putting his gloves on. I wonder what Sam Hayne's saying to him. I wonder if he's saying don't take too many risks, or maybe it's play your natural game. If that's Yada's natural game, then maybe that is the best way for him to go. There's batters still to come that can try and defend. Aldridge in, and Yadav does get plenty of defence behind that and plays it back to the bowler for no run. They got a bit relatively quiet, the Somerset fielders earlier, but they're making a bit more noise now.
Yeah.
And this next one, just on the leg side, it hits him on the thigh pad as Yadav plays it down. So Somerset started the day on 277 for 4. Batted for 3/4 of an hour, during which George Bartlett brought up an excellent century. He made 111. He was one of 3 wickets to fall in that morning session. This next one from Yadav is back to the bowler. There's no run. There was a wicket apiece for Danny Briggs, Henry Brooks, and Yadav. Somerset eventually declared 340 for 7 to set Warwickshire this target of 364 to win. Rob Yates first out for 11 to Sajid Khan, the only wicket the spinner's been able to take so far. And Yadav plays that down and plays it to backward point. There's no run. And that's Stamjin, Sibley and Davis, if they fell in quick succession to Casey Aldridge. Sibley trying to hit a 6, caught on the mid-wicket boundary by Josh Davey. And then a partnership between Will Rose and Michael Bird and Sam Hain, but Rhodes going for 44 to Brooks, who then had Michael Burgess out first ball. Hain's still there on 42. And Yadav plays that out into the offside for no run. Good accurate bowling from Aldridge. Straight with his first delivery, but other than that, decent enough over. 225 for 5. Another over ticks by. 22 more to go. Warwickshire, if they still have ambitions to win it, need 139. Somerset need 5 more wickets, so we could have had the handshakes at 4:30. I don't think we will. I think Somerset want to give it a little bit longer, see what happens.
Yep, required rate 6.3, so still not daunting. And with Sam Hain still there, Warwickshire will still have hopes. I wouldn't say their hopes are as high as they would have been 10 minutes ago before those 2 wickets fell in the 1 over. But where there's Hain, there's hope. And he's gone to strike now to Jack Brooks, and defends into the onside. Good ball from Brooks, offering him no room to free his arms. Got the wicket-keeper standing up to the stumps to keep Hain honest, no wandering down the pitch, which is something he is inclined to do from time to time. He's very mobile in the creases, Sam Hain. Strength and also sometimes a weakness. As Brooks, this short approach in and bowls. Good ball outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by James Rue. It's quite a test this for young James Rue, because the odd ball from Brooks from this end is bouncing quite sharply. And if Hain gets a nick on one of those sharply bouncing deliveries, it'll be a good catch if he can cling on. Brooks bowls and Hain defends. Good over so far from Jack Brooks, halfway through it.
I have a feeling that line Hain defends is going to be repeated a little bit more now. I think he might encourage others to play around him, but we'll see as this task to make sure that Warwickshire are safe.
Well, I think that was the approach when Dom Sibley was batting with Alex Davies, wasn't it?
Until Sibley was 6.
Until he tried to hit a 6, yeah. Brooks in and bowls, and this is played away through the offside by Hain out to Aldridge. Hain putting pressure on the fielder by threatening to come back for a second run, but decided against it. It's a quiet word with Jack Brooks as Brooks walks back to his mark. 226 for 5. 138 still needed by Warwickshire. 5 wickets needed by Somerset. Neither side would have given up hope of an unlikely victory just yet, as Brooks is in and bowls to Yadav, who strokes this into the onside, but Tom Banton is quickly across to do the fielding after it eluded Tom Abel at short mid-wicket.
10 runs now Sam Hain scored in the match.
Fancy there are a few more people here in the Hollies stand. As it's a good ball again from Jack Brooks. That was a very good over, just the 1 run from it, and 226 for 5 at the end of that over. 21 overs remain and another 138 runs required.
Yeah, I think it's at 21 overs now. Warwickshire want to survive those 21 overs. And take 28 points for a draw. Just to repeat, that would leave them in the relegation zone, but only by virtue of having one fewer games than Kent. They'll be level on points for them, 2 games to go. Both Kent and Warwickshire have Hampshire to play in the remaining 2 games. Warwickshire play Gloucestershire first at Bristol. Kent finish against Somerset. Is that at Taunton or Canterbury?
Canterbury, yeah.
Sweeper going out on the leg side, so Somerset still fairly defensive to Hayne. As Aldridge bowls him and Hayne just pushes it to the offside for no run. Just can't see Sam Hayne taking risks now. Bad ball comes his way, he might hit it, but second top scorer in the First Division now, closing the gap with every run on Ben Compton, tops the table. Aldridge comes into bowl 2, but short, and he plays that down. It almost tempted him there, Aldridge, with that short, slowish delivery, but Hayne is content with slapping it into the ground, into the covers for no run. Interesting game, start to finish. Warwickshire on top early on, had Somerset 22, had them, 17 for 2 and then 82 for 7 before Somerset recover their lower order, getting runs in that first innings. Lewis Gregory 60 of them as Hayne leans into that base up to the leg side. There's no run, so they were all out for 219. Warwickshire in early trouble, 22 for 3. Lewis Gregory continuing his good match, but taking a couple of wickets, but then Warwickshire seemed to be getting on top and reached 141 for 4 before losing their last 6 wickets for 55 runs, which gave Somerset a modest first innings lead. They were 13 for 2 by the close of the second day. So that's played down to fine leg by Hayne. He sprinted the first one hard, but there won't be a second as Emmanuel Huck comes into field. And then Somerset yesterday batted all day for the loss of just 2 wickets to seemingly make the game safe. Giving themselves a bit of a scare here, but I think they're going to be okay. They're putting an extra slip in. Can they even get a couple of wickets and really put pressure on Warwickshire to try and win it? Aldridge to Yadav, who drives that. Nice looking classic drive that. That's going to go down the pitch. It may well be cut off, will be cut off, but they've run 2 and they'll settle for that. Nice shot from Yadav. And he's on to 7, 229 for 5.
Yeah, good piece of fielding by George Bartlett as well, quickly after it. Fortunate to get away with that, Aldridge. It was a nice juicy half volley.
Jayant Yadav, India. Test bottom of 2 India players that Warwickshire have signed to try and keep them in the First Division for these last 3 games. He plays that one to square leg but doesn't get it round enough, so can't get a run. So just a 3 off the over, 229 for 5, but it is an over Warwickshire have survived without any damage. They've got 20 more overs to see off.
So what do they need? 135, isn't it, in 20 overs? So just a bit less than 7 runs an over. .75. Again, it's over 20 overs.
Well, in a T20 game, 165 would be you'd probably be favourites, but this isn't a T20 game. Now what's going on here? The batters
having a chat with Neil Mallender. Maybe asking him what the situation is. When will the last? When does the last hour start? This must be the last hour.
Well, no, but doesn't it start when there's 16 overs to go, though?
Yeah, it could be.
The schoolboys now saying remaining 19.5 overs. They've decided the ball's been bowled at all this time.
Jack Brooks is going to bowl another over. He's taking 2 for 27. He's bowling to Hayne, who defends. Somerset still hedging their bets in terms of field placings. 5 men inside the fielding circle, as if this was a 20 over game. As George Bartlett, I think he's just damaged his knee. Bartlett maybe putting in the slide, that last bit of fielding at the other end of the ground. Brooks is in and bowls. This is turned down to fine leg to Josh Davey, and they trot through for a single. Not such an aggressive approach to running between the wickets as Sam Hain has been adopting when he's really been putting the fielders under pressure. And I think George Bartlett is in a spot of bother. It's his left knee that he's flexing. Already got one substitute fielder out there. Brooks in and bowls to Yadav, who defends. I like this approach from Jack Brooks, this short, sharp approach of his with the wicketkeeper standing up. It's not really a fast bowler's approach to bowling. I can't see Fred Truman, for example, ever bowling like this, but except perhaps in a Sunday League match where they had to have short run-ups. Brooks to Yadav, who gets one that bounces on him, plays it well, keeps it down well into the offside, and Aldridge does the fielding, and it's just some signs that maybe Warwickshire are shutting up shop.
You're showing your age there, though I do remember it as well. The Sunday League. When
well, we like the Sunday League. The limited run-ups were daft.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
But apart from that, it was a really good competition. As this is played into the onside, and Tom Abel will do the fielding.
No, but it's because Jack Brooks might seem to have jarred his knee a bit there. And well, in those days, of course, there were some bowlers like the Bob Willis of this world who virtually started on the boundary road, didn't they, with their run-up, which is perhaps well inside it. But I hurry things up a bit. But I think Jack Brooks might have hurt his knee. You're going through your knees in this game, because he did get hit, didn't he? Brooks was hit when he was going for a run in the first innings when a throw actually hit Sam Hain. Sorry, he was fielding rather.
It's right, yeah.
And it hit Sam Hain's bat and onto his knee.
Right. He went down poleaxed. Brooks in and bowls, and this is defended by Yadav out into the offside. There was one run in that over.
Yeah.
230 for 5, 134 more needed in 19 overs, and the rate creeping up as it looks as though Warwickshire are giving it best and settling for batting out time.
I think Warwickshire are ready for handshakes. I wouldn't have thought Somerset would be, but I think Sam Hain might be asking. I think they'll want to go on a bit longer. 19 overs to get 5 wickets. But, Tom Lemonby.
Hooray, at last.
On to bowl.
At last.
His first bowl. And
the forgotten man of Somerset bowling attack. Well, you could say that about Tom Abel as well. I can't remember the last time Tom Abel bowled, and he's a more than useful. Not for this situation, because he bowls at least one 4-ball and over, but he's a wicket-taking bowler. Bowls away swingers, that's his stock delivery. Whereas Tom Lamonby's stock delivery is an in-swinger to a right-hander.
So, bowling to Sam Hain. Another impressive match from Sam Hain. He defends that. There's no run. He came to this match with an average of something like 78. If he can stay not out, he'll have improved his average slightly in this game. 230 for 5. As in comes Lamonby, and it's just clipped off his toes by Hain. It will be cut off. He'll get a single. Takes him on to 46.
Yeah, it's been a good game of cricket. Just it's a pity about the pitch. I mean, I'm not blaming the groundsman, because, as you were saying, Clive, he's had a hard row to hoe this summer, but it's pretty dead now, and it's got flatter as the game has gone on. Easy to bat defensively on, but hard to take wickets and hard to bat aggressively.
Yadav drives that onto the leg side. It's cut off at mid-on. No run.
all too typical of the sort of pitches that certainly I've seen all season down at Taunton. They've tended to get flatter as the game has gone on. The GS Bowl pitches have been quite sporting.
Lammonby round the wickets. Yadav drives that and finds the gap in the field. There's a fielder halfway back who stops it, and it's a single. The Somerset fielder, isn't he? It's a good tumbling stop there. A bit gingerly.
It's Josh Davey.
2:32 for 5, Warwickshire.
Clutching his groin.
Yes.
Quite aim. Perhaps he landed on the ball. I think that's probably the cricket ball, that is.
Lammonby bowls, and Hayne turns at the back of square leg. He has run the first one hard, always coming back for the second. There is Sam Hayne, and well, it's out. It's Yadav is run out. Hayne.
It's Imam with the throw.
Imam all that with the throw. Yadav looks at Sam Hayne, say, "What were you doing there?" He's been run out for 8.
Was it Imam? No, it wasn't. It was Khan. What a fine piece of fielding by Sajid Khan.
Well, and just I was surprised when he went for the second one there, Sam. I think he thought he was going to the danger end, but it was good thinking from Sadiq to throw to the other end. And Yadav is run out for 8. And it's 2:33 for 6, and there are 18 overs to go for Somerset to try and get the last 4 wickets. And Warwickshire have got to be careful here.
Well, how quickly the momentum of a game of cricket can shift. Half an hour ago, Warwickshire looked to be comfortably on their way to victory. And then 2 wickets in and over from Jack Brooks, and now a run out, and the whole complexion of the game has changed.
Well, 4 wickets required as Danny Briggs walks out. I think we are going to be here for the duration now. You don't come off until there's 3 balls to go, really, if you need 4 wickets.
Looks like George Bartlett is going to come off. He's carrying the drinks off, and that means that Roloff van der Merwe will be on as a sub. So both of the Somerset 12th men, Tom Banton and Roloff van der Merwe, will be out there.
So Hayne will have got a single for that. He's on to 47, 2:33 for 6.
Long chat with Danny Briggs.
Briggs is very capable, and they've got Henry Brooks to come as well. And they should back themselves the last 18 overs, but they'll feel the pressure a bit. Really will. Suddenly in danger of losing this game, and that would be, again, it wouldn't be absolutely dead and buried in terms of the battle against relegation, but it would be a massive blow to them. Leave them 8 points behind Kent and a long way behind Somerset. And it would leave Somerset pretty close to safety. Lammonby to Hayne, who lets that go. It's taken by the wicket keeper. So 18 overs to go now. With Warwickshire 2:33 for 6, Hayne on 47, Briggs yet to face.
And Lewis Gregory is going to come back into the attack as Somerset go in for the kill. It's maybe a bit of an exaggeration, as long as Sam Hayne is there. But if Gregory can remove Hayne, then Somerset win will very definitely be back in the equation. What have we got on Twitter? Mark Smith, we need to keep being positive with the bat now. That's he's obviously a Warwickshire supporter.
I do believe that's Warwickshire's first run out they've had against them this season in the Championship. Claire,
1979, from Essex, empathises with Annie Shave. Watching Essex's run chase yesterday was far from relaxing or stress-free.
Happy in the end, though. Yeah.
got there in the end by 1 wicket, same margin as they beat Somerset at Taunton. Very similar circumstances with Shane Snater there at the death. Right, Lewis Gregory is going to be bowling with wicketkeeper Rue standing up. He's going to be bowling to Danny Briggs, who's yet to face a delivery. We've got a slip and 2 short mid-wickets as this one takes Briggs on the pad, a bit high and outside off stump, but a little bit of bounce there from Lewis Gregory, defeating the Briggs defensive stroke. A few more shouts of encouragement from Tom Abel, who's standing at slip. So we've got 4 close catches as Gregory's in, bowls to Briggs, who goes for a cut, misses it. Taken by Rue. We've got 2 short mid-wickets and we've got a short extra cover plus Tom Abel, and they're all catching because they're standing there when the ball is delivered with their hands on their knees waiting for the catch rather than walking in.
Why did Briggs play at that last one? Warwickshire now have just got to survive, so don't play anything you don't need to.
Gregory kicking up his heels in from this pavilion end. He's there and bowls, and no shot this time from Briggs. Fancy Lewis Gregory's done most of his bowling from the Birmingham end, certainly in this innings.
I think he did our spell on the first innings from this pavilion end. So. Still no wickets the second innings, so he may feel he's due to getting an extra field in the slip cordon.
Yeah, they've got 5 close catches now.
Changed their tune, haven't they?
Yes. Gregory, sun on his back. In and bowls to Briggs, who turns this away down to deep backward square leg for 4 runs. Gregory just sliding down the leg side and nicely tucked away by Danny Briggs. He's off the mark with that 4, 237 for 6. Don't think that signals a change in the Warwickshire approach. That's just taking advantage of a loose delivery. Catches go down. Gregory bowls outside the off stump. Briggs has nothing to do with it. Roller van der Merwe there at short extra cover. Looks like Imam and Aldridge are the 2 short mid-wickets. Presumably the odd ball is just sticking in the pitch a little bit. Gregory, last ball of this over. He's in, bowls outside the off stump again, and no shot from Briggs. So 237 for 6. Another 127 are required in 17 overs.
So 65 overs bowled, but crucially 17 to go. Warwickshire looking to see off these 17. They've got 4 wickets left. Batters still to come. Henry Brooks, who is a decent batter. And Mohammed Siraj, who actually did bat pretty well in the first innings. Got 21 not out. And then Ollie Allen Dolby, who is capable of hanging around, but they will hope they don't get that far. Now Sajid Khan is coming on, and of course, if I understand the regulations correctly, the last hour will start when there's 16 overs to go, and if Sajid Khan is bowling, they might even squeeze an extra 1 or 2 in. Commentating on a match at Liverpool where the information we were getting was a little limited. I think it was Liverpool, and Warwickshire were hanging on to save the game, and there's me commentating saying, "Oh, well, there we are, they've done it, they've hung on." And lo and behold, we came back for another over, 2 overs. So they did survive those as well. But that's something I have to watch out for. And that conversation, I'm sure, between Sam Hain and Yadav and the umpire was just to clarify what the situation is. So 4 around the bat for Sadiq Khan, who's got 1 wicket, the very first wicket of the innings.
Bartlett at forwards short leg, Banton at City Point, Gregory at slip, and Abel at leg slip.
Sam Hain on strike. He might look to take as much of the strike as he can now. He's on 47. Khan bowls, and Hain hits it into the ground, well past leg slip. He's going to get 1. He is going to go back for a second. He's not put off by the run out earlier, and that too is a reasonably comfortable one. He's on to 49 rather, 239 for 6. Warwickshire. It's the 4-6 that matters most now. Sadiq Khan comes in the bowl. Hain hits it off his toes onto the leg side. No run to be had there. Seen off. Sadiq Khan bowls and hits into the ground onto the onside for a single by Hain. And that's his 50, half century for Sam Hain, who's having a really terrific season, particularly with the red ball. He actually got his first T20 100 of his career during the course of this season, but it's with the red ball that he's particularly prospered. 87 balls for his 50. Following his second half century of the match, as Sadiq Khan comes in now to bowl to Danny Briggs. It's out into the ground. There's no run. It's his 9th score of 50 or more this season. And he's got 3 centuries. Remarkable stuff from Hain as Briggs finds the gap, gets that past the inner field, and they will go for a single. Briggs on to 5, 241 for 6. Last ball of the over. And then we will be into the last 16 overs and the final hour.
Weather or light permitting.
Yeah, indeed. It's okay at the moment, but Hain plays back to that, onto the onside for no run. 241 for 6. 16 more overs scheduled to be bowled and an hour more scheduled to be played.
Yes, and Sajid Khan not looking as if he's going to run through these last 4 wickets for Somerset. There is a bit of turn, but it's, as we've been saying, pretty slow turn. Gregory is the more likely of the two, one feels. He's going to be bowling to Danny Briggs. Prospect of a Warwickshire win receding with every over.
I think he's gone.
Yeah.
It's,
Gregory to Briggs. He's there, bowls, and Briggs defends from the crease.
Confirmation that Surrey versus
given up,
Northants did finish in a draw. Yes, Surrey were 46 for 1. So Surrey at top of the table, 225 points. They're 8 points ahead of Hampshire. Both have 2 games left. And then points deduction's not helping. You go 35 points back to Lancashire. They're behind 35 behind Hampshire, so they're
it's a 2-horse race.
It is a 2-horse race now, not quite mathematically, but practically it is.
Gregory in and bowls, and Briggs defends as the close catchers gather. We've got slip, gully, short extra cover, 2 short mid wickets. We've got a backward point. The only one man out is Josh Davey out there at deep backward square leg. Loose Gregory, he's got his knee problem again. You can just see him flexing his right knee. Obviously flared up. It's a tendon issue that he's got. He's there now and bowls to Briggs. Oh, doesn't beat him off, missed the off stump by very much as Briggs shoulders arms. James Rue with his hands on his head.
So Surrey 8 points clear of Hampshire at the top, then a gap, and there's a battle on for 3rd place, which of course affects surprisingly Lancashire 4 points ahead of Essex, and then a bit of a gap to 5th. I'll give you the bottom of the table when we know what it's going to be. Because we still don't, because Somerset can still win this game. Warwickshire almost certainly can't, but Somerset can.
Yes, I think they'll probably take it quite deep into this final hour, Somerset. Gregory to Briggs. Again, it's outside the off stump. He's bowling a good line, is Gregory, but needs just to tighten it up a fraction, make the batsman play. But I like the wicketkeeper standing up on this slow pitch, but just putting the extra bit of pressure on the Warwickshire batsman. One or two of the crowd have drifted away, but not many. Somerset contingent are still here. Gregory bowls, and this is edged and just short of Tom Abel at first slip. Gregory thought he had his man there. I thought he had his man as well, but it didn't carry. Neatly fielded by Tom Abel, but it was on the bounce, low down to his right. But the edge was found. I think if I was Tom Abel, I'd have a second slip in there as well. Got the gully, who's fairly close in. Casey Aldridge with his hands on his shins. Gregory to Briggs, and Briggs this time defends this one much more comfortably. And that's the end of another over. 15 overs remain in the day's play. It's 241 for 6. Warwickshire still 123 short of the 364 that they needed. And I think it is in the past tense now, because it's really the 4 wickets that Somerset need, on which this game now hangs.
Burgess came in ahead of Yadav. Now the umpires are on the radio. Where's he on the radio? Well, the last I would have started the previous over. Anyway, he's on the radio about something. So, Sajid Khan to bowl the Hayne on 50. 15 more overs for Warwickshire to negotiate. Khan gives a bit of air and ends up being a full toss, and Hayne plays it out to wide mid-on for a single. Does allow Sajid Khan to bowl at the relatively new batter, Danny Briggs. Haynes on to 51. 242 for 6. Still 4 and the bat. Sajid Khan bowls, and Briggs plays back to that to mid-off for no run. Very capable batter Danny Briggs played some very important innings in Warwickshire's championship winning season last season. And that one is pitched up to him. He plays it fairly comfortably despite the oohs and ahs, which he will get at this stage. Most of the crowd, not been a huge crowd, but most of them have been stayed in this far, as that's played to mid-on for no run. It's been a fluctuating match, really. It's gone one way than the other. It's probably going to end instead. It would have been a good 5-day game. That one is hit by Briggs and beats the dive of the fielder in the cover, so Briggs will get his second boundary as the floodlights come on here now. He moves on to 9. I'd have been tempted if I was Warwickshire to say, sorry, can't find the switch. But the lights have come on.
Josh Davey diving in vain to try and make the stop there.
It did elicit one more U-Bears. Keen spectator in the crowd. I think the Warwickshire fans will know now that Warwickshire are just trying to make sure they don't lose. Give them credit, they made a fist of chasing the target. Round the wicket comes Khan, and that's played back to him by Briggs. End of the over, another one seen off. Minimum of 14 to go. And Warwickshire 246 for 6. Somerset need 4 more wickets to win.
Gregory's going to bowl the first of these 14 overs. He's had a good bowl. 17 overs, 2 maidens, none for 49. He kept the lid on the scoring during the afternoon session as effectively as anyone. And it wasn't that easy with half the field out and the other half saving one. There were plenty of 1s and 2s on offer. And for a long time, Warwickshire were keeping up with the required rate, but 2 wickets in the over from Jack Brooks stopped them in their tracks, and then the run out of Yadav. Right, all is set. It's not such an attacking field for Sam Hain, who's on 51. Gregory's in and bowls to him, and he defends. It's picked up by Tom Banton from short mid-wicket. We've got a slip, short mid-wicket, and short extra cover at the 3 in catching positions. We got third man and deep backward point, and we've got 2 men out on the onside as well. So Somerset still a little bit wary of Sam Hain.
Yeah.
Well, he's a fine player.
Yeah, but he's not going to get them to win now.
Gregory in and bowls to Hain, takes pace off that one. It's just a gentle medium pace from Lewis Gregory.
I suppose they might be hoping he gets a single into the deep, which may well happen, but I'm a bit surprised they haven't put a second slip in.
Well, they had fielders all round him when Saji was bowling at him. 246 for 6. As Gregory strives for the next breakthrough. He's there and bowls, and Tom Abel thinks he nearly got it there from the first slip. A big as he puts his hands on his head again and then gives his bowler a claps of encouragement. He's not one to give up easily, is Tom Abel. This could very well go into the last 5 overs, even if Warwickshire are still only 6 down.
If I was Somerset, I would certainly take it that far.
Gregory in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside, but Tom Banton is there to intercept it at short mid-wicket.
I mentioned earlier a game at Old Trafford this season where Warwickshire were actually quite pleasantly surprised at how quickly Lancashire gave up and shook hands.
Well, perhaps they wanted to get down the pub.
Well, they might have done. You don't get anything for giving up, you might as well keep going.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Somerset will, as they've got 4 days off now, as we all have. Or at least us cricket only, us cricket only commentators, as this is defended into the offside.
I'm off tomorrow.
And football at the weekend,
yeah,
I dare say.
Birmingham versus Coventry. St Andrews, not far from here. I think they get quite a lot of. We've got a championship match on a Saturday afternoon when Birmingham play. You usually get a few Birmingham supporters turn up for the last hour or so for the football.
246 for 6, and field is closing in a bit now. We've got a gully in place for Gregory. Last ball of the over. They're presumably just trying to keep Hain down at that end, and they succeed in so doing. 246 for 6, 13 overs remain in the day's play. Somerset still needing 4 wickets.
So another over ticks by, still 13 to go. Danny Briggs and Sam Hain have a chat.
Helmets coming and going.
Yeah. This will take a bit more time and just increase the danger that they might lose the last few overs to the light, but has to be done. Have to wear helmets.
Well, Somerset ought to be getting a bit more of a move on, because the light could come into the equation.
Yeah, and there's quite a bank of cloud actually beginning to come over, which might bring things to a premature halt. That one is pushed out to the offside for a single, also prevent them getting an extra over in this final hour. But anyway, Briggs gets a single there. He's on to 10, 247 for 6. So they wanted to get Briggs on strike, but he was only there for 1 ball. Gets a single straight away. Now Sam Hain. Still more fielders in. The rest are spreading out a bit more, but he's still got the 4 fielders in close to him. I'm going to do an update on BBC CWR, BBC Radio WM in 7 seconds time. Saji Khan comes in. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston. Warwickshire are now trying to make sure they secure a draw in what's been an interesting final day's play. For a while, they looked to make a fist of chasing what had looked an unlikely target of 364. Partnerships between Dom Sibley and Alex Davis got them going, and then Will Rhodes and Sam Hain. But when Rhodes was bowled for 44 and Burgess then went LBW first ball, that's put an end to any ambitions Warwickshire have of chasing down the target. Sam Hain still there on 51. They need to see off another 12 and a half overs to secure the draw. Danny Briggs on 10, Warwickshire 247 for 6. As Hain plays the next one, the back of square leg for a walked single, and he's on to 52, 248 for 6. Gives Sajid Khan a couple of balls at Danny Briggs potentially. Round the wicket he comes, right-handed Briggs, who plays that onto the leg side very safely. In fact, he'll get a single. 249 for 6. Comes Sajid Khan round the wicket. That's pushed out the onside. There's no run. Tell you what, if Somerset had declared overnight and set Warwickshire 300, would have been quite interesting, wouldn't it? 249 for 6 now.
Warwickshire would have chased it down.
249 for 6, 70 overs bowled, 12 scheduled to go, and we've got about another 45 minutes in the final hour.
I think Somerset could rightly say they got the declaration just about right. I mean, it encouraged Warwickshire to go for the target, and eventually they lost wickets in pursuit of it.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Although I also think me saying they should have gone 50 minutes earlier might have been right as well.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure Will Rhodes would have played that shot.
Well,
it was that shot which he didn't need to play that was their undoing. They were going along so comfortably, Will Rhodes and Sam Hain.
They did need to pick it up a bit, though, didn't they? Because they had got to slightly overrun the ball, so they did need to pick it up a little bit.
He didn't need to try and hit him over the top. Anyway, 249 for 6. Gregory is bowling to Danny Briggs outside the off stump.
It's an easy game to captain from up here. I'll bring Phil in. You all right? Okay.
Slip in a gully, 2 short mid wickets, and a short extra cover are the close catches.
Give us a few more overs before
Josh Davey cutting a lonely figure out there at deep backward square leg in front of the Hollies stand. Gregory's in and bowls, and there's a defensive shot. And Josh Davies' form with the ball must be a source of concern. We don't know whether Craig Overton's going to be fit to play against Northants next week at Taunton, or indeed fit to play against Kent at Canterbury the week after. But he and Josh Davey make a potent opening bowling combination. And if Overton ain't fit and Davies out of form, doesn't bode particularly well. Gregory's in and bowls to Brooks, and hits it hard into the ground, taken on the bounce by Tom Banton at short mid-wicket.
Somerset could beat Northampton. Should do it. I mean, unless both Kent and Warwickshire also win. Kent against Hampshire is a big ask, and Warwickshire against Gloucestershire. You'd think that a win for Somerset against Northants should do it.
Northants are good result for them against Surrey.
And they'll be have eyes. Well, there's a bit of a gap between them and fourth.
I don't think we'll be underestimating Northants. Gregory to Briggs, who was solidly forward in defence and picked up by Tom Lammonby. That short extra cover position. Somerset crowding around the bat. That's the Warwickshire winners has gone out of the equation. It's no longer, it's theoretically possible, but practically possible, not.
Yeah.
So Phil Britt was right. Thanks to Jack Brooks and those 2 wickets. Gregory's in and bowls, and Briggs again defends from the crease. As the sun comes out, players casting quite long shadows.
Well, I said that quite early on, that I thought if Warwickshire were 1, 2 or 3 wickets down at the end of the day, they would probably have won. But any more than that, and I thought they probably wouldn't.
Yes, I mean the aggressive intent was still there when Michael Burgess was sent
Yes.
in ahead of Yadav, but he was out first ball, and that really knocked it on the head. Gregory to Briggs, last ball of the over, driven away nicely through the offside for a single, which means he will keep the strike, which is what Somerset had in mind, although he's looked pretty solid, Danny Briggs. 250 is on the board for Warwickshire, 250 for 6. But as a ripple of applause from those, I was going to say diehards, but stalwarts would be a better word for the remaining spectators.
No great surprise that the scoring rate is slowed down. The fifth 50 came in 100 balls. And obviously the first part of that 50 would have been quicker, but 100 balls, the fourth took 66. So obviously Warwickshire have changed tack now that they know they can't win the game. I'll see, it's a pretty decent effort to get the draw if there's still 6 wickets down at the close. As Sajid Khan bowls to Briggs, the plays onto the onside for no run. Off to Bristol next to take on Gloucestershire. It'll be a big game for Warwickshire. Maybe at the end of this over I will give you the theoretical table from the bottom up. That's left, no run. This is the last match in progress in the current round. 2 wins today in the... Oh, actually, what's happening with Worcestershire? Let me just check that for a while. Are they finished yet? As Sajid Khan bowls, and that's played out into the onside for a single. It's the last game of the first division at any rate. It'll still be played. Essex winning yesterday. Yeah, it is a draw between Sussex and Worcestershire. That's left, outside off stump, there's no run. They got 6 wickets down, Worcestershire, but couldn't finish Sussex off. So this is the last game in progress. This round, earlier wins quite early today for Durham and Middlesex in the 2nd division. Field spreads out now to offer Danny Briggs a single. I don't know if he'll care very much, to be honest. He's whipped that away and he will take a single. Quite happy to. And still 1 ball of this over to go, and then another potentially 60 deliveries from Warwickshire to see off. They've bowled 6 overs in just 20 minutes, so they might get an extra one in if they're lucky. And maybe immaterial anyway. As Hayne plays back to the bowler, there's no run. 251 for 6.
I'm glad to hear that BBC Sports Extra are still with us.
Excellent.
For the dying embers of this
round of
game
matches.
Of cricket.
Yes.
The round of matches. Somerset still nurturing hopes of a final breakthrough to set up an exciting climax, and they're going to bring Casey Aldridge back into the attack to see if he can do the trick. Aldridge, who picked up 2 wickets earlier on in the Warwickshire innings when he had Dom Sibley caught on the boundary, well caught by Josh Davey, and then Alex Davies clothing one to Lewis Goldsworthy at mid-on. He's bowled 11 overs, 2 for 35, 251 for 6. 10 overs remain, and Somerset, well, they'll need to pick up a couple of wickets in the next 5 overs, I reckon, to take it right to the not so bitter end. Aldridge is in and bowls, and this takes Briggs on the pad, but it's going a long way down leg side, so just a shout, not an appeal.
More cricket this evening, of course, at Bristol, and England and India complete the women's T20 series, level at 1-1. Amy Jones, Warwickshire Amy Jones, captaining the England team for that series.
Aldridge from the pavilion end into bowl to Briggs, who comes across his stumps and plays it back to the bowler. It's relatively straightforward to play defensive cricket on this pitch. Stroke making is a different matter altogether. Only 2 wickets fell yesterday in Somerset's second innings, as Aldridge is in and bowls, and again Briggs gets into line and defends it out into the offside, where it's picked up by Tom Lownby, who made a very valuable 40 yesterday. Partnership with Tom Abel, they got through the whole of the first session, very tense session, without being separated, on a morning that Warwickshire must have had high hopes of making early breakthrough against rather brittle Somerset batting lineup. This is tucked into the onside by Briggs, and that opening partnership set the tone for the day. 3 big partnerships: 79 between Abel and Lamonby, 72 between Abel and Bartlett, and 105 between Bartlett and Goldsworthy.
Tom Abel having a little loosener.
It is. In the gully, Aldridge in and bowls, takes him on the pad, and umpire Middlebrook shakes his head. I don't think he didn't actually, just lifted his head slightly. I think as I suspect he was saying not out.
Yes, I think it was going well down the leg side. Yep. Looks like Tom Abel is going to have a bowl.
Well, not before time.
He's a little late, isn't he?
Tom Abel and his golden arm. Aldridge in and bowls, and this is cut away through the offside. Handsome shot by Danny Briggs, short and wide from Aldridge, and Briggs helps himself to 4 runs. Moves on to 17, 255, 4-6.
Well, 9 overs to go. If this ends in a draw, I will dare do it now, the table will look like this from the bottom up. Gloucestershire 74 points, not mathematically, but pretty much down. Warwickshire will still be second for a bottom on 115. Kent will also have 115. We are seeing Tom Abel to bowl from the Birmingham end. So Warwickshire will be on 115, and so would Kent. Kent will remain ahead of Warwickshire, if I understand the rules correctly, by virtue of the fact they've won 2 matches, whereas Warwickshire have won just the 1. And then Somerset will be 8 points ahead of both those teams on 123. And Yorkshire will be 17 points clear of the relegation zone on 132, and Northants 32 points clear on 147. That's how it'll look if this game ends in a draw. So it would still leave Warwickshire work to do. Well, still leave Somerset with work to do. They will have a little bit of breathing space with Somerset. Those 8 points, but of course they have Kent to play at the end, so it'll be an intriguing battle. Still looks like 1 from those 3. Well, Yorkshire 17 points ahead, can't be too complacent after their defeat in this round of matches. Here's Tom Abel the bowl, straight down the leg side. He was straight down the leg sides, but he's still appealing. And it's gone down to back a square leg. It is a leg bite, in fairness.
Yeah, not a bad shout. I think it hit him in front of leg stump and would have gone on to miss the leg stump.
It's a leg bite anyway, 256 for 6. Tom Abel still limbering up as he prepares to bowl his next ball. Got a maximum of 5 overs that he can bowl. He comes into bowl, and that's played back to him by Briggs, who's on. And he's just steadying the ship after the somewhat calamitous run out of Yadav when Warwickshire, by that time, I think had given up thoughts of a win, but still went for a. Sam Hain called him through for a slightly surprising run. That was a good delivery from Abel. It's beaten Danny Briggs, playing forward defensive at that. Can't have missed the stumps by very much. And yeah, Yadav has run out, and gave Sam Hain quite a long Paddington-style stare. It was a brilliant piece of fielding by Sadiq Khan, but it was a slightly odd run in the circumstances of the match. But these two now almost seen off 10 overs since then, and that's a kick a ball from Abel, which is left by Briggs. No run. Getting a bit gloomy now, but there is some blue sky overhead. We'll see what happens. We've got to potentially 8 more overs to bowl. Slip in place, 2 fielders in a mid-wicket position.
Ian Shepherd from Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast. Another element that Somerset got right about their declaration is that they maximised the amount of time they were able to put their supporters through the ringer. Yet again. You're not wrong there, Sheps. You're not wrong.
Well, yeah, it's been a more entertaining day than I was expecting, really. That's left by Briggs, taken by the wicket-keeper, and there's no run, but 8 overs scheduled to be bowled now. And Warwickshire still has 4 wickets to spare. They're 256 for 6.
Yep, as the light begins. I'm not sure the light is going to say stay fading. No. I think it's going to. The sun's going to come out shortly. But the umpires are going to talk to each other. Are they going to produce their light meters? We wait to see with bated breath. Just having a chat at the moment. Just having a word with Sam Hain, who's saying, "Come on, come on, let's get off the. The light meter's going on top of the stumps."
They're doing a reading. This could be it.
This is going to be similar to last night. You know, if they go off now, they'll be coming back on again in 5 minutes' time.
Well, they are going off.
Well, Sam Hain and Danny Briggs are in no doubt as to what the reading shows.
Yeah, Danny Briggs started marching off. Actually, he has stopped now. But hang on a minute, we haven't decided yet. He's putting the bells back on, and what's happening?
What's happening? We're not going to shake hands, I don't think. They are going to...
That's a bit of confusion here, isn't there? They're not communicating it terribly well. They are going off for the light. Sam Hain, I think, is just waiting to see whether Tom Abel fancies shaking hands, and I think they're going to. Yeah, that's it.
Yep, shaking hands.
It's a draw. So there we are. Warwickshire done well in the end. 256 for 6. Hain 52 not out. Very good effort from him. Briggs on 17. And Somerset do outpoint Warwickshire to the tune of 1. They get 12 points to Warwickshire's 11. So they have an 8-point cushion between them and Kent and Warwickshire. Warwickshire remain in the bottom 2, but they are level on points with Kent. And it all goes to the next round of matches with Warwickshire at Bristol to play Gloucestershire and Somerset at Taunton to play Northamptonshire.
Yeah, good performance this by Somerset after a very sticky start. 82 for 7 they were on the first morning and staring down the barrel, but a good recovery from their tail end, which added 137, I think it was, for the last 3 wickets. And then again, when they lost 2 early wickets on Tuesday evening, a really gutsy, gritty, determined batting performance yesterday. And then a well-timed declaration in the end, which gave both sides the chance of securing what on this pitch would have been an unlikely victory. But in the end, it's a draw, and both sides, I think, Clive, will be reasonably satisfied.
Yeah, I think so. I think Warwickshire came into the match really feeling they could do with winning it, but at the same time, it was important they didn't lose it. And it has fluctuated. There were various times in the match where Warwickshire must have fancied the chances of winning it, and various times in the match where they must have feared they were going to lose it. So, all in all, they'll take it and go on to the next game. So, there we are. That's it from us. Thank you so much for being with us. But the players shake hands and head off after a draw here at Edgbaston. We look forward to seeing you again. But Warwickshire versus Somerset, match draw. Very good evening to you all.